Section 24 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by pattymarie. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Analogy, Comparison and Contrast, Part 3. In reasoning from analogy or comparison, if the case to be proved appears to be stronger even than the case with which it is compared, the analogy is called by scholastic logicians an argumentum a fortiori, that is, a stronger argument. This kind of argument is often denoted in Scripture by the words how much more, or how much rather. The following are examples. And David answered Rechab and Baanah his brother, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, and said unto them, As the Lord liveth, who hath redeemed my soul out of all adversity, when one told me, saying, Behold, Saul is dead, thinking to have brought good tidings, I took hold of him and slew him in Ziklag, who thought I would have given him a reward for his tidings. How much more, when wicked men have slain a righteous person in his own house upon his bed, shall I not therefore now require his blood of your hand and take you away from the earth? 2 Samuel chapter 4, verses 9 through 11. And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Matthew chapter 6, verses 28 through 30. See also Matthew chapter 7, verse 11, Matthew chapter 23, verses 16 through 19, 2 Chronicles chapter 6, verse 18, Romans chapter 8, verse 32, Hebrews chapter 2, verses 1 through 3, Jonah chapter 4, verses 10 and 11, Job chapter 4, verse 19, 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 5, Hebrews chapter 2, verses 2 and 3, chapter 9, verses 13 and 14, chapter 12, verse 9. The text, Matthew 19, verse 9. And I say unto you, whoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery, contains an a fortiori argument against polygamy. For if it is criminal for a man to put away his wife and marry another, then, a fortiori, it must be criminal for him to marry another without putting the first away. The following is a comparison of this kind that formed part of the indictment of Guy Fawkes. The matter that is now offered to you, my lords, the commissioners, and to the trial of you, the knights and gentlemen of the jury, is a matter of treason, but of such horror and monstrous nature that before now the tongue of man never delivered, the ear of man never heard, the heart of man never conceited, nor the malice of hellish or earthly devil ever practiced. For if it be abominable to murder the least, if to touch God's anointed be to oppose themselves against God, if by blood to subvert princes, states, and kingdoms be hateful to God and man, as all true Christians must acknowledge, then how much more than too monstrous shall all Christian hearts judge the horror of this treason, to murder and subvert such a king, such a queen, such a prince, such a progeny, such a state, such a government, so complete and absolute, that God approves, the world admires, all true English hearts honor and reverence, the Pope and his disciples only envy and malign. The following a fortiori argument is used by the Honorable Joshua R. Giddings, Member of Congress for the State of Ohio, with reference to the Fugitive Slave Bill. This bill requires the inhabitants of the free states to assist in apprehending the fugitive slaves and delivering them back to the state from which they had escaped. Thus, fellow citizens, you and I are liable at any hour to be called upon to pursue the flying bondman as he hastens toward a land of freedom. We have become a nation of slave hunters and slave catchers. The man who shall seize a slave upon the African coast is by our law consigned to the gallows and deemed unworthy of an existence among civilized and even barbarous people. But how much greater must be the guilt of him who seizes the enlightened and intelligent Christian, one who holds the same religion and trusts in the same salvation as himself, and riveting the cold iron upon his trembling limbs, sends him back to bondage and suffering. We know that the benighted African is unconscious of his rights and incapable of appreciating his degradation, yet we hang the man who arrests and consigns him to slavery. This we regard as just. But what penalty can be regarded as commensurate with the crime of seizing our fellow man whose mind has been enlightened, who knows the rights with which God has endowed him, who comprehends the crime committed against him, and of sending him back to a land of chains and whips and suffering? In my opinion, such crime far transcends that of the ordinary pirate. Indeed, I think the thief or the pirate far more entitled to our friendship than he who under such circumstances will lend himself to the commission of crimes which the law requires us to perpetuate. Sometimes clergymen take a text referring to temporal affairs and apply it to such as are spiritual, contending that the duty enforced in reference to things of this life is still more important when applied to the life to come. Thus, from the text, "Be thou diligent to know the state of thy flocks, and look well to thy herds," the preacher remarked that if diligence be a duty in reference to our temporal affairs, A fortiori, it was a duty still more imperative in regard to our eternal interests. And the Apostle Paul uses a similar argument in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 11, in reference to the support of the Christian ministry. If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we reap your carnal things? 6. Sometimes we compare two things together, not so much to discover wherein they agree, but wherein they differ, and we rest our argument upon the contrast. Matthew chapter 6, verses 19 and 20. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 17. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 35. The Earl of Carlisle, in his lecture on America, delivered before the Leeds Mechanics Institution, has pointed out a want of resemblance between England and America with reference to the question of religious establishments. It is my wish to touch very lightly upon any point which among us, among even some of us now here, may be a matter of controversy. I, however, honestly think that the experience of the United States does not as yet enable them to decide on either side of the argument between the established and voluntary systems in religion. Take the towns by themselves, and I think the voluntary principle appears fully adequate to satisfy all religious exigencies. Then it must be remembered that the class which makes the main difficulty elsewhere scarcely, if at all, exists in America. It is the blessed privilege of the United States, and it is one which goes very far to counterbalance any drawbacks at which I may have to hint, that they really have not, as a class, any poor among them. A real beggar is what you never see. On the other hand, over their immense tracts of territory, the voluntary system has not sufficed to produce sufficient religious accommodation. It may, however, be truly questioned whether any establishment would be equal to that function. This is, however, one of the many questions which the Republican experience of America has not yet solved. As matters stand at present, indifference to religion cannot fairly be laid to her charge. Probably religious extremes are pushed further than elsewhere. There certainly is a breadth and universality of religious liberty, which I do not regard without some degree of envy. Some have contended for universal suffrage on the ground that it exists in America. An opponent of this sentiment shows wherein America differs from England in this respect. The United States are, singularly enough, taken by both the advocates and the opponents of universal suffrage as a conclusive example for and against the same system. And it is not the least curious part of the paradox that the principal cause of the facts which are pleaded and exaggerated by both parties lies out of the sphere of politics altogether. It is to the prodigious amount of fertile soil compared with the smallness of the population, and to the consequent cheapness of land and dearness of labor, that North America owes in great measure the prosperity, morality, and contentment of her people, and the comparative security of life and property. And it is to the same cause that we should attribute the major part of that spirit of speculation, that rabid thirst for wealth, that inferiority in arts and literature, that absence of refinement, that selfish, kimboing, jostling race through life, of which Brother Jonathan is sometimes justly, and oftener unjustly, accused. The United States are, and must long remain, a country of material production, with its advantages and disadvantages. It follows that the conditions under which complete, consistent democracy has been tried on the other side of the Atlantic are so unlike those of Europe that we cannot infer with any certainty from the success of the institutions of the former that they would succeed on our more crowded shores. Christian Times. The contrast between Protestant and Catholic states is thus described by Mr. Macaulay. From the time when the barbarians overran the Western Empire to the time of the revival of letters, the influence of the Church of Rome had been generally favorable to science, to civilization, and to good government. But during the last 300 centuries, to stunt the growth of the human mind has been her chief object. Throughout Christendom, whatever advance has been made in knowledge, in freedom, in wealth, and in the arts of life has been made in spite of her, and has everywhere been in inverse proportion to her power. The loveliest and most fertile provinces of Europe have, under her rule, been sunk in poverty, in political servitude, and in intellectual torpor, while Protestant countries, once proverbial for sterility and barbarism, have been turned by skill and industry into gardens, and can boast of a long list of heroes and statesmen, philosophers and poets. Whoever, knowing what Italy and Scotland naturally are, and what 400 years ago they actually were, shall now compare the country round Rome with the country round Edinburgh, will be able to form some judgment as to the tendency of papal domination. The descent of Spain, once the first among monarchies, to the lowest depths of degradation, the elevation of Holland, in spite of many natural disadvantages, to a position such as no commonwealth so small has ever reached, teach the same lesson. Whoever passes in Germany from a Roman Catholic to a Protestant principality, in Switzerland from a Roman Catholic to a Protestant canton, in Ireland from a Roman Catholic to a Protestant county, finds that he has passed from a lower to a higher grade of civilization. On the other side of the Atlantic, the same law prevails. The Protestants of the United States have left far behind them the Roman Catholics of Mexico, Peru, and Brazil. The Roman Catholics of Canada remain inert, while the whole continent around them is in a ferment of Protestant activity and enterprise. History of England. The following are examples of contrasts in literary criticism. The book answers its title and is well calculated to familiarize the million with the forms of logical reasonings. We hope that Logic for the Million will be read by the million. It will advance their knowledge and improve their taste, their style of writing, and their skill in reasoning. Economist. This anonymous publication is as unfit for the million as it is unworthy to be called logic. Athenaeum. The illustrations he has given, in order to show the faculty in action, are selected with admirable judgment and are in themselves so instructive, readable, and entertaining. The illustrations he has given, in order to show the faculty in action, are selected with admirable judgment and are in themselves so instructive, readable, and entertaining that they would alone suffice to make the volume well worth its purchase price. Weekly News. To call such a jumble of odds and ends logic for the million is absurd in the extreme. Athenaeum. No young man desirous of improving himself in the art of reasoning could more profitably employ his leisure hours than in studying this volume. Indeed, we heartily recommend it for general perusal. Oxford Journal. If the million want to learn logic, they must not come here. Athenaeum. We cannot lay down this admirable little treatise without recommending its perusal to the masses, for whom it has been specially written, and especially to the learned, who will find in its pages logic without jargon, and literary illustration without pedantry. The Globe. One would think from many passages that it was intended to be a burlesque on logic and logicians, a sort of Don Quixote or Hudibras in a small way, rather than a serious treatise on the subject. Athenaeum. By the production of the first really popular work on a subject of no mean importance, our FRS has added to his own laurels and conferred a signal service on the whole community. Morning Post. The author of this work has done well in concealing his name. His present performance is too worthless to derive any weight from his other literary achievements, though it is quite capable of damaging a good reputation. Athenaeum. The principle of contrast is much used in theology. Contrast words and actions. This is, as our author presently expresses it, one of the finest topics of illustration. There is no end of the utility of it in theology. It illustrates revelation by contrasting it with all systems of natural religion. Never man spake like this man. It illustrates Christianity by placing it opposite to Judaism. Ye are not come to Mount Sinai, but ye are come to Mount Zion. It distinguisheth true ministers of Christ from pretenders. We are not as many who corrupt the word of God, but we speak as of God. It displays the beauty of a true church by comparing it with the deformity of false religion. Of Mohammedism, popery, and all political religions, it may safely be asked, what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? It is of excellent use in preaching the law by contrasting what men are with what they ought to be. It is excellently adapted to comfort by comparing the wisdom of providence with the folly of him who complains of it, the sufficiency of pardoning mercy with the abundance of a sinner's unworthiness, the pleasures of piety with the amusements of sin, the privileges of a saint with the licentiousness of a sinner, the joys beyond death with the agonies of dying. It is useful to recover a backslider by comparing his present state with a former state. Did I appear to the house of thy father? Etc. In these and in 1,000 other cases, contrast is lovely beyond conception, and Scripture abounds with it. Contrasts may be taken from person. What God hath cleansed, call not thou common. From place. Pass over the isles, send unto Kedar, and see, hath the nation changed their idols? But my people in Judea have changed their glory. From time, relation, etc., etc. Robinson's Notes to Claude. 7. Having now taken a view of analogy, comparison, and contrast, we will conclude this section by taking a view of fallacious analogies. Analogies are of two kinds. They may denote a resemblance between two things themselves, or merely a resemblance between the circumstances in which they are placed. Thus, when Sidney Smith argues that dispositions are hereditary, from the analogy between men and animals, the resemblance is between the things themselves. But when he tells us we ought not to decry the science of moral philosophy, inasmuch as several other sciences are liable to the same objections, the analogy is between the circumstances in which these sciences are placed. We are thus liable to make two mistakes. When we find there is an analogy between the things themselves, we may erroneously infer there is an analogy in their circumstances. Or, when we find an analogy in their circumstances, we may infer there is an analogy in the things themselves. The first error is exhibited very often in the analogies drawn between men and animals. There is no doubt a resemblance between reason and instinct. Hence, some have inferred that there is an analogy between men and animals in their rights with reference to each other. Paley and others have contended on this ground that men have no right to kill animals for food. We think they are incorrect in their analogies. Quote, "The reasons alleged in vindication of this practice are the following: that the several species of brutes, being created to prey upon one another, affords a kind of analogy to prove that the human species were intended to feed upon them, that, if left alone, they would overrun the earth and exclude mankind from the occupation of it, that they are requited for what they suffer at our hands by our care and protection. Upon which reasons I would observe that the analogy contended for is extremely lame, since brutes have no power to support life by any other means, and since we have. For the whole human species might subsist entirely upon fruit, pulse, herbs, and roots, as many tribes of Hindus actually do. The two other reasons may be valid reasons as far as they go, for no doubt, if man had been supported entirely by vegetable food, a great part of those animals which die to furnish his table would never have lived. But they by no means justify our right over the lives of brutes to the extent in which we exercise it. What danger is there, for instance, of fish interfering with us in the use of their element? Or what do we contribute to their support or preservation? Paley's Moral Philosophy. In his speech at the Peace Conference held in Frankfurt, Mr. Cobden contended for the principle of arbitration between nations, upon the ground of the analogy between nations and individuals. Quote, "It is done in private life continually. Scores and hundreds of British Acts of Parliament have been passed requiring that such disputes should be settled by arbitration. And the principle you find good for individuals, you will find good for nations." Unquote. Here there is a want of analogy in the circumstances of the parties. If two individuals in a state refer their dispute to arbitration, the law will compel them to abide by the decision of the arbitrator. But in the case of nations, if either party chooses to dispute the decision of the arbitrator, who is to enforce obedience, and by what means, except by war? The second error is when from an analogy in circumstances we infer an analogy in the things themselves. Archbishop Whately defends logic by the analogical mode of reasoning, and when he confines his analogies merely to the circumstances in which logic resembles other sciences, his reasoning is generally conclusive. But sometimes he goes beyond this and finds or fancies analogies between the nature of logic and that of other sciences, to which it bears no resemblance. For example, he finds an analogy between logic and chemistry. I quote Mr. Blakey. In an able work recently published by Archbishop Whately on the use of the syllogistic theory, the author observes that logic, which is as it were the grammar of reasoning, does not bring forward the regular syllogism as a distinct mode of argumentation, designed to be substituted for any other mode, but as the form to which all correct reasoning may be ultimately reduced, and which consequently serves the purpose, when we are employing logic as an art, of a test to try the validity of any argument. In the same manner as by chemical analysis, we develop and submit to a distinct examination the elements of which any compound body is composed, and are thus enabled to detect any latent sophistication and impurity. It appears to me that the Archbishop has fallen into error regarding the nature and importance of the syllogism, from instituting certain analogies between it and some other departments of knowledge, such as chemistry, grammar, and arithmetic. He compares the analysis of a piece of reasoning to the chemical analysis of any material substance. He imagines that the logic of syllogism bears the same relation to general reasoning that grammar does to language, and the technical terms in which the syllogistic process is couched are viewed as resembling the arbitrary signs affixed to arithmetical quantities. A very slight attention, however, to these analogical illustrations will be sufficient to convince the reader that they are by no means perfect. Essay on Logic. Archbishop Whately usually argues by analogy. In reading through his book on logic, I have marked with a pencil 34 instances of his arguing by analogy. But the most striking example he has given of this principle of reasoning is in his pamphlet entitled Historic Doubts Relative to Napoleon Bonaparte. The object of this pamphlet was to show that by the same reasoning through which infidel writers have attempted to cast doubts on the New Testament history, they might cast doubts on the history of Napoleon Bonaparte. And as we know the history of Napoleon Bonaparte to be true, although it is exposed to these objections, so the history of the New Testament may be true, although it has been attacked by similar objections. We shall have occasion hereafter to make a few extracts from this singular pamphlet. Another kind of fallacious reasoning is when the analogy is merely verbal or metaphorical, and there is no real resemblance between the things or their circumstances. Quote, among the metaphors which conceal an altogether fatal theory, there is none more commonly used than that put forward by the words tribute and tributary. These words have become so common that they are used as synonyms of purchase, purchaser, and the words are used indifferently for one or the other. But nevertheless, there is as great a difference between tribute and purchase as between theft and exchange, and I would just as soon hear it said that Cartouche has broken open a strong box and has purchased 1,000 crowns, as I would hear our honorable deputies repeat, we have paid to Germany a tribute for 1,000 horses which she has sold to us. For that which renders Cartouche's action no purchase is that he has not put, and with my consent, into my strong box a value equivalent to that which he has taken out. And that which causes the payment of 500 francs, which we have made to Germany, to be no tribute, is because she has not received it gratuitously, but by giving us in exchange 1,000 horses, which we ourselves have judged to be worth our 500,000 francs. How has this improper trope found its way into the rhetoric of the monopolists? Some money leaves the country to satisfy the rapacity of a victorious enemy. Some money leaves the country also to pay for merchandise. They establish the analogy between the two cases by only taking into account the circumstances in which they resemble each other, and leaving out of the question those in which they differ. Bastiat's Popular Fallacies Regarding General Interests, translated by G.R. Porter. In using the principle of analogy, you must be careful that your analogical case is the one that is sound, or at least is admitted to be sound by the party you are anxious to convince. Your opponent may, and probably will, deny the analogy between the two cases. This is a fair reply and brings the argument to a practical discussion. But if your opponent takes a different view from yours of the parallel case that you adduce, you have been unfortunate in the choice of your analogy. For instance, suppose you are disputing with a person who contends that a man ought to be allowed to marry the sister of his deceased wife, and you say, upon this ground, you ought to admit that a woman ought to be allowed to marry the brother of her deceased husband. He might reply, so I do. I contend for both. Here your analogy has missed fire, and the ground of controversy must be changed. But if your opponent denies the latter case, but contends for the former, then your argumentation will naturally take the form of analogy. I shall conclude this section by noticing a very ingenious argument drawn from the doctrine of analogy. In reasoning from analogy, we usually compare good things with good things, and evil things with evil things. Hence, Mr. Aiken considers that the analogies drawn in the New Testament between a Christian and a soldier are a proof of the innocency of war. He has put this argument very forcibly in the following words. It appears on the grounds already stated that reason and the natural law of self-preservation, and our duty to ourselves, relations, friends, and countrymen, also that the divine command and permission to the Jews, all prove that war may be necessary and just, and such a war is not expressly prohibited by the Christian religion. On the contrary, there are frequent allusions to war in the New Testament in which no censure is implied or expressed. The trumpet, the weapons, the armor of war are often employed as images to illustrate the Christian warfare. Here the analogy is that the Christian is a spiritual warrior in a good cause against an evil adversary. Thus, the Apostle Paul speaks of Epaphroditus and Archippus as his fellow soldiers. If war were only and absolutely criminal, the analogy would be unsuitable. How could the Christian apostle have addressed in a good sense Epaphroditus, my fellow robber, and Archippus, my fellow murderer? It is at least remarkable that, although the Savior drove the money changers and sellers of doves from the temple, he never found fault with soldiers for their occupation, but commended the centurion's faith. Aiken on War. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Parables, Fables, and Proverbs, Part 1. We take the following explanation of the word parable from Dr. Black's Student's Manual. Parable from para, side by side, and balo, I put. Thus parable means a similitude, or one thing compared to another. It is usually employed to designate a fable or allegorical instruction founded on something real or apparent in nature or history from which a moral is drawn, by comparing it with something in which the people are more immediately concerned. The word parable is applied in the New Testament to 4 different kinds of literary compositions. These are tales, comparisons, parables strictly so called, i.e. allegories, and fables. We will give an example of each. The following is a tale. And he spake a parable unto them, saying, The ground of a certain rich man brought forth plentifully. And he thought within himself, saying, What shall I do, because I have no room where to bestow my fruits? And he said, This will I do. I will pull down my barns, and build greater, and there I will bestow all my fruits and my goods. And I will say to my soul, Soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many years. Take thine ease, eat, drink, and be merry. But God said unto him, Thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee. Then whose shall those things be, which thou hast provided? So is he that layeth up treasure for himself, and is not rich toward God. Luke 12:16-21. A tale differs from a parable, strictly so called, in having no reference beyond itself. The above tale illustrates the futility and uncertainty of riches, but it has no allegorical meaning. It is not employed as a similitude or comparison to illustrate anything else. The same observation may be applied to the parables, as they are called, of the rich man and Lazarus, Luke 16:19-31, the Pharisee and publican, Luke 18:9-14, the unprofitable servant, Luke 29:12-24, and the unfeeling servant, Matthew 18:23-34, which, viewed as literary compositions, are, strictly speaking, not parables but tales. The mode of reasoning from tales is the same as reasoning from examples. Tales are records of events that have occurred or are so probable that they might have occurred. The lessons drawn from these tales are the general principles which the facts tend to prove. It is a mode of reasoning by induction. We have discussed this subject in the first section of this part of our work. The following is a comparison. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs, and becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. Matthew 13:31-32. A comparison differs from a tale in that it is employed to illustrate something beyond itself. It differs from a parable in that the illustration is confined generally to one point. In the above example, the comparison between the illustration and the thing illustrated is confined to one quality, that of rapid and extensive increase. There is no general resemblance in other respects between the two things compared. An attempt to discover such resemblances would be ridiculous. To the same class of compositions belong the two foundations, Matthew 12:24-26, the leaven hid in the meal, Matthew 13:33, the treasure hid in a field, Matthew 13:44, the merchant seeking goodly pearls, Matthew 13:45-46, the net cast into the sea, Matthew 13:47-48, the fig tree, Luke 21:29, and several others. Of comparison as a principle of reasoning we have already treated. Here, comparison is brought before us in the way of metaphor. In this point of view, it can never amount to proof, but nevertheless, its consideration is fairly within the province of logic. One part of our duty as logicians is to state clearly the propositions we intend to prove. Metaphorical comparisons are of great use in enabling us to make this clear statement. Half the disputes that exist among men arise from their misunderstanding one another. We should endeavor to acquire the art of stating clearly and vividly what it is that we mean. And when we have done this, we shall in most cases have obviated the necessity for any further controversy. The following is a parable in the strict sense of the word. Hearken, behold, there went out a sower to sow. And it came to pass, as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and the fowls of the air came and devoured it up. And some fell on stony ground where it had not much earth, and immediately it sprang up, because it had no depth of earth, but when the sun was up it was scorched, and because it had no root, it withered away. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked it, and it yielded no fruit. and other fell on good ground, and did yield fruit that sprang up and increased, and brought forth some 30, and some 60, and some 100. Mark 4, 3-8. The parable, strictly so called, is an allegory. It is employed to illustrate something that seems at first to have no connection with it, and the machinery of the composition must correspond with the several parts of the matter to be illustrated. The following explanation of the above parable will exemplify this in a very striking manner. The sower soweth the word, and these are they by the wayside, where the word is sown. But when they have heard, Satan cometh immediately, and taketh away the word that was sown in their hearts. And these are they likewise which are sown on stony ground, who, when they have heard the word, immediately receive it with gladness, and have no root in themselves, and so endure but for a time. Afterward, when affliction or persecution ariseth for the word's sake, immediately they are offended. And these are they which are sown among thorns, such as hear the word, amid the cares of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches, and the lusts of other things entering in, choke the word, and it becometh unfruitful. And these are they which are sown on good ground, such as hear the word, and receive it, and bring forth fruit, some 30-fold, some 60, and some 100. Mark 4, 14-20. To this class of compositions belong the parable of the tares, Matthew 13, 24-30, the day laborers, Matthew 20, 1-15, the nuptial entertainment, Matthew 22, 1-13, the 10 virgins, Matthew 25, 1-12, the faithless husbandman, Mark 12, 1-9, and several others. There are also many examples of this kind of composition in the Old Testament. Such are the royal bramble, Judges 9, 8-15, the ewe lamb, 2 Samuel 12, 1-7, the fruitless vineyard, Isaiah 5, 1-6, the eagles in the vine tree, Ezekiel 17, 3-8. In minuteness of illustration, the parables have an advantage over comparisons, but the application of minute portions of the parable should not be strained. I have heard of a divine who, in explaining the parable of the Good Samaritan, stated that the 2 pence denoted the Old and New Testament. Parables, like comparisons, are not proofs. They are, however, vivid illustrations, and the more minute the particulars, the stronger is the illustration. There is, of course, always an analogy between the illustration and the matter to be illustrated, but we must distinguish between a logical and a metaphorical analogy. For instance, the analogy between an animal who had fallen into a pit and a man who was lame was a logical analogy, and it was clear that if one might be relieved on the Sabbath day, so might the other. But the analogy between the kingdom of heaven and a grain of mustard seed was a metaphorical analogy, and the rapid increase of the mustard seed was no proof of the future rapid spread of Christianity, though it was a vivid representation of it. I may state to you that sometimes the same composition may be either a tale, a comparison, a fable, or a parable, according to the matter in which it is viewed. Thus, the Good Samaritan, if viewed as an answer to the question, "Who is my neighbor?" and as inculcating the exercise of kindness and benevolence, is a tale. But if the condition of the man who fell among thieves is considered as representing the moral state of mankind, and the Good Samaritan as representing the Savior of the world, and divines often take this view, then it is a parable. So a comparison becomes a parable when we can trace more than 1 or 2 points of resemblance. The fable of the rebellion of the members against the stomach, when related as a representation of the rebellion against the Roman citizens against the Senate, is more properly a parable. The following letter from a young tradesman is a parable. Sir, in reply to your complaints, allow me to tell you a story. Once on a time, 2 persons were walking on the seashore, when one of them picked up a valuable article which had been washed in by the tide. His companion cried, "Half!" The finder was annoyed at this, and to prevent his companion having the half, he threw the article back into the sea. You have for many years carried on a profitable trade in this town. The increasing population led me to suppose there might be room for me. I had no wish to undersell you. I wished only to share your profits. To prevent my getting any portion of these profits, you now sell your goods at a price that yields no profit to yourself. The dreams and visions which are recorded in Scripture may be regarded as comparisons or parables, and the interpretations were the facts they were designed to prefigure or illustrate. The soldier's dream, Judges 7:13-15, may be regarded as a comparison, and St. Peter's vision, Acts 11:4-8, as a parable. We now proceed to fables. We need hardly observe that we do not use the word fable in any disreputable sense, as denoting falsehood, but merely as the name of a certain kind of literary composition. The following is a fable. And he spake a parable unto them to this end, that men ought always to pray and not to faint, saying, There was in a city a judge, which feared not God, neither regarded man. And there was a widow in that city, and she came unto him, saying, Avenge me of mine adversary. And he would not for a while, but afterward he said within himself, Though I fear not God, nor regard man, yet because this widow troubleth me, I will avenge her, lest by her continual coming she weary me. Luke 28:1-5. The fable is a composition designed to illustrate a proposition, which is called the moral of the fable. It is not necessary that the machinery of the fable should bear any resemblance to any moral process to which the proposition may be applied. Herein it differs from the parable. The machinery of the parable, or allegory, must correspond with the moral processes it is intended to illustrate. The machinery of the fable represents nothing. It is required only that the result shall illustrate a proposition, and this proposition must seem to flow from the plot of the fable. In the fable we have quoted, the proposition to be proved or illustrated is the advantage of perseverance and prayer. But there is no correspondence between the machinery of the fable and the parties to whom reference is made. In fact, the fable derives no small portion of its force from this want of resemblance. It amounts to an a fortiori argument. The reasoning is thus: if an unjust judge is induced by importunity to grant a request, how much rather shall the judge in heaven grant the requests of his servants? This is the application in the subsequent verses. And shall not God avenge his own elect, which cry day and night unto him, though he bear long with them? I tell you that he will avenge them speedily. The same lesson is taught by the fable of the midnight visitor, Luke 11:5-8. Fables occupied in ancient times a more honorable station in the estimation of mankind than they do at present. They are now employed chiefly as the means of imparting instruction to children, or as the profitable amusement of a leisure hour. In former days, the construction of fables was the serious employment of statesmen and philosophers. It always ensured to such as were successful a degree of literary eminence, and sometimes even conferred upon them political distinctions. But though we are not now accustomed to consider fables as the most eminent literary productions, they are by no means the least useful. It is from fables that the greater part of mankind derive their first lessons in moral science, at a time when their minds are incapable of abstract reflection, and when no other mode of instruction would be either so entertaining or so efficacious. The knowledge thus acquired becomes interwoven with the earliest recollections of the mind, and often regulates the conduct in maturer years. The design of fable is to place some important truth in a striking point of view. The proposition we wish to exhibit appears to flow from the plot of the fable, and thus makes deeper impression on the mind than if it had been expressed in literal terms. This truth is commonly a moral one, and hence it is called the moral of the fable, but it is not necessarily connected with ethics, for it may be connected with politics or with the ordinary affairs of life. The subject of a fable should not be a truth so obvious that it could not have escaped the most ordinary observation. It would be ridiculous to invent a fable to show that every man is subject to death. But the observation that although in our distress we may sometimes call out for death, yet that when he arrives we receive him with reluctance, may properly become the subject of a fable, and it has been well illustrated in the story of the old man and his bundle of sticks. A fable is different from an example. Upon the relative merits of fables and examples, Aristotle makes the following remarks. The occasion wherein fables are more in point and employed with the greatest success is in popular addresses and in debates upon great questions. They have this advantage over example, that it is difficult to find in history circumstances perfectly relevant to what we would wish to prove, whereas a fable is easily invented, and in order to do this, nothing more is necessary than to draw a parable, which any man may do who knows in what resemblance consists, a thing by no means difficult to the least proficient in philosophy. Example, however, surpasses fable in this respect, that its proofs, which are founded upon the truth of history and the decided allegation of events, are of much greater effect in deliberation, and more appropriate to persuasive oratory. This happens on account of the great resemblance between all occurrences, inasmuch as it may be said that the past is commonly a presage of the future, and that nothing almost is done nowadays which was not formerly done. The German fabulist Lessing controverts this opinion, but here we think that Aristotle is right. Let us suppose that in the Senate of our land a measure is introduced which involves the question whether standing armies are unfriendly to liberty. Let a speaker who wished to prove the affirmative of this question adduce the fable cited by the author of The Horse, who allowed the man to get on his back, that he might be revenged on the deer. Let another speaker attempt to prove the same proposition from historical examples. Let him adduce the numerous instances in which despotic and tyrannical governments have been supported by means of standing armies. Let him refer to the times of Julius Caesar, of Cromwell, and of Napoleon. Let him do this, and then we will ask, which speaker is the more likely to carry conviction to the mind? In fact, the evidence derived from fables, and particularly from fables in which animals are introduced, never can amount to proof. How easily, for instance, might the fable we have mentioned, excellent as it is, be overturned? For if the horse were a rational animal, as the fable supposes him to be, could he not easily throw the man from his back? And hence might not an opponent contend that the citizens, being rational beings, might with equal ease throw off a military government as soon as they found it oppressive? Facts, however, are stubborn things, and their testimony is not so easily refuted. End of section 25. Section 26 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Parables, Fables, and Proverbs, Part 2. The following examples of fables are taken from Lessing. Fable the 12th exposes those who take credit to themselves for abstaining from vices they cannot practice. The Sick Wolf. The wolf, being at the point of death, cast a retrospective glance on his past life. "I am certainly a sinner," he plaintively observed, "but, I trust, not one of the greatest. I have doubtless committed evil, but I have also done much good. I remember that once, when a lamb which had strayed from the flock came so near me, I might have devoured it with the greatest ease. I forbore to do so. About the same time, I listened to the abuse of an angry sheep with the most edifying indifference, although no watchdog was to be feared. To all this I can bear witness," said the fox, who was assisting his ghostly preparations. "I recollect all the particulars. It was just at the time you suffered so much from the bone in your throat." To deny the excellencies of a man while he lives, and to praise him after he is dead, is a common practice, and is thus exhibited. The Oak Tree. One stormy night the raging north wind exercised its strength on a lofty oak, which it leveled with the ground, where it lay with many small trees crushed beneath it. A fox, whose den was not far distant, happened to pass the next morning. "What a noble tree!" exclaimed he. "I never thought it so great while standing." The 25th fable is designed to show that friendship is more permanent between persons who excel in different kinds of merit than it is between those whose excellence is of the same kind. The Nightingale and the Peacock. A social nightingale found among the singers of the wood many enviers, but no friends. Perhaps I shall find one in another species, said the nightingale, and flew with confidence to the peacock. Handsome peacock, I exceedingly admire you. And I equally admire you, lovely nightingale, exclaimed the one to the other. Then let us be friends, continued the latter. We shall not be tempted to envy each other. You are as agreeable to the eye as I am to the ear. Eminence in one kind of merit is often associated with deficiency in another. The nightingale and the hawk. A mellifluous nightingale was one day pounced upon by a hawk. As you sing so charmingly, he exclaimed, how deliciously must you taste. No gratitude is due for favors conferred unintentionally. The oak tree and the swine. A greedy swine fed under a lofty oak on the fruit which plentifully fell from its boughs, and while he cracked one acorn with his teeth, devoured another with his eyes. Ungrateful beast, exclaimed the oak, you feed rapaciously on my fruit without casting up one grateful look to me. The swine was silent for a moment and then grunted an answer. My grateful look should not be wanting. Was I certain that you threw down your acorns for the love of me? The vanity of rank is thus exposed. The knight in chess. Two boys who wished to play at chess, being deficient in a knight, constituted one out of a superfluous pawn by placing a mark upon it. How? Cried the other knights. Keep your place, sir, one step at a time. The boys, who overheard their insolence, exclaimed, Silence! It performs exactly the same service as yourselves. If a man claim more merit than is due to him, mankind will give him less than his due. The peacock and the crow. A foolish crow adorned itself with the cast plumage of the peacock, and when it conceived itself sufficiently ornamented, mingled with the brilliant birds of Juno. Being quickly recognized, the peacocks, with their sharp bills, soon stripped her of her deceptive apparel. Cease, the crow at last exclaimed. You have now got back all that belongs to you. But the peacocks, perceiving a few brilliant feathers in the crow's own plumage, answered, Be silent, impostor, even these cannot belong to you. The direction of Solomon. Go to the ant, thou sluggard. Consider her ways, and be wise, has often been quoted to reprove slothfulness. It contains also another lesson which has hitherto been overlooked. The spirit of Solomon. An aged man, in order to plough his field and to strew the fruitful seed in the willing bosom of the earth, bore up against the toil of his employment and the heat of the weather. On a sudden, a divine spectre stood before him under the broad shadow of a lime tree. The old man started. I am Solomon, said the phantom emphatically. What are you doing here, old man? If you are Solomon, replied the old man, why need you ask? You sent me in my youth to the ant. I attended to its ways, and became industrious, and what I then learned I am still practicing. You have learned but half the lesson, returned the shadow. Repair once more to the ant, and let it teach you to repose in the winter of your years, and enjoy what you have already gathered. Parables, we have already observed, do not prove, they only illustrate. Indeed, they are rarely used for the purposes of controversy. They serve to explain what was previously obscure, and thus enable the mind to perceive the truths more clearly, and hence to believe them more firmly. Fables are of a more controversial character. Many of them were originally invented for political purposes. Their object is to illustrate a general proposition, which general proposition is applied to the particular case that we wish to demonstrate. In the composition of the fable, we invent a series of supposed facts, which, by a species of induction, are designed to prove, as far as they go, a general proposition, which is called the moral of the fable. We then take this general proposition and apply it to any case, or to all the cases to which it will apply. This is deduction. It is a kind of argument that we have classed under the relation of genus and species, and would rank under the first figure of syllogisms in scholastic logic. The design of fables, then, is to teach us general maxims and propositions, which we are to apply as we may have occasion to practical purposes in our progress through the world, hence the propriety of teaching them to children. By this means they acquire at an early age lessons of profound wisdom, in an interesting and agreeable manner, which is likely to make a deep impression on the memory. We shall further explain the mode of reasoning through the application of fables by an example from the fables of Aesop. In most of these fables, we find that actions are attributed to animals. The reason is that certain animals are supposed to represent certain characters or dispositions. Thus, the lion is the representative of courage and magnanimity, the fox of cunning, the peacock of beauty. This, however, is not a necessary feature in the composition of a fable. We have many excellent fables, both ancient and modern, in which no animals are introduced. The following is a well-known fable, taken from Aesop, with the application of Dr. Croxall. The Wind and the Sun. A dispute once arose betwixt the north wind and sun about the superiority of their power, and they agreed to try their strength upon a traveler, which should be able to get his cloak off first. The north wind began, and blew a very cold blast, accompanied with a sharp driving shower. But this, and whatever else he could do, instead of making the man quit his cloak, obliged him to gird it about his body as close as possible. Next came the sun, who, breaking out from a thick watery cloud, drove away the cold vapors from the sky, and darted his warm, sultry beams upon the head of the poor weather-beaten traveler. The man, growing faint with the heat and unable to endure it any longer, first throws off his heavy cloak, and then flies for protection to the shade of a neighboring grove. The application. There is something in the temper of men so averse to severe and boisterous treatment that he who endeavors to carry his point that way, instead of prevailing, generally leaves the mind of him whom he has thus attempted in a more confirmed and obstinate situation than he found it at first. Bitter words and hard usage freeze the heart into a kind of obduracy, which mild persuasion and gentle language only can dissolve and soften. Persecution has always fixed and riveted those opinions which it was intended to dispel, and some discerning men have attributed the quick growth of Christianity in a great measure to the rough and barbarous reception which its first teachers met with in the world. The same may have been observed of our Reformation. The blood of the martyrs was the manure which produced that great Protestant crop, on which the Church of England has subsisted ever since. Providence, which always makes use of the most natural means to attain its purpose, has thought fit to establish the purest religion by this method, the consideration of which may give a proper check to those who are continually endeavoring to root out errors by that very management which so infallibly fixes and implants all opinions, as well erroneous as orthodox. When an opinion is so violently attacked, it raises an attention in the persecuted party, and gives an alarm to their vanity, by making them think that worth defending and keeping at the hazard of their lives, which perhaps otherwise they would only have admired a while for the sake of its novelty, and afterwards resigned of their own accord. In short, a fierce, turbulent opposition, like the north wind, only serves to make a man wrap his notions more closely about him, but we know not what a kind, warm, sunshiny behavior, rightly applied, would not be able to effect. The Reverend Samuel Lysons has published some of the fables of Aesop, accompanied with an evangelical application. The following is his application of the above fable. Moral. In Scripture, religion is frequently compared to a cloak or garment. Job 29:14 says, "I put on righteousness, and it clothed me." Isaiah 59:17 says, "He was clad with zeal as a cloak." The rude blasts and storms of affliction and adversity are far less likely to make men throw off their religion than the sunny warmth of prosperity. We perceive the former to be enemies and are on our guard. We hold closer to our protection, but the latter, coming under the specious guise of friendship, insinuates itself and strips us bare of our religion and renders us open to the attacks of 1,000 other enemies to our souls. We should be most especially on our guard in the sunny days of prosperity, lest our religion get a chill in the groves of worldly pleasure and wanton enjoyment. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Parables, Fables, and Proverbs. Part 3. We now proceed to Proverbs. Disraeli has an article on the philosophy of Proverbs. He observes that some difficulty has occurred in the definition. I shall assume that you know what is meant by a proverb, and when a thing is well known, definition may do more harm than good. Formal, logical definitions of things well known sometimes lead to verbal quibbling, and, after all, can seldom be so worded as to include every individual of the species. A lady asked a gentleman the meaning of a pun. He was puzzled to find a definition, but he replied, "Give me a subject, and I will make one." The lady replied, "Well, I give you the Queen." He replied, "The Queen is no subject." Someone has observed that a proverb should have sense, shortness, and salt. From the antiquity of proverbs they may be defined the primitive language of mankind, in which knowledge was preserved prior to the invention of letters. In the early stages of society, its progress is retarded by 3 causes: the scarcity of words to express ideas, the feebleness of memory from the absence of intellectual exertion, and the want of a durable character, by which the discoveries of one generation may be retained and transmitted to another. Proverbs are well adapted for removing these first obstacles to improvement. By figurative expression they supply the place of verbal description. Their brevity is an aid to memory, while, by being connected with local circumstances and surrounding objects, they form a visible type in which passing occurrences and observations may be recorded. Accordingly, we find that all nations have had recourse to aphoristic language, and doubtless it was in this style the first knowledge of the world, its laws, morals, husbandry, and observations on the weather were preserved. Proverbs formed the encyclopedia of former times, comprising all the existing observations on human nature, natural phenomena, and local history. Men acquired wisdom, not from books, but oral communication. All the apparatus of the modern system of education, horn books, reading made easies, and pleasing instructors were unknown. Children did not learn their alphabet, nor their catechism, but an adult system prevailed, in which grown persons were taught the arts of life, the mysteries of good housekeeping, of economy, longevity, husbandry, and meteorology, in some traditionary maxim, handed down from generation to generation, time out of mind. Fielding's Select Proverbs of All Nations. One permanent use of the Book of Proverbs deserves to be particularly noticed, because it has hitherto been overlooked by critics and commentators. I refer to the use and value of this book as a standing witness to the veracity of the Old Testament historians. If I am not mistaken, this collection of national proverbs furnishes a branch of historical evidence substantially the same in kind with that by which the acute and sagacious Paley has demonstrated the truth of the scripture history of St. Paul. The argument of that master of reasoning is founded on the undesigned coincidences between certain passages in St. Paul's epistles, and some particulars of the apostle's life and labors, as related by St. Luke in the Acts. and every intelligent reader of his treatise will admit that he has pointed out and illustrated such a series of minute and undesigned agreements between those two narrations as can in no way be accounted for but by a supposition of their truth. Similar latent proofs of harmony and verity may, I think, be detected by comparing the allusions in the book of Proverbs with the Old Testament history. Just as Dr. Paley, by placing the Pauline epistles and St. Luke's narrative, as it were, in the witness box, and subjecting them to a searching cross-examination, has elicited from both that kind of testimony which has most weight with judge and jury, coincident testimony so minute and circumstantial as to exclude the suspicion of collusion. So, I apprehend, a critic of competent learning and acuteness might, without much difficulty, produce from the book of Proverbs a rich assemblage of most decisive, because undesigned, corroborations of the sacred annals of the Jews. Proverbs are, in fact, themselves of the nature of history, for when arranged in the order of their respective dates, they form a continuous record of the prevailing opinions and feelings of a nation. They usually go back to its infancy. They grow with its growth. They vary with its various changes of fortune, and owing their origin and currency to the impressions made on the national mind by particular events and instructions, they necessarily reflect and retain not a little of the color and character of these events and institutions. Dr. Macculloch's Literary Characteristics of the Holy Scriptures. Mr. Nichols, M.A. of Queen's College, Cambridge, has published a work entitled The Book of Proverbs Explained and Illustrated from Holy Scripture. He makes the following observations on the Proverbs of Solomon. A proverb, strictly speaking, is a short moral sentence, which means something further than what the words literally imply. It is as apples of gold in a network of silver. Grave and profound sentiment, the truth of which acquires additional beauty when partially discovered through the veil of elegant fiction and imagery. But most of Solomon's proverbs are rather to be called maxims, or sentences. The distinction between a proverb, strictly so called, and a maxim, or sentence, may be thus illustrated. When Solomon says, "Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not to thine own understanding," this is no proverb, but a moral sentence. When he says, "Drink waters out of thine own cistern," this is a proverb, and it means, meddle not with that which belongs to another. Out of the vast treasures of learning left to us in this small volume, the best advice is furnished to princes, counselors, judges, and other public ministers, to all sorts of subjects in their several relations, and in every condition, to make them both pious and politic, to direct them in the choice of their comforts, in the education of their children, in the management of domestic affairs, and in their transactions with other men, in contracting or conducting their friendships, in giving or taking good counsel and reproof, in making or preserving peace, in judging of men, and of the event of their designs. This book bridles the injurious tongue, corrects the wanton eye, and ties the unjust hands in chains. It persecutes sloth, chastises all absurd desires, teaches prudence, raises men's courage, and represents temperance and chastity after such a fashion, that one cannot but have them in veneration. And thus is, as Basil says, an universal direction for all men, and for the whole of life. It, moreover, not only gives such universal directions, but enforces attention to them from those motives which can alone secure obedience to them, such as the authority of God, his exact notice of all men's ways and hearts, the rewards which attend righteousness, and the punishments which follow wickedness, by his just appointment, both in this world and the next. The mode of illustration adopted by Mr. Nichols is to state the proverb, and then to cite those instances in which the principle has been exemplified in Scripture history. These facts, like an argument from induction, tend to prove the truth of the proverb. we give the following as an example. The merciful man doeth good to his own soul. Proverbs 11, verse 17. Joseph had sorrows of his own. Psalm 105, verse 18. But he took an interest in those of his fellow prisoners, the chief butler and the chief baker. Genesis 40, verse 6. This led them to unburden the cause of their sorrow to him, and hence arose the opportunity of interpreting their dreams, which ultimately led to his own advancement. Genesis 41, verses 9 to 14. The Kenites. The kindness shown by them to the Israelites was gratefully remembered many hundreds of years after, to the benefit of their descendants. 1 Samuel 15, verse 6. Ecclesiastes 11, verse 1. David's compassion to the Egyptian slave was the means of his signal success. 1 Samuel 30, verses 11 to 20. Jonathan's kindness to David led to his children's preservation. 2 Samuel 9, verse 17, and 21, verse 7. Job, in seeking mercy for others, found good to himself. He eat good by the fruit of his mouth. Proverbs 13, verse 2. The Lord turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. Job 42, verse 10. The centurion, having built the Jews a synagogue, they interceded for him, and his anxiety for the welfare of his sick servant was the means of confirming his own faith in Christ. Luke 7, verses 2 to 10. Let thy soul love a good servant. Eclus 7, verse 21. Cornelius. Acts 10, verse 4. Proverbs 12, verse 14. The barbarous people. Their mercy to those who had been wrecked on their coast, and the blessing they received. Acts 28, verses 1 to 10. Proverbs are often the morals of fables. They are not usually capable of being proved by reasoning. They are proved by observation and experience, and are many of them the results of the experience of ages. But, referring chiefly to morals and manners, they possess only a moral universality, and hence it is often easy to point out some cases in which they are not realized. Thus, the diligent hand maketh rich. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it, are sound maxims, but cases do sometimes occur in which they will not apply. This is no valid objection to them as rules for our guidance. In human affairs we can have no certain and infallible rule. We must be contented with a high degree of probability. It is the part of true wisdom to submit our conduct to the guidance of this high degree of probability. To be indecisive and reluctant to act, says Mr. Mill, because we have not evidence of a perfectly conclusive character to act upon, is a defect sometimes incident to scientific minds, but which, wherever it exists, renders them unfit for practical emergencies. If we would succeed in action, we must judge by indications, which, although they do not generally mislead us, sometimes do, and must make up as far as possible for the incomplete conclusiveness of any one indication, by obtaining others to corroborate it. The mode of reasoning from Proverbs, as we have shown at pages 58 and 129, is by the application of a general principle to an individual case, and falls under the class of genus and species. We shall now give a further illustration from Dr. Franklin's Poor Richard's Almanac. It would be thought a hard government that should tax its people 1/10 part of their time to be employed in its service. But idleness taxes many of us much more. Sloth, by bringing on diseases, absolutely shortens life. Sloth, like rust, consumes faster than labor wears, while the used key is always bright. As Poor Richard says, "But dost thou love life? then do not squander time, for that is the stuff life is made of, as Poor Richard says. How much more than is necessary do we spend in sleep, forgetting that the sleeping fox catches no poultry, and that there will be sleeping enough in the grave, as Poor Richard says. But with our industry we must likewise be steady, settled, and careful, and oversee our own affairs with our own eyes, and not trust too much to others, for, as Poor Richard says, I never saw an oft-removed tree, nor yet an oft-removed family, that throve so well as those that settled be. And again, 3 removes is as bad as a fire. And again, keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee. And again, if you would have your business done, go; if not, send. And again, he that by the plough would thrive, himself must either hold or drive. And again, the eye of the master will do more work than both his hands. And again, want of care does us more damage than want of knowledge. And again, not to oversee workmen is to leave them your purse open. Trusting too much to others' care is the ruin of many, for in the affairs of this world men are saved, not by faith, but by the want of it. But a man's own care is profitable, for if you would have a faithful servant, and one that you like, serve yourself. A little neglect may breed great mischief. For want of a nail the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse was lost, and for want of a horse the rider was lost, being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for want of a little care about a horseshoe nail. So much for industry, my friends, and attention to one's own business, but to these we must add frugality, and if we would make our industry more certainly successful, a man may, if he knows not how to save as he gets, keep his nose all his life to the grindstone, and die not worth a groat at last. A fat kitchen makes a lean will, and many estates are spent in the getting, since women for tea forsook spinning and knitting, and men for punch forsook hewing and splitting. If you would be healthy, think of saving as well as of getting. The Indies have not made Spain rich, because her outgoes are greater than her incomes. This doctrine, my friend, is reason and wisdom. But after all, do not depend too much upon your own industry, and frugality, and prudence, though excellent things, for they may all be blasted without the blessing of heaven. And therefore ask that blessing humbly, and be not uncharitable to those that at present seem to want it, but comfort and help them. Remember, Job suffered, and was afterwards prosperous. And now to conclude. Experience keeps a dear school, but fools will learn in no other, as Poor Richard says, and scarce in that, for it is true, we may give advice, but we cannot give conduct. However, remember this, they that will not be counselled cannot be helped, and further that, if you will not hear reason, she will surely rap your knuckles, as Poor Richard says. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Written Documents, Part 1. Written documents give rise to a vast deal of argumentation. Different meanings are attached to letters, to agreements, to wills, and to many other writings. To decide the questions which are thus raised, we must have recourse to reasoning. Sometimes the authenticity of the document is denied. We have then to prove that it was written by the author whose name it bears. And in the case of wills, we have also to prove that the party was of sound mind when he affixed his signature. At other times, the dispute has reference to the meaning of the document. Here, we have to show what was the meaning intended by the author. When there is no doubt about either the authenticity or the meaning, the questions raised will have a reference to the character of those cases to which the terms of the document may be applied. For example, the written law prohibits murder. If, then, one man kills another in a duel, is that murder or only manslaughter? The law prohibits swindling. If, then, a man borrows money knowing that he cannot repay it, is that swindling or is it an ordinary debt? The trials that take place in our civil and criminal courts with a view to ascertain the facts of the case are not reasonings from written documents. The object is merely to prove the facts. The evidence received is either direct or indirect. Direct evidence is the testimony of witnesses, and here reasoning is employed only in regard to the character and credibility of the witnesses. The other kind of evidence is indirect, or as it is called, circumstantial. We have explained this kind of evidence in the section on conditional causes at page 95. When points of law are reserved for the opinions of the judges or cases are argued in banco, the reasonings have a reference to written documents, that is, to the meaning and application of the laws. 1. The statute law. All our statute laws are written documents. They are enacted by the 3 states of the realm, king, lords, and commons. But the laws sometimes require to be explained. The duty of explaining the laws devolves on the judges. But the judges explain only those portions respecting which there is any doubt, and these portions are pointed out to them by the disputes that arise between the citizens. These disputes refer to various points. Sometimes 2 laws appear to contradict one another. In this case, the judges will fix upon the meaning that is supposed to be the most in accordance with the intentions of the legislature, for the judges always pay the legislature the compliment to suppose that it did not intend to enact contradictory laws. In these cases, the principle of reasoning is, as we have already seen, from final cause and effect. Sometimes the question is whether a certain action or a certain class of actions is included within certain phraseology. Here, the reasoning is between genus and species. Often the question is whether laws passed in former times do apply to modern inventions or practices. Here, the reasoning is often by analogy. This mode of reasoning from written documents, so far as it refers to the laws of our country, will perhaps be best explained by a practical illustration. And for this purpose, we shall notice the legal decisions that have taken place with reference to joint stock banking. At the renewal of the Bank of England Charter in the year 1708, a clause was introduced which prohibited any other company consisting of more than 6 persons to borrow, owe, or take up any sum or sums of money on their bills or notes payable on demand, or at a less time than 6 months from the borrowing thereof. This clause, intended to prohibit the issue of notes, was supposed to prevent the formation of any banks consisting of more than 6 persons, even should they not issue notes. But in the year 1833, when the bank charter was about to be again renewed, a doubt arose as to whether this was the meaning of the law. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Althorp, required the opinion of the Attorney and the Solicitor General, who stated that the law did not prohibit the formation of banks having more than 6 partners, provided they did not issue notes. 2 other counsel of equal eminence gave their opinion the other way. To remove all doubts, a clause was ultimately introduced which declared and enacted that such companies might be formed. Here was an instance of the uncertainty of the law being removed, not by an appeal to the judges, by a declaratory enactment. The law having thus sanctioned the establishment of joint stock banks in London, a joint stock bank was formed, and, like other banks in London, accepted bills of exchange drawn by its country connections. but the Bank of England alleged that this was a violation of the above prohibition against borrowing, owing, or taking up money, etc. Here, the reasoning was on the relation of genus and species. The words prohibited a certain class of actions, and the question was whether accepting bills as well as issuing notes was included in the prohibited class. The law decided that it was, and an injunction was obtained in 1837 prohibiting the acceptance of all bills drawn at less than 6 months after date. In the year 1844, an Act of Parliament granted to such banks the same privileges as are exercised by private bankers. The lawyers have always maintained that a strict analogy exists between private partnerships and public companies. The only difference, they contend, is in the number of the partners, and hence the laws passed originally with reference to small partnerships they think ought to be applied to large partnerships. From this cause has arisen much litigation, and many appeals to the government to amend the laws. In the following cases, the appeals have been successful. The law requires that the names of all the partners in a firm that is either plaintiff or defendant in a suit should be placed on the record. When joint stock banks were first allowed in England in 1826, beyond 65 miles from London, they were allowed to sue or be sued in the name of one or two partners who were registered for that purpose at the stamp office. But this privilege was not granted to the banks formed in London. Hence, previous to 1844, those banks were compelled to make a special agreement with every customer, whereby he held himself answerable personally to the trustees for any sum he might become indebted to the bank. It is against the law for any clergyman to be a trader. Several clergymen became shareholders in joint stock banks. It was contended, and successfully, that the clergyman, having become a partner in a trading company, was a trader. The company was therefore illegal, and consequently could neither sue nor be sued in the court of law. An Act of Parliament was obtained to remedy this defect. The Northern and Central Bank at Manchester had occasion to sue for debt some of its own shareholders. No private partnership can sue a member of its own firm. It was held that the same rule held in regard to joint stock banks. The action was lost, but the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Spring Rice, now Lord Monteagle, brought in an Act of Parliament to meet the case. The manager of a joint stock bank at Walsall was tried for robbing the bank of about £7,000. At the trial it was shown that he was a partner in the company. His advocate contended that he was a joint owner of the property, and therefore could not be guilty of robbery. The judge took the same view, and he was acquitted. This evil, too, was amended by a new Act of Parliament. Lord Denman brought in an act for allowing shareholders in joint stock banks and other parties in similar circumstances to be examined as witnesses, Act 86 of the 6th and 7th year of the reign of Victoria. It was enacted that no person should be excluded by reason of incapacity from crime or interest from giving evidence in a court of law. But the act contained a proviso that excluded the plaintiff himself. An action was brought by a public company, and one of the witnesses was a shareholder in the company. The question was raised whether he could be legally examined as a witness. The Court of Exchequer decided that he could not. Thus, a shareholder in a public company was considered to be the same as a partner in a private firm. So far, therefore, as concerns the shareholders in joint stock banks, this proviso annihilated the Act. By the Act to amend the Law of Evidence, Act 99 of the 14th and 15th year of the reign of Victoria, passed in the session of 1851, the proviso in Lord Denman's Act is repealed, and the shareholders in joint stock banks and in all other public companies may be examined as witnesses even in cases where those companies may be either plaintiffs or defendants. End of section 28. Section 29 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Reasoning from Written Documents, Part 2. 2. The Ecclesiastical Law. In ecclesiastical, as well as in civil law, we have to reason from written documents. The ecclesiastical laws have been, for the most part, derived from the authority exercised by the Roman pontiff in the different states and kingdoms of Europe. The decrees and canons of the Church are said to have been adopted in England as early as the 7th century, but the system of laws at present in force depends upon the decretals and constitutions compiled and promulgated under the influence of successive popes at various periods. In England, the authority of the canon law has been at all times much restricted, being considered in many points repugnant to the law of the land, or incompatible with the jurisdiction of the courts of common law. So much of it as has been received has been gradually accommodated by our lawyers to the habits and customs of the country, and the ecclesiastical laws may now be described in the language of our statutes, laws which the people have taken at their free liberty by their own consent, to be used among them, and not as the laws of any foreign prince, potentate, or prelate. Macaulay's Statistical Account of the British Empire. With reference to the questions that may arise in the ecclesiastical courts that call for the exercise of reasoning in regard to written documents, we cannot adduce a better illustration than by referring to the case that has recently excited so much interest between the Bishop of Exeter and the Reverend Mr. Gorham. Our quotations are taken from the decision of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, as reported in the Times of the 9th of March, 1850. We take, however, such portions only as will serve to exemplify the method of interpretation with regard to ecclesiastical law. Gorham versus the Bishop of Exeter. The judgment in this important appeal, which has been looked forward to with so much interest by the public, was pronounced at 2 o'clock yesterday by the Judicial Committee of Privy Council. The members of the committee present were the Marquis of Lansdowne, Lord Campbell, Lord Brougham, Lord Langdale, Dr. Lushington, Mr. Pemberton Leigh, and Sir Edward Ryan. Lord Langdale read the printed judgment of the committee, which was as follows. This is an appeal by the Reverend George Cornelius Gorham against the sentence of the Dean of the Arches Court of Canterbury, in which the Right Reverend the Lord Bishop of Exeter, at the instance of Mr. Gorham, was called upon to show cause why he had refused to institute Mr. Gorham to the vicarage of Bramford Speke. The judge pronounced that the bishop had shown sufficient cause for his refusal, and thereupon dismissed him from all further observance of justice in the premises, and, moreover, condemned Mr. Gorham in costs. From this sentence Mr. Gorham appealed to Her Majesty in Council. The case was referred by Her Majesty to this committee. It has been fully heard before us, and by the direction of Her Majesty, the hearing was attended by my lords of Archbishops of Canterbury and York, and the Bishop of London, who are members of Her Majesty's Privy Council. We have satisfaction in being authorized to state that the most reverend prelates, the Archbishops of Canterbury and of York, after having perused copies of this judgment, have expressed their approbation thereof. The Bishop of London does not concur. The facts, so far as it is necessary to state them, are as follow. Mr. Gorham, being vicar of the Just Inn Penwith in the Diocese of Exeter, on the 2nd of November 1847, was presented by Her Majesty to the Vicarage of Bramford Speke in the same diocese, and soon after applied to the Lord Bishop of Exeter for admission and institution to the vicarage. The bishop on the 13th of November caused Mr. Gorham to be informed that his lordship felt it his duty to ascertain by examination whether Mr. Gorham was sound in doctrine before he should be instituted to the vicarage of Bramford Speke. The examination commenced on the 17th of December and was continued at very great length for 5 days in the same month of December and, after some suspension, for 3 more days in the following month of March. The questions proposed by the bishop related principally to the sacrament of baptism, and were very numerous, much varied in form, embracing many points of difficulty, and often referring to the answers given to previous questions. Mr. Gorham, being refused institution, commenced proceedings in the Arches Court of Canterbury, and at his promotion a monition with intimation issued on the 15th June, 1848, and thereby the bishop was admonished to admit Mr. Gorham to the vicarage, and to institute and invest him therein, or otherwise to appear to show cause why Mr. Gorham should not be admitted and instituted by the official principle of the Arches Court of Canterbury. Adopting this course, the doctrine held by Mr. Gorham appears to us to be this: that baptism is a sacrament generally necessary to salvation, but that the grace of regeneration does not so necessarily accompany the act of baptism, that regeneration invariably takes place in baptism, that the grace may be granted before, in, or after baptism, that baptism is an effectual sign of grace, by which God works invisibly in us, but only in such as worthily receive it. In them alone it has a wholesome effect, and that, without reference to the qualification of the recipient, it is not in itself an effectual sign of grace. That infants baptized and dying before actual sin are certainly saved, but that in no case is regeneration in baptism unconditional. These being, as we collect them, the opinions of Mr. Gorham, the question which we have to decide is, not whether they are theologically sound or unsound, not whether, upon the sum of the doctrines comprised in the opinions, other opinions opposite to them may or may not be held with equal or even greater reason by other learned and pious ministers of the Church, but whether these opinions, now under our consideration, are contrary or repugnant to the doctrines which the Church of England, by its articles, formularies, and rubrics, requires to be held by its ministers, so that upon the ground of those opinions the appellant can lawfully be excluded from the benefice to which he has been presented. This question must be decided by the articles and liturgy, and we must apply to the construction of those books the same rules which have long been established, and are by the law applicable to the construction of all written instruments. We must endeavor to attain for ourselves the true meaning of the language employed, assisted only by the consideration of such external or historical facts as we may find necessary to enable us to understand the subject matter to which the instruments relate, and the meaning of the words employed. In our endeavors to ascertain the true meaning and effect of the articles, formularies, and rubrics, we must by no means intentionally swerve from the old established rules of construction, or depart from the principles which have received the sanction and approbation of the most learned persons in times past, as being on the whole the best calculated to determine the true meaning of the documents to be examined. If these principles are not adhered to, all the rights, both spiritual and temporal, of Her Majesty's subjects would be endangered. If it were supposed that all points of doctrine were decided by the Church of England, the law could not consider any point as left doubtful. The application of the law or of the doctrine of the Church of England to any theological question which arose must be the subject of decision, and the decision would be governed by the construction of the terms in which the doctrine of the Church is expressed, viz., the construction which, on the whole, would seem most likely to be right. But if the case be, as undoubtedly it is, that in the Church of England many points of theological doctrine have not been decided, then the first and great question which arises in such cases as the present is, whether the disputed point is or was meant to be settled at all, or whether it is left open for each member of the Church to decide for himself according to his own conscientious opinion. If there be any doctrine in which the articles are silent or ambiguously expressed so as to be capable of two meanings, we must suppose that it was intended to leave that doctrine to private judgment, unless the rubrics and formularies clearly and distinctly decide it. If they do, we must conclude that the doctrine so decided is the doctrine of the Church. But, on the other hand, if the expressions used in the rubrics and formularies are ambiguous, it is not to be concluded that the Church meant to establish indirectly as a doctrine that which it did not establish directly as such by the articles of faith, the code avowedly made for the avoiding of diversities of opinion, and for the establishing of consent touching true religion. We must proceed, therefore, with the freedom which the administration of the law requires, to examine the articles and the prayer book for the purpose of discovering what it is, if anything, which by the law of England, or the doctrine of the Church of England as by law established, is declared as to the matter now in question, and to ascertain whether the doctrine held by Mr. Gorham, as we understand it to be disclosed in his examination, is directly contrary or repugnant to the doctrine of the Church. On a consideration of the articles, it appears that besides this particular point, there are others which are left undecided. It is not particularly declared what is the distinct meaning and effect of the grace of regeneration, whether it is a change of nature, a change of condition, or a change of the relation subsisting between sinful man and his Creator. And there are other points which may very plainly be open to different considerations in different cases. Upon the points which were left open, differences of opinion could not be avoided, even amongst those who sincerely subscribed to the articles, and that such differences amongst such persons were thought consistent with subscription to the articles, and were not contemplated with disapprobation, appears from a passage in the Royal Declaration, now prefixed to the articles, and which was first added in the reign of King Charles I, long after the articles were finally settled. Though some differences have been ill raised, yet we take comfort in this, that all clergymen within our realm have always most willingly subscribed to the articles established, which is an argument to us that they all agree in the true usual literal meaning of the said articles, and that even in those curious points in which the present differences lie, men of all sorts take the articles of the Church of England to be for them, which is an argument again that none of them intend any desertion of the articles established. If the articles which constitute the code of faith, and from which any differences are prohibited, nevertheless contains expressions which unavoidably admit of different constructions, and members of the Church are left at liberty to draw from the articles different inferences in matters of faith not expressly decided, and upon such points to exercise their private judgments, we may reasonably expect to find such differences of opinion allowable in the interpretation of the devotional services, which were framed not for the purpose of determining points of faith, but of establishing, to use the expression of the Statute of Elizabeth, an uniform order of common prayer, and of the administration of sacraments, rites, and ceremonies of the Church of England. We express no opinion upon the theological accuracy of these opinions, or any of them. The writers whom we have cited are not always consistent with themselves, and other writers of great eminence and worthy of great respect have held and published very different opinions. But the mere fact that such opinions have been propounded and maintained by persons so eminent, and so much respected as well as by very many others, appears to us sufficiently to prove that the liberty which was left by the articles and formularies has been actually enjoyed and exercised by the members and ministers of the Church of England. The case not requiring it, we have abstained from expressing any opinion of our own upon the theological correctness or error of the doctrine of Mr. Gorham, which was discussed before us at such great length and with so much learning. His Honor the Vice-Chancellor Knight Bruce dissents from the opinion we have formed, but all the other members of the Judicial Committee who were present are unanimously agreed in opinion that the doctrine held by Mr. Gorham is not contrary or repugnant to the declared doctrine of the Church of England as by law established, and that Mr. Gorham ought not, by reason of the doctrine held by him, to have been refused admission to the vicarage of Bramford Speke. And we shall, therefore, humbly report to Her Majesty that the sentence pronounced by the learned judge in the Arches Court of Canterbury ought to be reversed, and that it ought to be declared that the Lord Bishop of Exeter has not shown sufficient cause why he did not institute Mr. Gorham to the said vicarage. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Written Documents, Part 3. Third, Bible Landmarks by the Reverend R. Bickersteth, A.M. Quote, "The Apocrypha is not inspired. I gave in the discourse of this morning my reasons for saying so. Its writers do not claim inspiration. The Jews never considered it to be inspired. There is not a single quotation from the Apocrypha in either the Old or the New Testament. It contains statements that are false and contradictory. For example, the Book of Wisdom pretends to have been written by Solomon, and yet the writer, whoever he may have been, quotes many passages from Isaiah and Jeremiah, who did not prophesy till many ages after the time of Solomon. It also represents the Israelites as under subjection to their enemies, whereas during the reign of Solomon they enjoyed the utmost freedom and prosperity. Besides all this, the apocryphal books sanction doctrines that are false and practices that are immoral. Alms, we are therein told, make an atonement for sin, and from the books of the Apocrypha it is easy to defend falsehood, suicide, murder, and the practice of magic. We shrink from the admission of books like these into a position of coordinate authority with the Word of God, and we cannot forbear repeating that while the Church of England does permit the occasional use of certain portions of the Apocrypha in the course of her public services, she has most carefully guarded by her 6th article against the superstition that the apocryphal writings are to rank with inspired compositions or to be ever made the source of appeal to establish any point of doctrine. With reference to the use of tradition, I have shown you, from various quotations of Scripture, the light in which tradition is placed by God's Word. Our Saviour mentioned it, never to approve, but invariably to rebuke its authority. Inspired apostles equally disown it, forasmuch, writes St. Peter, as ye know that ye were not redeemed with corruptible things, as silver and gold, from your vain conversation received by tradition from your fathers. Tradition is therefore condemned by Scripture. Its tendency is invariably represented to be the subversion of truth, the fostering of error, and the perversion of the commandments of God. I look upon the Romish use of tradition, therefore, first as wholly unnecessary. The written word is by itself perfect and all-sufficient. I look upon it secondly as forbidden by the teaching of our Lord and his apostles, and I look upon it thirdly as the prop to error and the bane of godliness." End quote. Bickersteth's Bible Landmarks. Fourth, Different Degrees of Assent, by Dr. Watts. Quote, "There are many things, even in religion as well as in philosophy and civil life, which we believe with very different degrees of assent, and this is or should be always regulated according to the different degrees of evidence which we enjoy, and perhaps there are 1,000 gradations in our assent to the things we believe, because there are thousands of circumstances relating to different questions which increase or diminish the evidence we have concerning them, and that in matters both of reason and revelation. I believe there is a God, and that obedience is due to him from every reasonable creature. This I am most fully assured of, because I have the strongest evidence, since it is the plain dictate both of reason and revelation. Again, I believe there is a future resurrection of the dead, because Scripture tells us so in the plainest terms, though reason says nothing of it. I believe also that the same matter of our bodies which died, in part at least, shall arise, but I am not so fully assured of this circumstance, because the revelation of it is not quite so clear and express. Yet further I believe that the good men who are acquainted here on earth shall know each other in heaven, but my persuasion of it is not absolutely certain, because my assent to it arises only from circumstantial reasoning of men upon what God has told us, and therefore my evidences are not strong beyond a possibility of mistake. What is said before concerning truth or doctrines may be also affirmed concerning duties. The reason of both is the same, as the one are truths for our speculation, the others are truths for our practice. Duties which are expressly required in the plain language of Scripture, or dictated by the most evident reasoning upon first principles, ought to bind our consciences more than those which are but dubiously inferred, and that only from occasional occurrences, incidents, and circumstances. As, for instance, I am certain that I ought to pray to God. My conscience is bound to this, because there are most evident commands for it to be found in Scripture, as well as to be derived from reason. I believe also that I may pray to God either by a written form or without one, because neither reason nor revelation expressly requires either of these modes of prayer at all times, or forbids the other. I cannot therefore bind my conscience to practice the one so as utterly to renounce the other, but I would practice either of them as my reason and other circumstances direct me." End quote. Watts's Improvement of the Mind. Fifth, Literary Characteristics of the Bible, by Dr. McCulloch. Quote, "An ordinary writer who had a new theory of doctrine and duty to propound would probably throw his materials into a systematic form. But the Bible, instead of being a compact and orderly treatise, consists of a series of independent works characterized by the utmost diversity of structure. Instead of presenting the principles of our religion in the form of a system, it sets them before us in a miscellaneous and incidental manner, scattering them here and there from one end to another of a collection of historical, devotional, prophetic, and epistolary compositions. In a systematic work you can refer to the very section where information as to any given doctrine may be found. You cannot do this with the Scriptures. The given doctrine may be detailed more at large in one book or in one chapter than in another, but the whole truth concerning it is not to be found in any single chapter or even in any single book. It is to be discovered only by searching the Scriptures, by comparing Scripture with Scripture, and thus supplementing the partial information of one portion by the fuller information of another. Nay, not so only, but the truth, even when most fully revealed, is generally stated in an indirect and incidental form. I know not that a single instance can be produced of a doctrine announced in the shape of an abstract proposition. The articles of our faith are all exhibited, but they are not propounded in their naked form, as in human creeds and confessions. They are never introduced but in connection with something of a practical nature. If we are taught, for example, the doctrine of the Trinity, we are taught it not in express terms, but indirectly, as in Christ's commission to the apostles. If we are taught the doctrine of the atonement, we are taught it not abstractly as a mere article of faith, but practically as an illustration of the divine love, or as a proof of the malignity of sin, or as an incentive to gratitude and holiness. In short, the Christian doctrines are revealed, not in an insulated form, but obliquely and incidentally, here in a narrative of facts, there in the course of an argument, here as things to be presupposed, there as things to be inferred, now in plain and literal terms, now under the veil of metaphor and allegory, so that in order to ascertain the real amount of the system of theology and morals which the Bible reveals, It is necessary to explore the whole sacred territory, to compare book with book and passage with passage, to collect from each its peculiar contribution, and to collate the whole into one systematic body. The Bible, observe, is not one book, but a collection of 66 different books. It is the production not of one writer, but of 36 different writers, men of every diversity of rank, talent, and mental culture, from the monarch to the gatherer of sycamore fruit, from the accomplished pupil of Gamaliel to the unlettered fisherman of Galilee. It is a work, moreover, not of one age, but of many and distant ages. The opening books date 600 years earlier than any other literary composition extant, while the closing book is a production of the age of the Caesars. The whole is the connected literature of a period not short of 15 centuries. Then how various are the books in kind! Some are histories, some biographies, some poems, some digests of public law, some collections of national proverbs, some epistles to churches, some private letters to friends. Nor are their subjects less diversified than the dates and the authors. Instead of discussing only 1 or 2 points, they discuss 1,000, and these the most profound and perplexing within the whole range of human inquiry, the most unfavourable to unity of sentiment, the most vexed by controversy and debate. Now certainly it could never have been expected beforehand, on any ordinary grounds of probability, that a series of works, open to so many sources of diversity, should exhibit such a thing as uniformity of sentiment, or congruity of design. The analogy of all other instances in the history of literature would have led us to anticipate the utmost diversity of doctrine, no less than of style and execution. Anything like a systematic unity of thought and purpose would have been pronounced impossible. Nevertheless, the perfect doctrinal agreement of the sacred books is one of their most indisputable properties. The Scripture authors, though living in ages very distant from each other and writing under circumstances as dissimilar as can well be imagined, are not only entirely at one on all the subjects which they touch, but undesignedly contribute, each is contingent towards the completion of a magnificent unity." End quote. Macculloch's Literary Characteristics of the Holy Scriptures. 6th, Rules of Interpretation by Robert Robinson. Quote, "Every author proposes some end in writing. This end must needs agree with his general character, peculiar circumstances, etc. To observe this design is no small help towards understanding the biblical writers. On the contrary, to consider the whole Bible as we consider the book of Proverbs, and to ground enormous doctrines on detached sentences, are gross absurdities, manifest abuses of the word of God. Consult good sense, adds Mr. Claude. Very proper advice, for good natural sense will go far in understanding plain primitive Christianity, and indeed will often take a hint from the most common incident on any subject. A friend of mine, disgusted with the common representation of the devil carrying our Saviour in his claws, as a bird of prey carries a dove through the air, and setting him on a pinnacle of the temple, tried Mr. Claude's experiment. He set a sensible little boy to read the 4th of Matthew, and after he had read the 5th verse, "The devil taketh him up into the holy city, and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple," he asked the little gentleman, "How do you think the devil took Jesus Christ, and set him on the pinnacle of the temple?" "Why, sir," replied the little expositor, "as you would take me up to the top of St. Paul's." End quote. Robinson's Notes to Claude. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Errors in Reasoning, Part 1. Section 5. Errors in Reasoning. Quote, "The art of false reasoning is of great antiquity. It is nearly as old as the creation. We learn from the Bible that it was first discovered and successfully made use of by the angel of deceit, when, in the apparent light of reason, he availed himself of the serpent's ingenuity to seduce our first parents from their state of happiness to his own state of misery, from a state of peaceful enjoyment, the natural consequence of obedience to their Creator, to the state of misery, the never-failing result of disobedience. This art is very simple in itself and may easily be acquired by any one who possesses an ordinary share of the actor's talent and is endowed with a persuasive tongue and an unscrupulous conscience. The process, as set forth in the 3rd chapter of the first book of the Bible, is very short and simple. A doubt as to the truth of God's word is first ingeniously suggested. Yea, hath God said, Ye shall surely not eat of every tree of the garden? Then the truth of that word is positively denied. Ye shall not surely die. And lastly, the expediency of acting in opposition to the command of God is adroitly introduced into the argument of the arch-deceiver, namely, the beauty of the fruit, and its virtue to make wise those that partake of it. God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. This kind of reasoning seldom fails to succeed with persons who are themselves unconscious of deceit. If they once begin to palter with the truth, if ever be allowed to insinuate the first doubt of truthfulness of God's word. But to perfect the delusion, the plea in a false argument should not be altogether false. A little truth should be interwoven with it, truth so stated as to constitute a practical lie. In the case just stated, the great deceiver spoke truth when he told the woman that after she had tasted the forbidden fruit, her eyes would be opened to discern both good and evil. So it proved. Hitherto Adam and herself had known only good. Now, to their sorrow, they knew what evil was also. But in these latter days, the art of false reasoning has been greatly elaborated. The short, straightforward process adopted by the inventor of the science would scarcely answer the purposes to which it is now applied. The mischievous result, which was then attained in a day, is now often made the work of years, requiring the support of many positive and reiterated denials of the truth for its completion. Sometimes we see one error established, and the supposed impossibility of uprooting it made the reason for engrafting upon it many others. At other times, a dexterous transposition of the right order of things, inverting the order of cause and effect, or, in other words, putting the cart before the horse, proves a very successful method of thwarting the truth and of preparing the way for the establishment of false conclusions. But when the truth to be opposed is so self-evidently true as to baffle every attempt to find a plausible argument against it, the advocate of error may even then possibly succeed by availing himself of the power of ridicule, the power of which is oftentimes the greater in its effect upon shallow-minded men, in proportion as the truth which it assails is grave and important. This may occasionally be seen when the sacred truths of Scripture are made the subject of profane jokes. Ridicule may, however, be used with great effect in support of the truth, as well as against it, as is evident in the conflict which the prophet Elijah had with the prophets of Baal. It is a powerful weapon for good or evil, just as the object to which it is made subservient is true or false. We may safely assume that no wise man, however clever he may be, will ever think of studying the art of false reasoning with the intention of practicing it. But although no wise man would wish to make use of this delusive art himself, he may find it very useful to be so far acquainted with it as to enable him to see through the ingenuity of those who are disposed to use it, and thus to avail himself of the serpent's wisdom to neutralize its sting. To be very skillful in the practice of this science, it requires the professor to possess several qualifications, natural and acquired, but to guard against its mischievous power, the only qualifications which are essentially necessary are a sound judgment and a sincere love of the truth, and these qualifications are happily within the reach of every honest man, though his sphere may be ever so humble, and his literary acquirements equally small. When it has fallen to the lot of any of these humble disciples of the truth to become its active advocates, they have often accomplished, by a few words judiciously spoken, effects most beneficial to mankind. We are told that the truly great General Washington rarely required so much as 10 minutes to give utterance to the remarks which he had to offer to the American Senate. and it may generally be assumed that where a practiced speaker requires an hour or two to make a speech on a simple question and has the power of charming his hearers for that length of time, there is a great reason for his audience to be on their guard, lest the brilliancy of the orator should conceal some duplicity in his argument. But wherever this duplicity does exist, the more any one is acquainted with the devices of the false reasoner, the better able he will of course be to detect and expose the cloven foot, which, even in these days, may sometimes be found under a garment of light. End quote. The art of false reasoning exemplified. The different kinds of false reasons are called sophisms or fallacies. We shall take our description of these fallacies chiefly from Dr. Watts, but classified according to our own arrangement of the principles of reasoning. False reasons may assume any of the following forms. First, fallacies arising from not understanding the question. See page 24. 1. Proving a different question from that in dispute. Quote, the first sort of sophism is called ignoratio elenchi, or a mistake of the question. That is, when something else is proved which has neither any necessary connection or consistency with the thing inquired, and consequently gives no determination to the inquiry, though it may seem at first sight to determine the question. As, if any should conclude that St. Paul was not born a native Jew, by proving that he was born a Roman, or if they should pretend to determine that he was neither Roman nor Jew, by proving that he was born at Tarsus in Cilicia. These sophisms are refuted by showing that all these three may be true, for he was born of Jewish parents in the city of Tarsus, and by some peculiar privilege granted to his parents or his native city, he was born a denizen of Rome. Thus, there is neither of these three characteristics of the apostle inconsistent with each other, and therefore the proving of one of them true does not refute the others. End quote. Watts' logic. 2. Assuming as true the question in dispute. Quote, the next sophism is called pattitio principii, or a supposition of what is not granted. That is, when any proposition is proved by the same proposition in other words, or by something that is equally uncertain and disputed. As if any one undertake to prove that the human soul is extended through all parts of the body because it resides in every member, which is but the same thing in other words. Or as if a papist should pretend to prove that his religion is the only Catholic religion, and is derived from Christ and his apostles because it agrees with the doctrine of all the fathers of the Church, all the holy martyrs, and all the Christian world throughout all the ages. Whereas this is the great point in contrast, whether their religion does agree with that of all the ancients and the primitive Christians, or no. That sort of fallacy, which is called a circle, is very near akin to the pattitio principii, as when one of the premises in a syllogism is questioned and opposed, and we intend to prove it by the conclusion, or when in a train of syllogisms we prove the last by recurring to what was the conclusion of the first. The papists are famous at this sort of fallacy, when they prove the Scripture to be the Word of God by the authority or infallible testimony of their church. And when they are called to show the infallible authority of their church, they pretend to prove it by the Scripture. End quote, ibid. 3. Abusing the ambiguity of words, which may be done in different ways. Quote, the next sort of sophisms arises from our abuse of the ambiguity of words, which is the largest and most extensive kind of fallacy, and indeed several of the other fallacies might be reduced to this head. When the words or phrases are plainly equivocal, they are called sophisms of equivocation, as if we should argue thus: he that sends a book into the light desires it to be read. He that throws a book into the fire sends it into the light. Therefore he that throws a book into the fire desires it to be read. This sophism, as well as the foregoing, and all of the like nature, are solved by showing the different senses of the words, terms, or phrases. Here, light, in the major proposition, signifies the public view of the world. In the minor, it signifies the brightness of flame and fire. And therefore, the syllogism has 4 terms, or rather it has no middle term, and proves nothing. But where such gross equivocations and ambiguities appear in arguments, there is little danger of imposing upon ourselves or others. The greatest danger, and which we are perpetually exposed to in reasoning, is where the 2 senses or significations of one term are near akin and not plainly distinguished, and yet they are sufficiently different in their sense to lead us into great mistakes if we are not watchful. And indeed, the greatest part of controversies in the sacred or civil life arise from the different senses that are put upon words and the different ideas which are included in them. End quote, Ibid. Second, fallacies connected with the relation of subject and attribute. See page 31. 1. Judging of a thing by that which only belongs to it accidentally. Quote, the next is called fallacia accidentis, or a sophism, wherein we pronounce concerning the nature and essential properties of any subject according to something which is merely accidental to it. This is akin to the former, and is also very frequent in human life. So, if opium or the Peruvian bark has been used imprudently or unsuccessfully, whereby the patient has received injury, some weaker people absolutely pronounce against the use of the bark or opium upon all occasions whatsoever, and are ready to call them poison. So, wine has been the accidental occasion of drunkenness and quarrels. Learning and printing may have been the accidental cause of sedition in a state. The reading of the Bible, by accident, has been abused to promote heresies or destructive errors. And for these reasons they have all been pronounced evil things. Muhammad forbade his followers the use of wine. The Turks discourage learning in their dominions, and the Papists forbid the Scripture to be read by the laity. But how very unreasonable are these inferences and these prohibitions which are built upon them. End quote, Ibid. 2. Passing from what is true in some respects to what is true absolutely. Quote, the next sophism borders on the former, and that is when we argue from that which is true in particular circumstances to prove the same thing true absolutely, simply, and abstracted from all circumstances. This is called in the schools a sophism. Ad dicto secundum quid, ad dictum simpliciter. As, that which is bought in the shambles is eaten for dinner. Raw meat is bought in the shambles. Therefore, raw meat is eaten for dinner. Or thus, Livy writes fables and improbabilities when he describes prodigies and omens. Therefore, Livy's Roman history is never to be believed in anything. Or thus, there may be some mistakes of transcribers in some part of Scripture. Therefore, Scripture alone is not a safe guide for our faith. This sort of sophism has its reverse also, as when we argue from that which is true simply and absolutely to prove the same thing true in all particular circumstances whatsoever, as if a traitor should argue from the 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill a man, to prove that he himself ought not to be hanged, or if a madman should tell me, I ought not to withhold his sword from him, because no man ought to withhold the property of another. These 2 last species of sophisms are easily solved by showing the difference betwixt things in their absolute nature and the same things surrounded with peculiar circumstances, and considered in regard to special times, places, persons, and occasions, or by showing the difference between a moral and a metaphysical universality, and that the proposition will hold good in one case, but not in the other. End quote, Ibid. 3. The 2 errors in reasoning to which scholastic logicians give the names of undistributed middle and illicit process may be classed under this head. The undistributed middle is when we argue that because two things have a common attribute, therefore they are the same thing. As gold is yellow and saffron is yellow, therefore saffron is gold. The illicit process is when, because two things are not the same thing, we infer they have not a common attribute. As gold is yellow, saffron is not gold, therefore saffron is not yellow. Footnote. Mr. Bailey thinks these fallacies, when clearly stated, are too absurd to be committed, and that the technical rules for their discovery are intricate and unnecessary. See Theory of Reasoning, pages 139, 148, 150. The rules given by Mr. Bailey in these cases are: 1. The possession of one quality or one set of qualities in common with a given class does not of itself prove the possessors to belong to the class. 2. Your not belonging to a given class is no proof that you do not possess any quality in common with the class. End footnote. See page 32. We sometimes meet with fallacies of this description in the controversy respecting religious education. Thus, religion produces morality, education produces morality, therefore education is religion. And, on the other side, religion produces morality, education is not religion, therefore education does not produce morality. Third, fallacies connected with the relation of a whole and its parts. See page 45. Passing from a divided sense to a connected sense, or from a connected sense to a divided sense. Quote, the sophisms of composition and division come next to be mentioned. The sophism of composition is when we infer anything concerning ideas in a compounded sense which is only true in a divided sense. And when it is said in the Gospel that Christ made the blind to see and the deaf to hear and the lame to walk, we ought not to infer hence that Christ performed contradictions. But those who were blind before were made to see, and those who were deaf before were made to hear, etc. So, when the Scripture assures us the worst of sinners may be saved, it signifies only that they who have been the worst of sinners may repent and be saved, not that they shall be saved in their sins. Or, if anyone should argue thus, 2 and 3 are even and odd, 5 are 2 and 3, therefore 5 are even and odd. Here that is very falsely inferred concerning 2 and 3 in union, which is only true of them divided. The sophism of division is when we infer the same thing concerning ideas in a divided sense, which is only true in a compounded sense. As, if we should pretend to prove that every soldier in the Grecian army put an 100,000 Persians to flight because the Grecian soldiers did so, or if a man should argue thus, 5 is one number, 2 and 3 are 5, therefore 2 and 3 are one number. End quote, Ibid. End of section 31, read by Andrea Dace, Norfolk, Virginia, 2025. Section 32 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Errors in Reasoning, Part 2, 4th. Fallacies connected with the relation of genus and species. See page 53. 1. Misapplication of general principles. Quote, a third example is the opposition sometimes made to legitimate interferences of government in the economical affairs of society, grounded upon a misapplication of the maxim that an individual is a better judge than the government of what is for his own pecuniary interest. This objection was urged to Mr. Wakefield's system of colonization, one of the greatest practical improvements in public affairs which have been made in our time. Mr. Wakefield's principle, as most people are now aware, is the artificial concentration of the settlers, by fixing such a price upon unoccupied land as may preserve the most desirable proportion between the quantity of land in culture and the laboring population. Against this, it was argued that if individuals found it for their advantage to occupy extensive tracts of land, they, being better judges of their own interest than the legislature, which can only proceed on general rules, ought not to be restrained from doing so. But in this argument it was forgotten that the fact that of a man's taking a large tract of land is evidence only that it is in his interest to take as much as other people, but not that it might not be for his interest to content himself with less, if he could be assured that other people would do so too, an assurance which nothing but a government regulation can give. If all other people took much and he only a little, he would reap none of the advantages derived from the concentration of the population and the consequent possibility of procuring labor for hire, but would have placed himself, without equivalent, in a situation of voluntary inferiority. The proposition, therefore, that the quantity of land which people will take when left to themselves is that which it is most for their interest to take, is true only secundum quid. It is only their interest while they have no guarantee for the conduct of one another. But the argument disregards the limitation and takes the proposition for true simpliciter. Under the same head of fallacy, ad dicto secundum quid, ad dictum simpliciter, might be placed all the errors which are vulgarly called misapplications of abstract truths, that is, where a principle, true as the common expression is in the abstract, that is, all modifying causes being supposedly absent, is reasoned upon as if it were true absolutely, and no modifying circumstances could ever by possibility exist. End quote. Mill's Logic. 2. Reasoning from loose definitions. Quote, those who are familiar with the writings of Madame de Staël know how constantly it was the practice of that acute and plausible writer to have recourse to what may be called the fallacy of definition, which consists in giving an arbitrary meaning to some well-known expression sufficiently large to include or sufficiently narrow to exclude the subject under discussion. Never was this fallacy more adroitly employed than in the very able and ingenious speech of Mr. Rondell Palmer in Friday night's debate, a speech the very ability and ingenuity of which render it peculiarly satisfactory to those who, like ourselves, entertain the opposite opinion, because we feel that few are likely to succeed where so adroit an advocate has failed. The familiar term which Mr. Palmer sought unduly to extend by definition is religious liberty. End quote. Times, March 17, 1851. Fifth, fallacies connected with the relation of cause and effect, whether the cause be physical, moral, conditional, or final. See pages 71, 80, 95, 109. Taking for a cause that which is not a cause. The next kind of sophism is called non causa pro causa, or the assignation of a false cause. This the peripatetic philosophers were guilty of continually when they told us that certain beings, which they called substantial forms, were the springs of color, motion, vegetation, and the various operations of natural beings in the animate and inanimate world, when they inform us that nature was terribly afraid of a vacuum, and that this was the cause why the water would not fall out of a long tube if it was turned upside down. The moderns, as well as the ancients, fall often into this fallacy when they positively assign the reasons of natural appearances without sufficient experiments to prove them. Astrologers are overrun with this sort of fallacies, and they cheat the people grossly by pretending to tell fortunes and to deduce the cause of the various occurrences in the lives of men from the various positions of the stars and planets, which they call aspects. When comets and eclipses of the sun and moon are construed to signify the fate of princes, the revolution of states, famine, wars, and calamities of all kinds, it is a fallacy that belongs to this rank of sophisms. There's scarce anything more common in human life than this sort of deceitful argument. If any two accidental events happen to concur, one is presently made the cause of the other. If Titus wronged his neighbor of a guinea, and in 6 months after he fell down and broke his leg, weak men will impute it to the divine vengeance on Titus for his former injustice. This sophism was found also in the early days of the world, for when holy Job was surrounded with uncommon miseries, his own friends inferred that he was a most heinous criminal, and charged him with aggravated guilt as the cause of his calamities. Though God himself, by a voice from heaven, solved this uncharitable sophism, and cleared his servant Job of that charge. How frequent it is among men to impute crimes to wrong persons. We too often charge that upon the wicked contrivance and premeditated malice of a neighbor, which arose merely from ignorance or from an unguarded temper. And on the other hand, when we have a mind to excuse ourselves, we practice the same sophism, and charge that upon our inadvertence or our ignorance, which perhaps was design wickedness. What is really done by a necessity of circumstances, we sometimes impute to choice, and again, we charge that upon necessity, which was really desired and chosen. Sometimes a person acts out of judgment in opposition to his inclination. Another person perhaps acts the same thing out of inclination and against his judgment. It is hard for us to determine with assurance what are the inward springs and secret causes of every man's conduct, and therefore we should be cautious and slow in passing a judgment where the case is not exceedingly evident. And if we should mistake, let it rather be on the charitable than on the censorious side. End quote. Watt's Logic. Quote, "And when Paul had gathered a bundle of sticks and laid them on the fire, there came a viper out of the heat and fastened on his hand. And when the barbarians saw the venomous beast hang on his hand, they said among themselves, No doubt this man is a murderer, whom, though he hath escaped the sea, yet vengeance suffereth not to live. And he shook off the beast into the fire, and felt no harm. Howbeit they looked when he should have swollen or fallen down dead suddenly. But after they had looked a great while, and saw no harm come to him, they changed their minds, and said that he was a god." End quote. Acts 28, 3-6. See also Jeremiah 44, 15-18. Sixth, fallacies connected with reasoning from examples. See page 127. Drawing a general conclusion from a defective induction. Quote, "There is, after all these, another sort of sophism, which is wont to be called an imperfect enumeration or a false induction, when from a few experiments or observations men infer general theorems and universal propositions." End quote. Watt's Logic. Quote, "Nevio in his youth observed that on 3 Christmas days together there fell a good quantity of snow, and now hath writ it down in his almanac as part of his wise remarks on the weather, that it will always snow at Christmas. Euron, a young lad, took notice 10 times that there was a sharp frost when the wind was in the northeast. Therefore, in the middle of last July, he almost expected it should freeze, because the weathercocks showed him a northeast wind. And he was still more disappointed when he found it a very sultry season. It is the same hasty judgment that hath thrown scandal on a whole nation for the sake of some culpable characters belonging to several particular natives of that country, whereas all the Frenchmen are not gay and airy, All the Italians are not jealous and revengeful, nor all the English overrun with the spleen. End quote. Watts on the Improvement of the Mind. Quote, I have already said that the mode of simple enumeration is still the common and received method of induction in whatever relates to man and society. Of this, a very few instances, more by way of memento than of instruction, may suffice. What, for example, is to be thought of all the common sense maxims for which the following may serve as the universal formula? Whatsoever has never been will never be. As, for example, Negroes have never been as civilized as whites sometimes are, therefore it is impossible they should be so. Women, as a class, have not hitherto equaled men as a class in intellectual energy and comprehensiveness, therefore they are necessarily inferior. Society cannot prosper without this or the other institution. For example, in Aristotle's time, without slavery; in later times, without an established priesthood, without artificial distinctions of ranks, etc. One working man in 1,000 educated, while the 999 remain uneducated, has usually aimed at raising himself out of his class. Therefore, education makes people dissatisfied with their condition in life. Bookish men, taken from speculative pursuits and set to work on something they know nothing about, have generally been found or thought to do it ill. Therefore, philosophers are unfit for business, etc., etc. All these are inductions by simple enumeration. End quote. Mill's Logic. 7th, fallacies connected with the relation of analogy, comparison, and contrast. See page 143. Quote, but this is only one of the modes of error in the employment of arguments of analogy. There is another, more properly deserving the name of fallacy, namely, when the resemblance in one point is inferred from resemblance in another point, although there is not only no evidence to connect the two circumstances by way of causation, but the evidence tends positively to disconnect them. This is properly the fallacy of false analogies. As a first instance, we may cite that favorite argument in defense of absolute power drawn from the analogy of paternal government in a family, which government is not, and by universal admission ought not to be, controlled by, though it sometimes ought to be controlled for, the children. Paternal government in a family works well. Therefore, says the argument, despotic government in a state will work well, implying that the beneficial working of parental government depends, in the family, upon the only point which it has in common with political despotism, namely, irresponsibility. Whereas it does not depend on that, but upon two other attributes of parental government, the affectation of the parent for the children, and the superiority of the parent in wisdom and experience, neither of which properties can be reckoned upon or are at all likely to exist between a political despot and his subjects. And when either of these circumstances fails, even in the family, and the influence of the irresponsibility is allowed to work uncorrected, the result is anything but good government. This, therefore, is a false analogy. Another example is the not uncommon dictum that bodies politic have youth, maturity, old age, and death, like bodies natural, that after a certain duration of prosperity, they tend spontaneously to decay. This is also a false analogy, because the decay of the vital powers in an animated body can be distinctly traced to the natural progress of those very changes of structure which, in their earlier stages, constitute its growth to maturity, while in the body politic the progress of those changes cannot, generally speaking, have any effect but the still further continuance of growth. It is the stoppage of that progress and the commencement of retrogression that alone would constitute decay. Bodies politic die, but it is of disease or violent death. They have no old age. End quote. Mill's logic. 8th, fallacies connected with reasoning from parables, fables, and proverbs. See page 166. A similitude or parable, quote, should not be false in itself, as in this case the mind revolts not only against the thing itself, but against the conclusion drawn from it. On this rule I shall take the liberty of making the following observations. Several of the ancients illustrated and endeavored to prove the truth and certainty of the resurrection by the history of the phoenix, a bird supposed to be produced in Arabia once in 100 years, there never being more than one at a time. It is reported that, when this bird finds its end approaching, it builds itself a nest of the most fragrant spices and aromatic plants, which, being set on fire by the rays of the sun, the bird is consumed in it. But from its ashes a worm or grub is formed, out of which another phoenix, in the process of time, arises. Others say that it dies in the nest, and a grub is formed out of the marrow of its bones. Both these relations are equally true. Herodotus, Dion Cassius, Tacitus, and Pliny mention this fabulous animal, and I have met with this account seriously produced by Clemens Alexandrinus and other Christian fathers to prove the resurrection of the body. Now it is well known no such bird ever did or ever could exist, that the supposed fact is impossible, and that the conclusion drawn from it is not only not solid and convincing, but absurd, because the premises are all false. End quote. Dr. Adam Clark's Commentary on the Bible, Matthew 13. See also Ezekiel 18, 1 through 4, Luke 4, 23 through 27. 9th, fallacies connected with reasonings from written documents. See page 184. 1. Forced interpretation. Quote, next winter, a player hired for the purpose by the Corporation of Fringe Makers acted his part in a new comedy, all covered with silver fringe, and according to that laudable custom gave rise to that fashion. Upon which the brothers, consulting their father's will, to their great astonishment found these words, Item, I charge and command my said 3 sons to wear no sort of silver fringe upon or about their said coats, etc., with a penalty in case of disobedience too long here to insert. However, after some pause, the brother so often mentioned for his erudition, who was well skilled in criticisms, had found in a certain author, which he said should be nameless, that the same word which in the will is called fringe does also signify a broomstick, and doubtless ought to have the same interpretation in this paragraph. This another of the brothers disliked, because of that epithet, silver, which could not, he humbly conceived, in propriety of speech be reasonably applied to a broomstick. But it was replied upon him that this epithet was understood in a mythological and allegorical sense. However, he objected again why their father should forbid them to wear a broomstick on their coats, a caution that seemed unnatural and impertinent, upon which he was taken up short, as one that spoke irreverently of a mystery, which doubtless was very useful and significant, but ought not to be over-curiously pried into or nicely reasoned upon. And in short, their father's authority being now considerably sunk, this expedient was allowed to serve as a lawful dispensation for wearing their full proportion of silver fringe. End quote. Dean Swift's Tale of a Tub. 2. Verbal quibbling. Quote, Dr. Franklin had no taste for verbal criticism. On one occasion, when the Senate of Pennsylvania were engaged in a long discussion upon the wording of a resolution, he retired to one of the back seats and engaged in conversation with a friend on this subject. He said, "When I was a journeyman printer, a young tradesman named John Owen, who was about to set up his business as a rope maker, came into the printing office and asked us what writing he should place over his shop window. The foreman immediately wrote on a board, 'John Owen, rope maker, makes and sells ropes with a coil of rope at the end.' One man objected to the word rope maker as superfluous, for if he made ropes, he was certainly a rope maker. This word was accordingly struck out. Another objected to makes. He said, 'Your workmen make the ropes, not you, and if you sell good ropes, people won't care whether you make them or not.' The sentence then stood, 'John Owen sells ropes.'" "John Owen sells ropes!" exclaimed another. "Why, who would suppose that you intended to give them away? What do you open a shop for but to sell them?" The word sells was then struck out, and ropes followed, of course. Nothing then remained but John Owen and a coil of rope. End quotes, anonymous. End of section 32, read by Andrea Dace, Norfolk, Virginia, 2025. Section 33 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Errors in Reasoning, Part 3, 10th. Miscellaneous Fallacies. 1. Historical Evidence. Napoleon Bonaparte. Quote, "I suppose it will not be denied that the three following are among the most important points to be ascertained in deciding on the credibility of witnesses. First, whether they have the means of gaining correct information. Secondly, whether they have any interest in concealing truth or propagating falsehood. And thirdly, whether they agree in their testimony. Let us examine the present witnesses upon all these points. First, what means have the editors of newspapers for gaining correct information? We know not, except from their own statements. Besides what is copied from other journals, foreign or British, which is usually more than 3/4 of the news published, they profess to refer to the authority of certain private correspondents abroad. Who these correspondents are, what means they have of obtaining information, or whether they exist at all, we have no way of ascertaining. We find ourselves in the condition of the Hindus, who are told by their priests that the earth stands on an elephant, and the elephant on a tortoise, but are left to find out for themselves what the tortoise stands on, or whether it stands on anything at all. So much for our clear knowledge of the means of information possessed by these witnesses. Next, for the grounds on which we are to calculate on their veracity. Have they not a manifest interest in circulating the wonderful accounts of Napoleon Bonaparte and his achievements, whether true or false? Few would read newspapers if they did not sometimes find wonderful or important news in them. And we may safely say that no subject was ever found so inexhaustibly interesting as the present. Still, it will be said that unless we suppose a regularly preconcerted plan, we must at least expect to find great discrepancies in the accounts published. Though they might adopt the general outline of facts one from another, they would have to fill up the detail for themselves, and in this, therefore, we should meet with infinite and irreconcilable variety. Now this is precisely the point I am tending to, for the fact exactly accords with the above supposition. The discordance and mutual contradictions of these witnesses being such as would alone throw a considerable shade of doubt over their testimony. It is not in minute circumstances alone that the discrepancy appears, such as might be expected to appear in a narrative substantially true, but in the very great and leading transactions, and such as are very intimately connected with the supposed hero. For instance, it is by no means agreed whether Bonaparte led in person the celebrated charge over the bridge of Lodi. For celebrated it certainly is, as well as the siege of Troy, whether either event ever really took place or no, or was safe in the rear, while Algeria performed the exploit. The same doubt hangs over the charge of the French cavalry at Waterloo. The peasant, Lacoste, who professed to have been Bonaparte's guide on the day of battle, and who earned a fortune by detailing over and over again to visitors all the particulars of what the great man said and did up to the moment of flight. This same Lacoste has been suspected by others besides me of having never even been near the great man, and having fabricated the whole story for the sake of making a gain of the credulity of travelers. It appears, then, that those on whose testimony the existence and actions of Bonaparte are generally believed fail in all the most essential points on which the credibility of witnesses depends. First, we have no assurance that they have access to correct information. Secondly, they have an apparent interest in propagating falsehood. And thirdly, they palpably contradict each other in the most important points. But what shall we say to the testimony of those many respectable persons who went to Plymouth on purpose and saw Bonaparte with their own eyes? Must they not trust their senses? I would not disparage either the eyesight or the veracity of these gentlemen. I am ready to allow that they went to Plymouth for the purpose of seeing Bonaparte, nay, more, that they actually rowed out into the harbor in a boat and came alongside a man of war on whose deck they saw a man in a cocked hat, who, they were told, was Bonaparte. This is the utmost point to which their testimony goes. How they ascertained that this man in the cocked hat had gone through all the marvelous and romantic adventures with which we have so long been amused, we are not told. There is one more circumstance which I cannot forbear mentioning, because it so much adds to the air of fiction which pervades every part of this marvelous tale, and that is the nationality of it. Bonaparte prevailed over all the hostile states in turn except England. In the zenith of his power, his fleets were swept from the sea by England. His troops always defeat an equal and frequently even a superior number of those of any other nation except the English. And with them it is just the reverse. Twice, and twice only, he is personally engaged against an English commander, and both times he is totally defeated, at Acre and at Waterloo. And to crown all, England finally crushes this tremendous power which had so long kept the continent in subjection or in alarm, and to the English he surrenders himself prisoner. Thoroughly national, to be sure. It may be all very true, but I would only ask, if a story had been fabricated for the express purpose of amusing the English nation, could it have been contrived more ingeniously? End quote. Historic Doubts Relative to Napoleon Bonaparte. See page 164. Time-serving in religion. Quote, by Enns. My brethren, we are, as you see, going all on pilgrimage, and for our better diversion from things that are bad, give me leave to propound unto you this question. Suppose a man, a minister or a tradesman, etc., should have an advantage lie before him to get the good blessings of this life, yet so as that he can by no means come by them, except, in appearance at least, he becomes extraordinary zealous in some points of religion that he meddled not with before. May he not use this means to attain his end, and yet be a right honest man? Money love. I see the bottom of your question, and with these gentlemen's good leave, I will endeavor to shape you an answer. And first, to speak to your question, as it concerneth a minister himself, suppose a minister, a worthy man, possessed but of a very small benefice, and has in his eye a greater, more fat and plump by far. He has also now an opportunity of getting it, yet so as by being more studious, by preaching more frequently and zealously, and because the temper of the people requires it, by altering some of his principles. For my part, I see no reason why a man may not do this, provided he has a call, and more, a great deal besides, and yet be an honest man. For why? 1. His desire of a greater benefice is lawful. This cannot be contradicted, since it is set before him by providence. So then he may get it, if he can, making no question for conscience' sake. 2. Besides, his desire after that benefice makes him more studious, a more zealous preacher, etc., and so makes him a better man, yea, makes him better improve his parts, which is according to the mind of God. 3. Now, as for his complying with the temper of his people, by deserting to serve them some of his principles, this argueth, 1, that he is of a self-denying temper, 2, of a sweet and winning deportment, and 3, so more fit for the ministerial function. 4. I conclude, then, that a minister that changes a small for a great should not, for doing so, be judged as covetous, but rather, since he is improved in his parts and industry hereby, be counted as one that pursues his call and the opportunity to put his hand to do good. And now to the second part of the question, which concerns the tradesmen you mention. Suppose such a one to have but a poor employ in the world, but by becoming religious he may mend his market, perhaps get a rich wife, or more and far better customers to his shop. For my part, I see no reason this may be lawfully done. For why? 1. To become religious is a virtue, by what means soever a man becomes so. 2. Nor is it unlawful to get a rich wife, or more custom to my shop. 3. Besides, the man that gets these by becoming religious gets that which is good of them that are good, and by becoming good himself. So then, there is a good wife, and good customers, and good gain, and all these by becoming religious, which is good. Therefore, to become religious, to get all these, is a good and profitable design. End quote. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. 3. Mental reservation. Quote, verity and falsity being properties of an enunciative speech, as Aristotle teacheth us, that is, of that speech either conceived only in the mind, or uttered by words or writing, by which we affirm or deny anything, which we call a proposition. That we may better discern this verity and falsity, we must needs consider the variety of propositions. And we may say with the logicians that there be 4 kinds of propositions. The first is a mental proposition, only conceived in the mind, and not uttered by any exterior signification. As when I think with myself these words, God is not unjust. The second is a vocal proposition, as when I utter those words with my mouth. The third is a written proposition, as if I should set the same down in writing. The last of all is a mixed proposition, when we mingle some of these propositions or parts of them together, as in our purpose, when being demanded whether John at Stile be in such a place, I, knowing that he is there indeed, do say, nevertheless, I know not, reserving or understanding within myself these other words, to the end for to tell you. Here is a mixed proposition containing all of this. I know not, to the end for to tell you. And yet part of it is expressed, part reserved in the mind. Our Savior said to his disciples that he himself knew not the day of judgment, but his Father only, which by consent of the Holy Fathers is to be understood that he knew it not for to utter it, although they were never so desirous to know it, whereas his Father, knowing it, had uttered it unto him as a man. For otherwise we know that St. Peter truly said, O Lord, thou knowest all things, And St. Paul affirmeth that in Christ were hidden all the treasures of the wisdom and knowledge of God, so that it is a Catholic verity that he knew the day and hour of his dreadful judgment, notwithstanding this equivocal sentence, wherein he seemeth to deny that he had any such knowledge. Besides these kinds of propositions, which we have hitherto defended not to be lies, although by them always some truth is concealed, there be some other ways whereby, without a lie, a truth may be covered, which I will briefly set down. 1. First, we may use some equivocal word which hath many significations, and we understand it in one sense, which is true, although the hearer conceive the other, which is false. So did Abraham and Isaac say that their wives were their sisters, which was not true as the hearers understood it, or in the proper meaning, whereby a sister signifieth one born of the same father or mother, or both, but in a general signification, whereby a brother or sister signifieth one near of kindred, as Abraham called Lot his brother, who was but his brother's son, and our Lord is said to have had brothers and sisters, whereas properly he had neither. The like unto this were if one should be asked whether such a stranger lodgeth in my house, and I should answer, He lieth not in my house, meaning that he doth not tell a lie there, although he lodged there. 2. Secondly, when unto one question may be given many answers, we may yield one and conceal the other. So Samuel, being commanded by God to go to Bethlehem, to anoint David king, said unto God, How shall I go? For Saul will hear of it and kill me. And our Lord said, Thou shalt take a calf out of the herd, and shalt say, I come to do sacrifice to our Lord. And Samuel did as our Lord said unto him, and came unto Bethlehem. But when the ancients of the city, wondering thereat, met him, and said, Is thy coming peaceable? Who answered, It is peaceable. I am come to do sacrifice unto our Lord. Here Samuel uttered the secondary cause of his coming, and warily dissembled the principal, which, notwithstanding, they principally intended to know, and by this answer were put out of suspicion thereof. So it may happen that one coming to a place to hear Mass may answer them who ask the cause of his coming, that he came to dinner or to visit some person who was there, or with some other true alleged cause satisfy the demanders. 3. Thirdly, the whole sentence which we pronounce, or some word thereof, or the manner of pointing or dividing the sentence, may be ambiguous, and we may speak it in one sense true for our own advantage. So it was recorded of St. Francis that being asked of one who was sought for to death, whether he came not that way, he answered, putting his hand into his sleeve, or, as some say, into his ear, He came not this way. 4. To these 3 ways of concealing a truth by words, if we add the other of which we spoke of before, that is, when we utter certain words, of which of themselves may engender a false conceit in the mind of the hearers, and yet with somewhat which we understand and reserve in our minds, maketh a true proposition, then we shall have 4 ways how to conceal a truth without making of a lie. End quote. A treatise on equivocation. End of section 33. Read by Andrea Dace, Norfolk, Virginia, 2025.
Section 34 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Descriptive Reasoning, Part 1. I must tell you what I mean by descriptive reasoning. I mean a description which forms part of a piece of reasoning. I told you at the commencement of my book that any fact in history or any object in nature might become the subject of an argument. Now then, if we describe an object with a view to reason about it, I call that descriptive reasoning. For example, were a lecturer on anatomy to describe the eye, with the view of showing its construction to his pupils, that would be a description, and nothing more. Were a theologian to describe the eye in order to show that it must have had an intelligent author, then the description would become a piece of descriptive reasoning. Archdeacon Paley has done this. Observe a newborn child first lifting up its eyelids. What does the opening of the curtain discover? The anterior part of two pellucid globes which, when they come to be examined, are found to be constructed upon strict optical principles, the self-same principles upon which we ourselves construct optical instruments. We find them perfect for the purpose of forming an image by refraction, composed of parts executing different offices, one part having fulfilled its office upon the pencil of light, delivering it over to the action of another part, that to a third, and so onward, the progressive action depending for its success upon the nicest and minutest adjustment of the parts concerned. Yet these parts so in fact adjusted as to produce, not by a simple action or effect, but by a combination of actions and effects, the result which is ultimately wanted. And forasmuch as this organ would have to operate under different circumstances, with strong degrees of light and with weak degrees, upon near objects and upon remote ones, and these differences demanded, according to the laws by which the transmission of light is regulated, a corresponding diversity of structure, that the aperture, for example, through which the light passes, should be larger or less, the lens rounder or flatter, or that their distance from the tablet upon which the picture is delineated should be shortened or lengthened. This, I say, being the case, and the difficulty to which the eye was to be adapted, we find its several parts capable of being occasionally changed, and a most artificial apparatus provided to produce that change. Paley's Natural Theology. In all our reasonings, great use is made of description. When a member of Parliament proposes a new law, he commences with describing the present state of the law, shows what improvement is necessary, and then proposes his remedy. A barrister opens his address to the jury by a statement of the case. This statement is descriptive, and descriptions of past events and of good and bad characters form a large portion of the addresses from the pulpit. In long speeches generally, there is often much minute detail, and reporters who cut down these speeches for the newspapers usually shorten or omit the descriptions. The reasoning process by which the description is connected with the point to be proved may exist only in the mind, or it may be expressed in a subsequent stage of the argument. 1. A description is a statement of the particular circumstances by which persons, places, and objects are distinguished from other persons, places, and objects. The description of a person sometimes refers only to his figure and countenance. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favoured. Joseph was a goodly person and well-favoured. In all Israel there was none to be so much praised as Absalom for his beauty. From the sole of his foot even to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him. The stature of William the Conqueror was tall, and the composition of his bones and muscles uncommonly strong. The exterior of Henry V, as well as his deportment, was engaging. His stature was somewhat above the middle size, his countenance beautiful, his limbs genteel and slender, but full of vigour. Descriptions of a person sometimes refer only to appearance, manners, or habits. And he said unto them, What manner of man was he which came up to meet you, and told you these words? And they answered him, He was an hairy man, and girt with a girdle of leather about his loins. And he said, It is Elijah the Tishbite. 2 Kings 1:7-8. The poet Southey, in December 1823, went to hear Mr. Hill preach, who, at that date, must have been 79 years of age. The following description is extracted from one of his letters. Roland, a fine tall old man with strong features, very like his portrait, began by reading 3 verses for his text, stooping to the book in a very peculiar manner. Having done this, he stood up erect and said, "Why, the text is a sermon, and a very weighty one too." I could not always follow his delivery, the loss of his teeth rendering his words sometimes indistinct, and the more so because his pronunciation is peculiar, generally giving E the sound of I, like the French. His manner was animated and striking, sometimes impressive and dignified, always remarkable, and so powerful a voice I have rarely or never heard. Sometimes he took off his spectacles, frequently stooped down to read a text, and on these occasions he seemed to double his body, so high did he stand. He told 1 or 2 familiar stories, and used some odd expressions, such as, "A murrain on those who preach that, when we are sanctified, we do not grow in grace." And again, "I had almost said I had rather see the devil in the pulpit than an antinomian." The purport of his sermon was good, nothing fanatical, nothing enthusiastic, and the Calvinism it expressed was so qualified as to be harmless. The manner, that of a performer, as great in his line as Kean or Kemble, and the manner it is which has attracted so large a congregation about him, all of the better order of persons in business. Sherman's Anecdotes of Rowland Hill. Sometimes the description of a person refers to his mental faculties or attainments. "Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, that is cunning in playing, and a mighty valiant man, and a man of war, and prudent in matters, and a comely person, and the Lord is with him." 1 Samuel 16:18. John Wesley at Oxford. At college he continued his studies with all diligence, and was noticed there for his attainments, and especially for his skill in logic, by which he frequently put to silence those who contended with him in after life. No man, indeed, was ever more dexterous in the art of reasoning. A charge was once brought against him that he delighted to perplex his opponents by his expertness in sophistry. He repelled it with indignation. "It has been my first care," says he, "to see that my cause was good, and never either in jest or earnest to defend the wrong side of a question, and shame on me if I cannot defend the right after so much practice, and after having been so early accustomed to separate truth from falsehood, how artfully soever they are twisted together." Southey's Life of Wesley. Sometimes the description is not of a person, but of a character. This description consists in an enumeration of particulars. See the description of a good wife in the last chapter of Proverbs. See also 1 Timothy 3, verses 2 to 7. A description of a place may include its situation, climate, productions, both of nature and art, and its peculiar beauties, curiosities, advantages, and inconveniences. But such full descriptions occur chiefly in books of history or geography. A description intended to be used in reasoning embraces only the chief point in which that country, city, town, village, etc., differs from others of the same class. See a description of Tyre in the 27th chapter of the prophet Ezekiel. See also a description of the land of Canaan at page 33. Descriptions of objects are of 2 kinds, one relating to living forms, and the other to such as are inanimate. The latter refers to those which are the works of nature, and to those which are produced by art. "Hast thou given the horse strength? Hast thou clothed his neck with thunder? Canst thou make him afraid as a grasshopper? The glory of his nostrils is terrible. He paweth in the valley, and rejoiceth in his strength. He mocketh at fear, and is not affrighted, neither turneth he back from the sword. The quiver rattleth against him, the glittering spear and the shield. He swalloweth the ground with fierceness and rage, neither believeth he that it is the sound of the trumpet. He saith among the trumpets, Ha ha! And he smelleth the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains, and the shouting. Job 39, verses 19 to 25. I went by the field of the slothful, and by the vineyard of the man void of understanding, and lo, it was all grown over with thorns, and nettles had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall thereof was broken down. Then I saw, and considered it well. I looked upon it, and received instruction. Proverbs 24, verse 30 to 32. 2. A description of past events is called a narrative. A narrative is an account of events and of the persons or objects concerned in them. It includes detached events, biography, and history. Detached events are single circumstances generally preserved on account of some particular instruction or amusement which they convey. Such are fables and anecdotes, and they are often used to inculcate a mere principle or opinion, or to illustrate the truth or efficacy of an opinion or principle previously stated. Dr. Watts has given us several examples of this in his Improvement of the Mind. In learning any new thing, there should be as little as possible first proposed to the mind at once, and that being understood and fully mastered, proceed then to the next adjoining part yet unknown. This is a slow but safe and sure way to arrive at knowledge. If the mind apply itself at first to easier subjects and things near akin to what is already known, and then advance to the more remote and knotty parts of knowledge by slow degrees, it will be able in this manner to cope with great difficulties and prevail over them with amazing and happy success. Mathon happened to dip into the last 2 chapters of a new book of geometry and mensurations. As soon as he saw it, and was frightened with the complicated diagrams which he found there, about the frustrums of cones and pyramids, etc., and some deep demonstrations among conic sections, he shut the book again in despair, and imagined none but a Sir Isaac Newton was ever fit to read it. But his tutor happily persuaded him to begin the first pages about lines and angles, and he found such surprising pleasure in 3 weeks' time in the victories he daily obtained, that at last he became one of the chief geometers of his age. Biography is a successive account of the events which have affected or distinguished particular individuals. In biography we relate the particular qualities for which the person is admired or esteemed, and observe the instances which are given of those qualities. Dr. Watts. Isaac Watts was born at Southampton, July 17, 1674. He was the eldest of 8 children, and was named after his father, who kept a respectable boarding school in that town, and was a deacon of the Independent Church. His mother was a Miss Taunton. Mr. Watts had suffered for his nonconformity, both in his paternal property and in person, having been more than once imprisoned. During his incarceration, Mrs. Watts was to be seen sitting on a stone near the prison door, nursing her infant son Isaac. Mr. Watts, nevertheless, brought up his large family in much respectability, and had the happiness of surviving to see his eldest son, eminent for literature and venerable for piety. He died a good old age, February 10, 1736-7. Young Isaac gave early indications of a precocious intellect. At 4 years old he began to learn Latin. At 7 he lisped in numbers. He received his early education in the Free School at Southampton, then under the Reverend Mr. Pinhorn, rector of All Saints, to whom the grateful pupil, at the age of 20, addressed an elegant Latin ode. In his 16th year, having declined a generous offer made for his support at one of the universities, he was sent to an academy of some repute in London, kept by the Reverend Thomas Rowe, pastor of the Independent Church, then meeting at Girdler's Hall. And 3 years afterwards, being in his 19th year, he joined in communion with that church. His constitution received irreparable injury from the intemperate ardour with which he at this time pursued his studies. At the age of 20 he returned to his father's house, where he continued for 2 years, preparing himself more expressly for the work of the ministry. The state of his health may have rendered it advisable that he should remain for some time under his father's roof. The first engagement which he accepted was that of tutor in the family of Sir John Hartop, Baronet, at Stoke Newington. In 1696 he appears to have been called to the ministry, but his first sermon was preached on the birthday that completed his 24th year, AD 1698. His Treatise on Logic, originally composed for the use of his pupil, young Hartop, was published in 1724 and was soon adopted as a textbook in the dissenting academies. It was also introduced into the universities and therefore, says Dr. Johnson, wants no private recommendation. The closing scene was worthy of his saintly career, and he expired without a struggle November the 25th, 1748, in his 75th year. Conder's Poet of the Sanctuary. History is a successive and connected account of the events which have affected nations or people. Such are the history of England, the history of the Jews, etc. The substance of history is called chronology, which is merely a list of the events which have occurred to any nation or people with the date when each of those events happened. In writing history, we should observe the geographical situation of the country where the events took place, its latitude and longitude, climate, the countries adjoining, etc., and we should ascertain the chronology of the events and observe what was passing at the same time in the countries with which the country under consideration had intercourse. We should also remark what is the religion of the people and its particular ceremonies, and we should observe the form of government, whether monarchical, aristocratical, democratical, or mixed, and in what way it is administered, whether generally by priests, soldiers, or civilians. We shall have occasion to speak further of history in the next part of our work. End of section 34. Section 35 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Descriptive Reasoning, Part 2. 3. Every principle of reasoning will give rise to descriptions. The relation of subject and attributes supplied the descriptions we have given at page 33. The relation of a whole and its parts sometimes will also give rise to descriptive reasoning. The description consists in the enumeration of all the parts that compose the whole. Thus Job describes his former prosperity. Job 29, 7-17. The punishment of the wicked is described with the same minuteness. See Job 21, 17-20, 27, 13-23, and 28, 5-21. The relation of genus and species also gives rise to descriptive reasoning. The description consists in the enumeration of the species. Thus Job describes the various kinds of wrongs perpetrated by wicked men. Job 24, 1-12. And we have also an enumeration of the various kinds of blessings bestowed on the righteous. Job 22, 23-29. The relation of cause and effect also is a source of description. The description is usually a portraiture of the effect. Examples are narratives and are descriptions of past events. See the section on examples. Analogies, comparisons, and contrasts are sometimes formed by lengthened descriptions. See Job 4, 3-5, 14, 7-10. Thus Job contrasts his prosperity, 29, 7-25, with his adversity, 30, 1-31. Parables, fables, and allegories are, of course, descriptions. See Psalms 80, 8-14. In sacred poetry, we often find that descriptions are given in the form of interrogations. We have examples of this frequently in the Psalms and the Prophets, and more especially in the 38th and 39th chapters of the book of Job. Descriptions are sometimes rendered more vivid by the use of that figure of rhetoric which is called amplification. This is often used in describing moral effects. All the circumstances are mentioned and placed in such a way that the impression shall increase as you proceed and end in a climax. Thus it has been stated that in London 1,000 young men die every year of consumption in consequence of their late hours of employment. Dr. Hamilton, in a sermon on the subject, thus amplifies the statement. When a physician tells you that 1,000 young men die every year of consumption caused by the shop system of the capital, the statement makes little impression. It is a statistical fact and makes no appeal to the feelings. But what does it imply? It means that in consequence of this system, if they all be collected in one consumption hospital, 1,000 young men are stricken down before the prime of life with incurable and lingering disease. It means that at the period of existence when the pulse should be the firmest and the zest of life the fullest, 1,000 youths are wasting away in racking pain and in the dreariness and dejection of hopeless invalidism. It means that when the yearly battle of competition is ended, trade buries 1,000 of its soldiers and votes no pensions to the widows, whom it has bereft of sons, or the sisters, whom it has robbed of brothers. It means that 1,000 graves are digged and filled, and that in these graves are entombed the hopes of many a family. It means, what statistics cannot tell, it means this list of 1,000 untimely deaths. It means misery and mourning, blasted prospects, broken hearts, desolate homes, and, it is to be feared sometimes, the forfeited hope of heaven. In the same way, the apprehension of a fugitive slave is thus described in a newspaper called the New York Independent. Last week, on Wednesday, an honest and intelligent man, guilty of no crime, who had peacefully supported himself by his industry and economy in this city for 2 years past, to whom life was as dear and liberty as sweet as to any of us, was taken by an officer of the United States government under the order of another officer of the same government and consigned to a bondage in the comparison of which no temporary imprisonment would be other than insignificant, to a bondage that puts him completely at the disposal of an irresponsible master, that denies him the right to wife or children except so long as the master allows, that deprives him of property, of liberty, and of the Bible, that makes him a chattel to be sold at will, and dooms him to labour through life for another. He is to be sold south, it is said, that his chance of again escaping may thereby be diminished, and the fearful probability is that he will never again taste the sweetness of freedom. The rest of his years must be spent under oppression. It is the United States government that has done this, the government which represents the citizens of the North as well as of the South, and for which we all together are responsible. Because this man was poor and oppressed from his birth, because his every faculty of body and of mind has been thus far through his life used by another without return, because the master, in concert with others, has passed a law that he shall work thus hereafter, therefore he is forced back to this bondage, after having escaped it. Moral descriptions are sometimes given in the form of personification. See Proverbs 3:13-17. The objects of war and of commerce are the same, that is, to obtain possession of what we do not possess. But though the object is the same, the means are different. War exclaims, "See! The people of yonder country have comforts and luxuries which our country does not produce. We are stronger than they. Let us go and kill them, and take their country for ourselves." "No," says commerce, "while their country produces commodities which ours does not, our country produces commodities which theirs does not. Let us then take some of the commodities of which we have a greater abundance than we need, and offer them in exchange for those commodities we wish to acquire. By this course we shall avoid the guilt of a quarrel and the danger of a defeat. We shall obtain an ample supply of all the enjoyments we need, and we shall promote the happiness of other nations as well as our own. Lectures on Ancient Commerce. As an example of a description of a peculiar kind, I now give you an advertisement of the late Mr. George Robins. He was remarkable for the mode in which he described those properties which, as an auctioneer, he was entrusted to sell. His advertisements are curious, even if viewed only as specimens of his professional ingenuity. They are still more interesting if regarded as a satire on that florid style of description in which some authors are apt to indulge. The Colosseum in the Regent's Park. Mr. George Robins respectfully makes known to all those who would speculate where risk appears so far removed, that he is directed to offer by public competition at the Auction Mart, London, on Thursday, April 27, at 12, the Colosseum in the Regent's Park. Fortunately, this cyclopean structure has acquired a fame that relieves the individual who is honoured by the direction of the sale from the necessity to exert his inventive faculties, or to give a lengthened description of its prominent features. It may suffice for the present to say, the Colosseum is the most classical building throughout Europe, where description fails to portray its eloquent proportions, its mighty graduations, which even when seen, thou seest not all, but piecemeal thou must break, to separate contemplation the great whole. The dome, it is believed, is of larger dimensions than any other of a similar nature, being, to art a model, simple, erect, severe, austere, sublime, it looks tranquillity. The most celebrated construction of antiquity does not surpass the gigantic elegance of this building. The solidity of this enormous mass of classic architecture is equal to its colossal dimensions, and is calculated to stand the rigid test of time. Glorious dome, shalt thou not last? This mighty labour, the modern Babylon, has secured for many years an income varying from £3,000 to £5,000 a year, without the slightest artificial aid, and it is placed beyond doubt that in the hands of a talented and ingenious possessor this income will be, in due time, greatly increased. The picture of London has been its great feature, and 2,800 persons have paid for their admission in one day. There are magnificent conservatories, fountains, and jets d'eau, a Swiss cottage with its lakes and woods, a hall of mirrors, and an extensive theatre, together with a large frontage in Albany Street. It needs only the magic influence of Stanfield's pencil to place it high above all contemporaries. The tenure may be assimilated to freehold, inasmuch as the ground rent is a mere bagatelle, and the lease from the Crown hath 70 years still unexpired. Descriptive particulars will be ready a month antecedent to the sale. In the meantime, principals may obtain information from Messrs. Fladgate, Young and Jackson, solicitors, Essex Street, Strand, and at Mr. George Robins' offices, Covent Garden. It is open as usual, or it can be seen by tickets, to be procured at Mr. George Robins' offices at 1 shilling each, or cards for 4 persons at 2 shillings and 6pence. The Times. 4. The following are practical applications of descriptive reasoning. In tracing the effects of any measure that we wish to have altered or abandoned, the effects are sometimes described very minutely. The reasons against extracting a revenue out of soap are obvious and unanswerable. In the first place, it is a tax upon a necessary of life. Moreover, it presses on the poor in a disproportionate degree as compared with the rich, since, the duty being uniform on all descriptions of the article, the commoner qualities pay of course a much larger percentage to the exchequer than those of higher price. But the particular mode in which this duty affects the humbler classes makes it especially injurious to their interests. It operates as a discouragement to cleanliness, a premium pro tanto upon dirt and disease. To enhance, by fiscal regulations, the price of a commodity which is indispensable to the purification of the dwellings, the apparel, and the persons of the poor, is, to say the least, a glaring contravention of the policy which has but lately taken the health of the people under legislative protection, and which regards baths and washhouses, drainage and ventilation, as fit objects of public care and official supervision. But we have not yet done with the evils of the soap tax. Another well-founded objection against it is that it operates, like all excise duties, on articles of manufacture, injuriously upon production, exposing us to a disadvantageous rivalry with the foreign maker, and depressing what might otherwise be a flourishing branch of trade. The same arguments, in fact, which induced Sir R. Peel to take off the glass duties might be urged with almost the same force for repealing the duty upon soap. Lastly, to complete the case of inexpediency, the tax to which we refer does not extend to Ireland, a preference not only indefensible on grounds of justice, but furthermore conducive, as is well known, to a great amount of evasion and fraud. It has been a common practice to export English soap, with the benefit of the drawback, to the sister country, and afterwards to smuggle the same back again to England, thus defrauding at once the revenue and the manufacturer who honestly pays the duty. Morning Chronicle. In describing acts of injustice or oppression, it is seldom necessary to have recourse to any forms of reasoning. The description itself will usually in this country produce all the impression that could be obtained by the most profound argumentation. So also in regard to the abuses of the law, to show that they ought to be corrected, it is enough to describe them. A has an estate left to his wife, with remainder to her children upon her death. B, the executor, being about to sell some of the houses and lands for the purpose of satisfying debts due from the testator. A, believing that sufficient assets were in B's hands to meet the demands upon the estate, files a bill in Chancery for an account. This was in 1833. B puts in answers. The bill is amended, and amended answers follow. In 1835, A's wife bears a child. The Lord Chancellor insists upon the infant being brought into court. The suit is abated. A supplemental bill has to be filed, making the infant a plaintiff, and all the other parties have again to put in answers. The child, however, dies a few weeks after birth. A has then to take out letters of administration to the estate of the deceased infant, and to file another supplemental bill demanding another edition of answers. In 1836, A's wife bears him a second child, which has to be presented in court. This babe also dies, and all the formalities necessary in the former case are repeated in this. In 1838, another child is born to A, and the whole process has to be gone through again. And in 1840, a fourth child, and the necessary chancery consequences. In 1841, one of the executors dies, when another supplemental bill has to be filed, and all parties interested to put in their answers. After this occurs a bankruptcy, when there is another repetition of the whole case. It comes at last before the Lord Chancellor for a hearing, who decrees to refer it to the master, to take the accounts in the usual way. 12 months are consumed in drawing up the decree, 5 years in going through the accounts, which might have been gone through in 5 hours, and at last a rehearing of the suit is reached. The master's report is given in, the court confirms it and makes a decree that the estate shall be sold to pay the costs, the balance, if any, to be paid into the bank, to await the further directions of the court. The minutes of the decree, however, have to be settled by council, who spend over them 2 years more. Meanwhile, another bankruptcy occurs. The process has again to be gone through. The case is not yet ended, and costs considerably more than half the original legacy have already been incurred. Nonconformist. 5. A logical description will have an adaptation to the points it is designed to prove. Thus, the description of a town by a physician, an architect, a political economist, or a clergyman will probably have a reference to its healthfulness, its buildings, its manufacture, or its spiritual destitution, and hence the descriptions, though all correct, will be different from each other. Logical descriptions should not be too long. Dr. Young observes in his paraphrase on the Book of Job that the description of an object is complete when you can add nothing but what is common to other objects. Hence we read in that poem of the beauty of the peacock, the migration of the hawk, the swiftness of the ostrich, and the sharp-sightedness of the eagle, these being the main points by which they are respectively distinguished. In descriptive reasoning, all the reasoning is in the mind. There may be no reasoning process manifest in the description, but though no reasoning is required to prove the truth of the description, there is still a reasoning process going on in the mind. It is admitted, for example, that the eye is correctly described. The only reasoning in the mind is whether this description is proof of an intelligent maker. When you have finished your description, you have proved your proposition. For the other part of the argument that an instrument so constructed must have had an intelligent maker is a truth of intellect that requires not to be proved by reasoning. There are two cases in which descriptions may lead us to erroneous conclusions. The first is when the description is incorrect. A friend who recommends a servant may give an incorrect or at least a defective account of his character. A party who wishes to sell us an estate may give a description that shall prepossess us too strongly in its favour. Or a traveller into a foreign country may give a description, either of the scenery or of the inhabitants, that shall lead us into false judgments, either in regard to the conveniences of the country or the character of its inhabitants. In the second place, the description may be correct, and hence we may too readily embrace the reasoning with which it is connected. How often have we heard vivid and probably correct descriptions of the misery of Ireland? But the accuracy of the description was no proof that the specific measure which the speaker proposed would relieve that misery. An honourable member may correctly enough describe the inconveniences of an existing law, but this is no proof that the remedy he proposes would remove those inconveniences, or that it would not introduce more weighty evils. So we may sometimes have appeals to our charity made on behalf of people in great distress, but the relief solicited might have the effect of increasing the misery it is intended to relieve. A talent for vivid description is a great advantage to a public speaker, but we should always recollect that the description is only half the argument, and like the half of a pair of scissors, will be quite inoperative unless well united to the other half. End of section 35. Section 36 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Section 2. Interrogative Reasoning. By interrogative reasoning, we mean reasoning by asking questions. Dr. Young observes, in his paraphrase of the Book of Job, that an interrogation differs from an ordinary argument as much as telling a man to hang himself differs from a common execution. By putting an appropriate question, you compel the party to pass sentence on himself. Sometimes interrogation is employed for the purpose of more emphatic assertion, and often gives much additional force to the expression. Thus, King Agrippa, believest thou the prophets? I know that thou believest, is more forcible than King Agrippa, I know that thou believest the prophets. Is he the God of the Jews only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? Yes, of the Gentiles also. This is more forcible than he is not only the God of the Jews, but also of the Gentiles. See also Jeremiah 47, 6, 7. Interrogation is the proper language of majesty incensed. See Job 38, 1-7, Ezekiel 18, 23-25. It is also the language of compassionate reproof. Hosea 11, 8, 6, 4. It is also the language of wonder and adoration. See Job 11, 7-9, Isaiah 40, 12-14. It is also the language of fervent importunity. Psalms 77, 7-10, 88, 10-14, 89, 46-49. Interrogation is sometimes employed, as we have intimated in the last section, to give a more vivid description. See Isaiah 58, 3-10, 63, 1-4, Matthew 11, 7-9. But we are more particularly to observe the use of questions as employed in reasoning. Interrogative reasoning is of various kinds. 1. The first kind is a Socratical form of reasoning. The following description of it is taken from Dr. Watts's Improvement of the Mind. The Socratical way of disputation. This method of dispute derives its name from Socrates, by whom it was practised, and by other philosophers in his age, long before Aristotle invented the particular forms of syllogism in mood and figure, which are now used in scholastic disputations. The Socratical way is managed by questions and answers in such a manner as this, viz., if I would lead a person into the belief of a heaven and a hell, or a future state of rewards and punishments, I might begin in some such manner of inquiry and suppose the most obvious and easy answers. Question. Does not God govern the world? Answer. Surely he that made it governs it. Is not God both a good and righteous governor? Both these characters doubtless belong to him. What is the true notion of a good and righteous governor? That he punishes the wicked and rewards the good. Are the good always rewarded in this life? No, surely, for many virtuous men are miserable here and greatly afflicted. Are the wicked always punished in this life? No, certainly, for many of them live without sorrow, and some of the vilest of men are often raised to great riches and honour. Wherein then doth God make it appear that he is good and righteous? I own there is but little appearance of it on earth. Will there not be a time when the table shall be turned and the scene of things changed, since God governs mankind righteously? Doubtless, there must be a proper time wherein God will make that goodness and that righteousness to appear. If this be not before their death, how can it be done? I can think of no other way but by supposing man to have some existence after this life. Are you not convinced, then, that there must be a state of reward and punishment after death? Yes, surely. I now see plainly that the goodness and righteousness of God, as governor of the world, necessarily require it. Now, the advantages of this method are very considerable. It represents the form of a dialogue or common conversation, which is much more easy, more pleasant, and a more sprightly way of instruction, and more fit to excite the attention and sharpen the penetration of the learner than solitary reading or silent attention to a lecture. Man, being a sociable creature, delights more in conversation and learns better this way, if it could always be wisely and happily practised. This method hath something very obliging in it, and carries a very humble and condescending air, when he that instructs seems to be the inquirer, and seeks information from him who learns. It leads the learner into the knowledge of truth as if it were by his own invention, which is a very pleasing thing to human nature, and by questions pertinently and artificially proposed, it does as effectually draw him on to discover his own mistakes, which he is much more easily persuaded to relinquish when he seems to have discovered them himself. It is managed in a great measure in the form of the most easy reasoning, always arising from something asserted or known in the foregoing answer, and so proceeding to inquire something unknown in the following question, which again makes way for the next answer. Now such an exercise is very alluring and entertaining to the understanding, while its own reasoning powers are all along employed, and that without labour or difficulty, because the querist finds out and proposes all the intermediate ideas or middle terms. 2. The second kind of interrogative reasoning is the catechetical form. Dr. Watts intimates that the Socratical mode of disputation might be introduced into catechisms for the instruction of children, and Mrs. Marcet seems to have followed this form of reasoning in some of her interesting Conversations. We take the following quotation from her Willie's Grammar. The following morning Willie came into the schoolroom with his grammar in his hand as usual. "What am I to learn today, sir?" said he. "I begin to like my grammar, especially now that there are stories belonging to it." "I'm very glad to hear it," observed Mr. Thompson. "Today you shall learn what an adjective is." "Pray explain it, sir, for it's a very hard word." "Let us first see what the grammar says about it, Willie." And he read, "An adjective is a word added to a noun to express its quality, as a good child, a wise man." "Oh, but sir, I do not know what to express its quality means. You must tell me all about it, or I shall never understand it." "Quality," replied Mr. Thompson, "means the sort of thing. Tell me what sort of table this is." Willie, after looking at the table a few seconds, said, "It is a round table." "Well then, round is an adjective, because it points out the quality of the table." "But it has other qualities, sir. It is a large table. Is large an adjective too?" "Yes, every word added to a noun which expresses a quality is an adjective." "If that is all, an adjective is not half so difficult as I thought. I dare say that I can find out some more adjectives for the table. Let me think a little. It is a wooden table, so wooden must be an adjective. Then it is a pretty table, and pretty must also be an adjective. Besides, it is an old table, for it has been in the room, I believe, before I was born." "I can't think of any more adjectives for the table," said Willie. And, starting up suddenly to look at a bird that flew across the window, he upset an inkstand which stood upon the table. At first he was frightened, thinking he had broken it, but finding he had only spilled some of the ink, he said, "Oh, sir, it's only another adjective for the table, for now," added he, "it is a dirty table." Then taking a piece of blotting paper, he soaked up the ink, and wiping the table carefully, said, "And now it is a clean table." "You have gained 2 adjectives for the table," said Mr. Thompson, "and 1 for yourself." "One for me, sir? What is that?" "Do you not think that you are an awkward child to have overset the inkstand?" "Yes, but then I am a tidy one for having wiped the table clean. So there is another adjective for me. But, sir, this other table has different adjectives, for it is square and small, not round and large like the other." Mrs. Marcet. Catechisms, as they are generally constructed, are not pieces of interrogative reasoning. The question merely asks for information, what is supplied by the answer. They do not, therefore, come under our present notice. I may observe that in the catechisms of the Wesleyan Methodists, the answer to each question is put in the form of a complete proposition, embodying the entire sense of both the question and the answer. Thus, how many sacraments hath Christ ordained in his church? Christ hath ordained 2 sacraments in his church, baptism and the Lord's Supper. 3. End of section 36. Section 37 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Section 2. Interrogative Reasoning, Part 2. 3. Sometimes we ask questions in order to answer them with the view of removing from the discussion the topics to which they refer, or to increase the force of our expression. Thus, a writer on agricultural distress commences with questions in the form of inquiries, to which he replies, "There is no denial, and there can be no doubt, that the whole agriculture of England is menaced at this moment with ruin. But what is the cause? Has heaven stricken the land with barrenness? The late harvest has been remarkably productive. Has the land been trampled by insurrection? It has exhibited a contrast to all Europe in its tranquillity. Has commercial failure driven away its credit? The panic of 1847 has virtually invigorated by purifying speculation. Has the country been stripped of its coin? 15 millions of bullion are lying in the cellars of the bank. Consols are at 96. A Russian loan of 5 millions is taken up in 5 hours. And the grand difficulty of moneyed life now is to know what to do with money. Again we ask, what is the cause? The cause is simply this, etc. Britannia. The following address of Curran to a jury contains a good many interrogations. Upon what are you to found your verdict? Upon your oaths. And what are they to be founded upon? Upon the oath of the witness. And what is that founded upon? Upon this, and this only, that he does believe there is an eternal God, an intelligent, supreme existence, capable of inflicting eternal punishment for offences, or conferring eternal compensation upon man after he has passed the boundary of the grave. But where the witness believes that he is possessed of a perishing soul, and that there is nothing upon which punishment or reward can be exerted, he proceeds, regardless of the number of his offences, and undisturbed by the terrors of excited fancy, which might save you from the fear that your verdict is founded upon perjury. Suppose he imagine that the body is actuated by some kind of animal machinery. I know not in what language to describe his notions. Suppose his opinion of the beautiful system framed by the Almighty hand to be that it is all folly and blindness, compared to the manner in which he considers himself to have been created, or his abominable heart conceives his ideas, or his abominable tongue communicates his notions. Suppose him, I say, to think so. What is perjury to him? He needs no creed if he thinks his miserable body can take eternal refuge in the grave, and the last puff of his nostrils sends his soul into annihilation. He laughs at the idea of eternal justice, and tells you that the grave, into which he sinks as a log, forms an entrenchment against the throne of God and the vengeance of exasperated justice. Do you not feel, my fellow countrymen, a sort of anticipated consolation in reflecting upon the religion which gave us comfort in our early days, enabled us to sustain the stroke of affliction, and endeared us to one another, and when we see our friends sinking into the earth, fills us with the expectation that we rise again, that we but sleep for a while to wake for ever? But what kind of communication can you hold? What interchange expect? What confidence place in that abject slave, that condemned, despaired of wretch, who acts under the idea that he is only the folly of a moment, that he cannot step beyond the threshold of the grave? That which is an object of terror to the best, and of hope to the confiding, is to him contempt or despair. Bear with me, I feel my heart running away with me. The worst men only can be cool. What is the law of this country? If the witness does not believe in God, or in a future state, you cannot swear him. What swear him upon? Is it upon the book or the leaf? You might as well swear him by a bramble or a coin. The ceremony of kissing is only the external symbol by which man seals himself to the precept, and says, "May God so help me as I swear the truth." He is then attached to the divinity on condition of telling truth, and he expects mercy from heaven as he performs his undertaking. But the infidel, by what can you catch his soul? Or by what can you hold it? You repulse him from giving evidence, for he has no conscience, no hope to cheer him, nor punishment to dread. Mr. Phillips' Life of Curran. Baptismal regeneration. When was it ever asserted by Jesus Christ, or by his apostles, that the mere act of baptizing conferred the grace of regeneration? In the primitive administration of this rite, it was the sign or symbol of regeneration, and its observance by adults afforded a presumptive proof of their actual regeneration. But what in their case was the design of the ordinance? It was the evidence of their faith and the attestation of their conversion to Christianity. Faith was invariably presupposed as the moral requisite which justified the application of the outward rite. To whom did Peter on the day of Pentecost administer this sacramental rite? To those who by his preaching were pricked to the heart, and whom he previously exhorted to repentance. On what did Philip insist as essential to baptism on the part of the eunuch? If thou believest with all thine heart, thou mayest. What compelled Peter to baptize Cornelius and his family? The visible proof of their having received the Holy Ghost. Can any man forbid water that these be not baptized, who have received the Holy Ghost as well as we? Not a single instance can be adduced to afford rational support to the notion of baptism conferring regeneration from the records of the New Testament. Fletcher's Lectures. 4. Sometimes we place in the form of questions those objections which our opponents might advance against us. St. Paul often reasons in this way. See the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 11th chapters of the Romans. It is much to be regretted that people who have realized a little money by trade should retire and take out their capital and thus reduce the commercial capital of the country. What reason can you assign for this? Do you say you are independent? Go on, get wealthy. Do you say you are wealthy? Go and get more wealth. The more wealth you get, the more you serve your country, and the greater power you have of doing good to others. Do you say you are getting old? Take a young partner. Do you find capital and knowledge, and let him find labour and activity? Do you say you have toiled long enough? You wish to retire and enjoy yourself? Retirement will be no enjoyment to you. To a man of your active habits, solitude and idleness will have no charms. The most effectual means you can adopt to make yourself wretched and to shorten your days will be to place yourself in a situation where you will have nothing to do. But do you say you think it will be more respectable to be out of business, to have an establishment like a nobleman, and to introduce your sons and daughters into fashionable society? Oh, if that is the reason, by all means go. If you have become so high that you look down upon your business, the sooner you leave it, the better. I have now nothing more to say to you. Lectures on Ancient Commerce. 5. The relation of cause and effect is often intimated by interrogations. When a wrong cause, as we think, has been assigned for an effect, and we desire to intimate the true cause, we can do this by asking questions. One man pines under a broken constitution, but let us ask him whether he can, fairly and honestly, assign no cause for this but the unknown decree of heaven. Has he duly valued the blessing of health and always observed the rules of virtue and sobriety? Has he been moderate in his life and temperate in all his pleasures? If now he is only paying the price of his former, perhaps his forgotten indulgences, has he any title to complain as if he were suffering unjustly? But you perhaps complain of hardships of another kind, of the injustice of the world, of the poverty which you suffer, and the discouragements under which you labour, of the crosses and disappointments of which your life has been doomed to be full. Before you give too much scope to your discontent, let me desire you to reflect impartially upon your past train of life. Has not sloth, or pride, or ill temper, or sinful passions misled you often from the path of sound and wise conduct? Have you not been wanting to yourselves in improving those opportunities which Providence offered you for bettering and advancing your state? If you have chosen to indulge your humour or your taste in the gratification of indolence or pleasure, can you complain because others, in preference to you, have obtained those advantages which naturally belong to useful labours and honourable pursuits? Have not the consequences of some false steps into which your passions or your pleasures have betrayed you, pursued you through much of your life, tainted perhaps your characters, involved you in embarrassments, or sunk you into neglect? Anon. 6. Points of comparison are often brought forward by questions. There is no country upon earth whose inhabitants have a juster right to boast of their social progress. In what country beside do you find, I will not say a greater, where do you find an equal degree of civil, political, and religious freedom? Where do you find a system of jurisprudence more wisely contrived or more impartially administered? Where do you find power more nicely balanced or subjection more cheerfully rendered? Where do you find a greater respect for the laws or a more perfect union of all classes to maintain the supremacy of legitimate authority? Where else is there a stricter regard felt for the rights of all classes? Where is there more of practical effort to mitigate the woes of human life in all their diversified forms? Nobler, more expansive, and further reaching endeavour to ameliorate the physical and the moral condition of humanity? Where does there exist greater security of person, property, life, and limb? Where do you discover finer safeguards for public morality, more efficient measures to detect or repress crime? Take and compare England with any other civilized nation upon the face of the globe in all these respects, and I venture to affirm that the comparison will serve to place in bolder relief her own surpassing pre-eminence. Bickersteth's National Obligation to the Bible. 7. Arguments from analogy, and more especially a fortiori arguments, are expressed in an interrogative form. Why should there be all these difficulties about the letting or selling an estate or a piece of land? Difficulties common to England and Ireland, but felt in Ireland more severely than in England, from a difference of practice prevailing between landlord and tenant. If a merchant goes into a linen or a cloth hall to purchase goods to the amount of several thousands of pounds, he does not find it necessary to employ a lawyer to examine the rights of the merchant from whom he buys it, to its possession and back from one owner to another until he finds that the seller of the raw material came by it legally, not to say honestly. Why should there not be the same facility in selling a piece of land as in selling a steam engine or a piece of cloth? Why should land be protected more than tallow, cotton, wool, or other merchandise? Irish paper. When we reprove any inconsistency in the opinions or the conduct of the party we address, we often do it in the form of inquiry. Mr. Seymour, in his Mornings with the Jesuits, asks how the Church of Rome can maintain that the state of celibacy is one of superior purity, and at the same time contend that marriage is a sacrament which confers additional grace. But when I saw that they walked not uprightly according to the truth of the gospel, I said unto Peter before them all, If thou, being a Jew, livest after the manner of Gentiles, and not as do the Jews, why compellest thou the Gentiles to live as do the Jews? Galatians 2:14. Then said Paul unto him, God shall smite thee, thou whited wall, for sittest thou to judge me after the law, and commandest me to be smitten contrary to the law? Acts 23:3. Literary institutions. But then such institution increase the number of smatterers. To be sure they do. And is it not one of the most desirable of all things that they should be increased? If you plant 50,000 oaks in 5 acres, have you not a better chance of fine trees than when you only plant 10,000 in 1 acre? Has the production of eggs ever yet been considered as unfavourable to the growth of chickens? Or has any reasoner yet contended that in any country where boys and girls are very numerous, men and women must be very scarce? Every one in every art and science is of course at first nothing but a smatterer. Of these, some cannot advance from stupidity. Others will not advance from idleness. Some get in the wrong road from error. Some quit the right from affectation. A few only reach the destined point. But of course the number of these last will be directly and immediately in the proportion of those who started for the race. Sidney Smith's Moral Philosophy. 8. We often ask a series of questions immediately after one another in order to bring our arguments to bear more forcibly upon the subject under discussion. See Romans 8, 31-37, Malachi 2:10, 1 Corinthians 4:7. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher? And how shall they preach except they be sent? Romans 10:13-15. Immoral poetry. Was it for this that poesy was endued with all those allurements that lead the mind away in a pleasing captivity? Was it for this she was furnished with so many intellectual charms, that she might seduce the heart from God, the original beauty, and the most lovely of beings? Can I ever be persuaded that those sweet and resistless forces of metaphor, wit, sound, and number were given with this design, that they should be all ranged under the banner of the great malicious spirit, to invade the rights of heaven, and to bring swift and everlasting destruction upon men? How will these allies of the nether world, the lewd and profane versifiers, stand aghast before the great judge, when the blood of many souls, whom they never saw, shall be laid to the charge of their writings, and be dreadfully requited at their hands? Preface to Watts' Lyric Poems. It is a favourite argument in vindication of the papal hierarchy that it bears an analogy to the constitution of the Jewish Church. According to this idea, the high priest of the Mosaic economy is succeeded by the supreme pontiff of the Christian dispensation, and the various orders of the clergy are the priests and the Levites. It is easy for an ingenious fancy to trace analogies on any subject and substitute them for proofs, but on the point before us, the great question is whether Jesus Christ and his apostles intended that the Jewish economy should furnish a model for the arrangements and discipline of the Christian Church. If this be assumed, where, I ask, is the evidence of this intention? Why are the pastors of the Christian Church never termed priests or sacrificers? Why is their office never represented as sacerdotal? Why is Jesus Christ alone the high priest of our profession, and the priesthood under the law considered as symbolical, not of the ministers in particular, but of the whole collective body of the Christian Church in general? Why is it that we find no remote or incidental allusions to this resemblance? Why is nothing recorded about degrees of office, the extent of episcopal jurisdiction, the adaptation of the system to the different orders of civil society, the nature of the apostolic succession on which depends the validity of sacramental rites? Why is there such an inexplicable silence pervading the oracles of inspiration on these weighty matters? Fletcher's Lectures. 9. By asking questions, you will sometimes be able to throw the onus probandi upon your opponent. It is generally much easier to ask questions than to answer them, and it is often an advantage in disputation if you can put your antagonist into a defensive position. He had better be employed in defending himself than in attacking you. This is usually the case when positive proof cannot be adduced on either side. Dr. Watts was aware, he could not indeed fail to perceive, that he exposed himself to some reproach for supposing that the distinctions of human society were, in a certain sense, continued beyond this world. Some, said he, will reprove me here and say, What? Must none but ministers and authors and learned men have their distinguished rewards and glories in the world of spirits? May not artificers and traders and pious women be fitted by their character and conduct on earth for peculiar stations and employment in heaven? Yes, doubtless, he answers. But he asks whether Deborah, who animated the armies of Israel and sang their victories, is not engaged in some more illustrious employment among the heavenly tribes than Dorcas, whose highest character is that she was full of alms deeds and made coats and garments for the poor, and whether Dorcas is not prepared for some greater enjoyments, some sweeter relish of mercy, or some special taste of the divine goodness above Rahab the harlot. Different, however, as may be the degrees of good in heaven, all may be perfect there, and free from every defect. Southey's Life of Watts. The words onus probandi mean the burden of proving. It may be useful to notice the cases in which this burden may rightfully fall upon you. In all cases when you attack a generally received opinion, you are bound to prove the unsoundness of that opinion. Sentiments which are universally acknowledged to be true are seldom very minutely examined. There is no object in inquiring into the ground of a doctrine that no one ever denies. If you think any opinion of this kind is erroneous, you have a right to assail it. But you have no right to single out at a moment's warning any professed believer in that doctrine and demand from him a reason for his creed. If you wish for controversy, you are bound to lead the attack. If you cannot do this, you had better hold your tongue. If you advocate any kind of political or social reform, the onus probandi falls upon you. You are bound to show the advantages of the change. You have no right in the first instance to call upon your opponent to show that the proposed change would not be advantageous. Every new Act of Parliament is a change, and every member who brings forward a new bill is bound to show the advantages that would result from the adoption of the measures that he recommends. If you offer a bill to your banker for discount, the onus probandi falls upon you to prove that it is a good bill. If you cannot do this, he will be justified in refusing to discount it. You have no right to call upon him to prove that it is not a good one. So, if you give a bad character to anyone, you are bound to prove the truth of your accusation. You have no right to call upon him to disprove the charge and to assume it to be true if he cannot do so. The onus probandi in this, as in the former case, falls clearly on yourself. Generally speaking, the onus probandi falls upon the advocate of the affirmative of any proposition. No man should be called upon to prove a negative. In practical questions, however, it is not always easy to state which side is properly the affirmative, as much will depend upon the wording of the sentence. But in all cases, the assailant or challenger is bound to prove his own case. The onus probandi most unquestionably falls upon him. But a party is not in all cases called upon to accept the challenge, and we will now notice the cases in which a challenge to controversy may be honourably declined. You are not bound to accept a challenge, to dispute upon a subject that you do not understand. If pressed for an opinion, you may fairly say, "I am not sufficiently acquainted with the matter to be able to offer any opinion on the subject." Nor are you bound to accept a challenge to disputation from a party who does not himself understand the question. We daily meet with people who think they know our business better than we do ourselves, and who are anxious to dispute with us upon the most knotty points of our profession. In this case, we had better answer one question by asking another, and if we have nothing to contend against but simple ignorance, without conceit or obstinacy, we may, peradventure, by the adoption of Socratical interrogations, lead our pugnacious friend into a better knowledge of the subject. When Nathanael asked, "Can any good thing come out of Nazareth?" Philip did not engage in controversy on the question, but merely replied, "Come and see." End of section 37.
Section 38 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Conversational Reasoning, Part 1. By conversational reasoning, I mean that kind of reasoning which is employed chiefly in conversation. I say chiefly, for there is no kind of reasoning that is employed exclusively in conversation, nor is conversational reasoning confined to only one kind. But all kinds of reasoning, when employed in conversation, are employed in a different manner as to the form or mode of expression than when employed in books or in speeches. It is impossible to describe all these forms. Every man will express his reasons in conversation in a way of his own, according to his constitutional temperament, his education, his temper at the time, the occasion, or the manners of the society in which he is accustomed to move. You may therefore improve your knowledge daily by merely observing the conversation of your friends. You will find examples of conversational reasoning in the 15th chapter of the first book of Samuel and in the 8th chapter of the Gospel according to St. John. 1. The language and form of conversational reasoning. This is chiefly by enthymemes. I wish I had a good English word to substitute for the Greek word enthymeme. It signifies from the mind. Reasoning by enthymemes, therefore, means reasoning from the mind, reasoning as you think, or talk, or write in the ordinary affairs of life. You have heard of a character in a French play who was surprised to learn that he had been talking prose for 50 years without knowing it. He might have made the same observation respecting enthymemes. Whenever you have given a reason, you have spoken an enthymeme. If you observe to a friend, "It is a fine day," that is a description. If you ask, "Is it going to be wet?" that is an interrogation. If you say, "I shall take my umbrella, for I think it will rain," that is an enthymeme. Enthymemes are treated of largely in Aristotle's rhetoric. The following is the substance of his doctrine respecting them. An enthymeme bears the same relation to rhetoric as a syllogism to logic. It is composed of a sentence and a reason. A sentence is a general proposition concerning those things which are to be desired or avoided, and it bears the same relation to an enthymeme as any proposition to a syllogism. And therefore, a sentence, if a reason be rendered, becomes a conclusion, and both together make an enthymeme. The following is an example given by Aristotle. To be overlearned produces effeminacy and envy. Therefore, he that is wise will not suffer his children to be overlearned. The form of this enthymeme may be reversed thus. A wise man will not suffer his children to be overlearned, because too much learning produces effeminacy and envy. The Reverend John Heische, M.A., of Brasenose College, Oxford, in a treatise on logic, intended to assist those who wished to study Aldrich's logic in order to pass their examination in the Oxford schools, has thus treated of enthymemes. The enthymeme is a defective syllogism, which consists of one premise and a conclusion. For example, diamonds are jewels. They are therefore valuable. God is a spirit. Therefore, he is eternal. An enthymeme may easily be reduced to a regular syllogistic form, for since the conclusion and one premise are given, the three terms may be known, and the omitted premise may be supplied. Thus, in the above example, the major, "all jewels are valuable," is omitted, and, if supplied, the syllogism will be regular. Thus, all jewels are valuable, diamonds are jewels, therefore, diamonds are valuable. Again, every spirit is eternal. God is a spirit. Therefore, God is eternal. In both these examples, the major premise is suppressed. For, as was before observed, the major premise is, generally speaking, some universal and incontrovertible principle, which is so evident that it is left to the hearer's judgment. But the minor premise is most commonly expressed, because it has more particular reference to the question which is to be proved. In common discourse, the usual mode of expressing an argument is by means of the enthymeme, it being unnecessary to adduce both the premises when one is so evident that it may very fairly be left to the hearer's judgment. For example, when we find a book quoted or referred to by an ancient author, we are entitled to conclude that it was read and received in the age and country in which that author lived. This sentence is an enthymeme in which the major premise is suppressed, but which may easily be supplied as follows. Every book quoted or referred to by an ancient author must have been read and received in the age and country in which that author lived. The sentence may thus be reduced to a regular syllogism in Barbara. This may be effected in most enthymemes without much difficulty, whether their conclusions be negative or affirmative. Although the major premise is generally suppressed in most enthymemes, yet there are some enthymemes in which the minor premise is found to be omitted. This may happen when the minor premise is very evident, or when much stress is meant to be laid upon the major. For example, every tyrannical king deserves to be deposed by his subjects. Therefore, Nero deserved to be deposed by the Romans. The minor premise, which is suppressed, may be thus supplied. Nero was a tyrannical king, and thus the argument is reduced to the regular syllogistic form. An enthymeme is sometimes condensed into one sentence, which is called an enthymematic sentence, viz., when the premise is united in one proposition with the conclusion. For example, all machines, being of human manufacture, are liable to imperfections. This argument may be thus expanded into a regular syllogism. All things of human manufacture are liable to imperfections. All machines are of human manufacture. Therefore, they are liable to imperfections. Heus's Treatise on Logic. The following are examples of enthymemes given by Mr. Hill. The human soul is immaterial. Consequently, it is immortal. We enjoy a greater degree of political liberty than any civilized people on earth, and therefore have no excuse for a seditious disposition. The power of ridicule is a dangerous faculty, since it tempts its possessor to find fault unjustly, and to distress some for the gratification of others. The study of mathematics is essential to a complete course of education, because it induces a habit of close and regular reasoning. Hard substances may be elastic, for ivory is both hard and elastic. The following are examples of enthymematic sentences. The example of Virgil shows that even a great poet may be seduced into some faults by the practice of imitation. The apparent insufficiency of every individual to his own happiness or safety compels us to seek from one another assistance and support. Should such a man as I flee? Real learning is too valuable a thing to be within the grasp of the idle. I ask your lordships whether Parliament will be in a state to transact public business, or be attended by a sufficient number of members while engaged in preparing for a public election. Hill's Logic. You will observe that although an enthymeme is called by scholastic logicians a defective syllogism, yet the syllogism is formed from the enthymeme, not the enthymeme from the syllogism. The enthymeme is the natural mode of reasoning. The syllogism is the artificial mode. The argument first occurs to our mind in the form of an enthymeme, but when we wish to make it clearer, we extend it to a syllogism. You will remember that the occurrence of for, because, therefore, or any similar word, either in conversation or in reading, usually denotes an enthymeme. In other words, denotes a reason or argument expressed naturally, without the formality of scholastic logic. In the refutation of enthymemes, we sometimes reply to the implied proposition. For example, if the enthymeme be, "You ought to do this because the clergyman bids you," the reply may be, "And ought I do everything which the clergyman bids me?" Of this kind is the scriptural example. "Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread." But he answered and said unto them, "Why do ye transgress the commandment of God by your tradition?" Matthew, Roman numeral 15, 2. At other times, we admit the implied proposition of the enthymeme and object only to the proposition which is expressed. Thus, in reply to, "You had better take your umbrella, for it is going to rain," you may say, "No, I don't think it will rain." The implied proposition that, when it is going to rain, you should take your umbrella is not disputed. 2. The principles of reasoning most in use in conversation. We refer not here to that communication which takes place on occasion of buying and selling, or in any other of the business transactions of life. We speak of that kind of conversation which takes place in the hours of social intercourse. Into this circle, formal logical definitions and processes of syllogistic reasoning are never introduced, nor do we witness any pitched battles of controversy, nor systematic discussions of any one topic, nor captious objections, nor triumphant boastings. Every principle of reasoning may be introduced into conversation, but I think those most frequently employed are the relation of cause and effect, of example and of analogy. You call on a friend and find he has taken cold. You inquire the cause. It may be he rode in an omnibus with the windows open. He was caught in a shower without an umbrella, or he got wet in the feet and did not change his boots. Or perhaps his female relations will tell you that it was all his own fault, as he never takes proper care of himself. Here you will have an interesting discussion upon the relation of cause and effect. But you observe, you had previously called on half a dozen of your friends, and they all had colds. You infer it is a very unhealthy season. Here you reason from example, and you arrive at your conclusion by induction. But you think the situation of your friend's house is a very exposed one, and you make a comparison between that and other situations which are more sheltered. The language of conversational reasoning will be, as we have stated, enthymemical. Descriptions, when introduced, will be short, unless one of the party is describing an object which the others have not seen, as the hippopotamus or the crystal palace. Interrogative reasoning is sometimes employed, but chiefly in the form of inquiry. How do you account for this? And in this mode, it is sometimes prefixed to an argument from analogy. The form of dilemma, a form to be hereafter described, is also often used in conversation. By a little observation on those conversations that come under your notice, you will soon be able to discover the principles and forms of reasoning that enter into their composition. Though the following conversation is not very controversial, the subject may interest the reader. It is taken from an article on the literature of the rail, reprinted by Murray from the Times of August 9, 1851. As we progressed north, a wholesome change, we rejoice to say, became visible in railway bookstalls. We had trudged in vain after the schoolmaster elsewhere, but we caught him by the button at Euston Square, and it is with the object of inducing him to be less partial in his walks that we now venture thus publicly to appeal to him. At the northwestern terminus, we diligently searched for that which required but little looking after in other places, but we poked in vain for the trash. If it had ever been there, the broom had been before us and swept it clean away. We asked for something highly colored. The bookseller politely presented us with Kugler's Handbook of Painting. We shook our head and demanded a volume more intimately concerned with life and the world. We were offered Cosmos. Something less universal, said we, befits the London traveler. We were answered by Prescott's Mexico, Modern Travel, and Murray's Handbook of France. We could not get rubbish, whatever price we might offer to pay for it. There were no Eugene Sues for love or money, no cheap translations of any kind, No bribes to ignorance or unholy temptations to folly. You'll soon be in the Gazette, we said commiseratingly to the bookseller. The bookseller smiled. You never sell those things, we added mildly. Constantly. We can sell nothing else. What have you nothing for the million? Certainly. Here is Logic for the Million. Price 6 shillings. Will you buy it? Thank you, but surely books of a more chatty character. Chatty? Oh yes. Coleridge's Table Talk is a standard dish here, and never wants purchasers. Deeming our friend facetious, we entered into further conversation and more minute inquiry. The literature of the rail. End of section 38. Read by Marissa D. 6, Clearwater, Florida, February 10th, 2024. Section 39 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Conversational Reasoning, Part 2. 3. The rules usually observed in conversational reasoning. Dr. Watts, in his Improvement of the Mind, has some excellent observations on this subject, as well as on conversation in general. Presuming that with these my readers are already familiar, I shall lay before them some extracts from a work published under the title of The Art of Conversation, with remarks on fashion and dress, by Captain Orlando Sabertash. If you have been an observer in the world, you will have seen how much information is pleasantly conveyed to the mind by its means, and how often new ideas are awakened, and new sources of thought, study, and reflection opened out by a little lively discourse. But not to speak of instruction alone. Recollect how great and essential a part conversation acts in life and society. How much of our happiness, how many of our joys result from pleasant, lively, and agreeable discourse. Consider how often we have seen it alleviate pain, sorrow, and affliction, and soothe the bed of sickness. And then smile, if you can, at this attempt to give its better influence a wider range. Does not cheerful conversation exhilarate and expand the heart, make the blood circulate freely through the veins, brighten and give elasticity to the spirit, and cast over the whole frame that glow of healthy satisfaction physicians deem it the greatest proof of skill to call forth? It thus acts beneficially on the body even, and is one of the best medicines that can be administered. How often have we not seen pleasant conversation charm the family circle assembled round the evening fire, link the members in happy union together, and prevent the idle from rambling abroad in search of thoughtless amusements, ending too frequently in ruinous dissipation. As the object of conversation is pleasure and improvement, those subjects only which are of universal interest can be made legitimate topics of pleasantry or discussion. And it is the gift of expressing thoughts and fancies in a quick, brilliant, and graceful manner on such topics, of striking out new ideas, eliciting the views and opinions of others, of attaching the interest of all to the subject discussed, giving it, however trifling in itself, weight and importance in the estimation of the hearers, that constitutes the great talent for conversation. As to subjects for conversation, what difficulty can there be about them? Will not books, balls, bonnets, and metaphysics furnish pleasant topics of discourse? Can you not speak of the philosophy and science and the springs of wonder and the wisdom of the world? Are flirtation, traveling, love, and speech making at an end? Is St. Stephen's shut up? Or is the great globe itself and the weather on its surface so perfectly stationary that you can find nothing to say about them? No, let us not deceive ourselves. We never want subjects of conversation, but we often want the knowledge how to treat them, above all, how to bring them forward in a graceful and pleasing manner. There is, I am sorry to say, a great deal of servility in the very best society, a needless meanness seen through at once. For you may be pleasant, courteous, and well-bred, without cringing to the wit or opinions of others. All that is expected, or can be expected from you, is that you are not to shock the unsuccessful wit by exposing his stupidity, however glaring it may be, nor mark dissent from opinions in which you may not coincide in such a manner as to bring on an argument or discussion. Any pleasant, passing, and good-humored jest will free you from noticing the wit, if particularly forced upon your attention, even as an easy, playful dissent from objectionable opinions will relieve you from the necessity of disputing or submitting to them. Franklin says that you must never contradict in conversation, nor correct facts if wrongly stated. This is going much too far. You must never contradict in a short, direct, or positive tone. But with politeness, you may easily, when necessary, express a difference of opinion in a graceful and even complimentary manner. And I would almost say that the art of conversation consists in knowing how to contradict and when to be silent. For, as to constantly acting a fawning and meanly deferential part in society, it is offensive to all persons of good sense and good feeling. In regard to facts wrongly stated, no well-bred man ever thinks of correcting them, merely to show his wisdom in trifles. But with politeness, it is perfectly easy to rectify an error when the nature of the conversation demands the explanation. Whenever the lady or gentleman with whom you are discussing a point, whether of love, war, science, or politics, begins to sophisticate, drop the subject instantly. Your adversary either wants the ability to maintain his opinion, and then it would be uncivil to press it, or he wants the still more useful ability to yield the point with unaffected grace and good humor. Or, what is also possible, his vanity is in some way engaged in defending views on which he may probably have acted, so that to demolish his opinions is perhaps to reprove his conduct, and no well-bred man goes into society for the purpose of sermonizing. In merely relating an ordinary tale or anecdote, you will most certainly, if you are an observer of character, relate it differently, not in import perhaps, but in voice and manner, to different persons. A man of the world will naturally, and without premeditated effort or thought, so regulate his words, tone, and the very voice in which he speaks, as to make the best impression on the individual addressed. And as no two persons are exactly alike in the world, a good judge will not address them as if they were. Anecdotes are pretty gems in conversation, and furnish admirable illustrations. They also serve to fill up a threatening pause, and give fresh life to expiring discourse, and must, of course, be appropriate, short, well-timed, and well-told. But let no one hope to found a claim for conversational powers on a mere collection of anecdotes, for however numerous, they will necessarily wear out, and they never admit of being repeated. Anecdotes must be looked upon as particles of well-flavored spice to season and enliven discourse, rather than as a very essential portion of the dish itself. Still, a good relater of anecdotes is a great acquisition in company, for he can not only link the scattered fragments of discourse round some well-applied illustration, but if skillful in his line, can give a pleasing turn to conversation when taking a faulty direction. Man's superiority over other animals has been attributed to his powers of association and conversation. His gregarious nature is another cause of man's superiority over all other animals. A lion lies under a hole in a rock, and if any other lion happen to pass by, they fight. Now, whoever gets a habit of lying under a hole in a rock and fighting with every gentleman who passes near him cannot possibly make any progress. Every man's understanding and acquirements, how great and extensive soever they may appear, are made up from the contributions of his friends and companions. You spend your morning in learning from Hume what happened at particular periods of your own history. You dine where some man tells you what he has observed in the East Indies, and another discourses of brown sugar and Jamaica. It is from these perpetual rills of knowledge that you refresh yourself, and become strong and healthy as you are. If lions would consort together, and growl out the observations they have made about killing sheep and shepherds, the most likely places for catching a calf grazing, and so forth, they could not fail to improve, because they would be actuated by such a wide range of observation and operating by the joint force of so many minds. Sidney Smith's Moral Philosophy. By the power of language, we are enabled to be useful to others. We can instruct the ignorant, caution the unwary, or console the afflicted. Of what use is the intense application of the student, the conceptions of the poet, or the contemplations of the philosopher, if the result of their labors is known only to themselves? Thoughts valuable as gold in the mine are of no use to others until coined into words. And by imparting information to others, our own faculties are improved. Our intellectual weapons are kept polished by us. Knowledge shut up in the mind of its possessor is like a stagnant pool, useful to none. But when allowed to flow out freely in the channels of language, it becomes a living fountain, the streams of which carry health and beauty and fertility into every district through which they roll. Lecture on the Philosophy of Language. 4. The following are examples of conversational reasoning. I praise the accuracy of an account book of a lady whom I mentioned. Johnson. Keeping accounts, sir, is of no use when a man is spending his own money and has nobody to whom he is to account. You won't eat less beef today because you have written down what it cost yesterday. I mentioned another lady who thought as he did, so that her husband could not get her to keep an account of the expense of the family, as she thought it enough that she never exceeded the sum allowed her. Johnson. Sir, it is fit she should keep an account because her husband wishes it, but I do not see its use. I maintain that keeping an account has this advantage, that it satisfies a man that his money has not been lost or stolen, which he might sometimes be apt to imagine, were there no written state of his expense. And besides, a calculation of economy, so as not to exceed one's income, cannot be made without a view of the different articles in figures, that one may see how to retrench in some particulars less necessary than others. This he did not attempt to answer. Mr. Walker, the celebrated master of elocution, came in, and then we went upstairs into the study. I asked him if he had taught many clergymen. Johnson. I hope not. Walker. I have taught only one, and he is the best reader I ever heard, not by my teaching, but by his own natural talents. Johnson. Were he the best reader in the world, I would not have it told that he was taught. Here was one of his peculiar prejudices. Could it be any disadvantage to the clergyman to have it known that he was taught an easy and graceful delivery? Boswell. Will you not allow, sir, that a man may be taught to read well? Johnson. Why, sir, so far as to read better than he might do without being taught, yes. Formerly it was supposed that there was no difference in reading, but that one read as well as another. Boswell. It is wonderful to see old Sheridan as enthusiastic about oratory as ever. Walker. His enthusiasm as to what oratory will do may be too great, but he reads well. Johnson. He reads well, but he reads low, and you know it is much easier to read low than to read high. For when you read high, you are much more limited. Your loudest note can be but one, and so the variety is less in proportion to the loudness. Now some people have occasion to speak to an extensive audience, and must speak loud to be heard. Walker. The art is to read strong, though low. Talking of the origin of language, Johnson. It must have come by inspiration. 1,000, nay 1,000,000 of children could not invent a language. While the organs are pliable, there is not understanding enough to form a language. By the time that there is understanding enough, the organs are become stiff. We know that after a certain age, we cannot learn to pronounce a new language. No foreigner who comes to England when advanced in life ever pronounces English tolerably well. At least, Such instances are very rare. When I maintain that language must have come by inspiration, I do not mean that inspiration is required for rhetoric and all the beauties of language. For when once man has language, we can conceive that he may gradually form modifications of it. I mean only that inspiration seems to me to be necessary to give man the faculty of speech, to inform him that he may have speech, which I think he could no more find out without inspiration than cows or hogs would think of such a faculty. Walker, do you think, sir, that there are any perfect synonyms in any language? Johnson, originally there were not, but by using words negligently, or in poetry, one word comes to be confounded with another. Boswell's Life of Johnson. 5. After the above examples of conversational reasoning, I will conclude this section with an example of a conversation without reasoning. It is taken from Miss Austen's description of the voluble lady. My dear sir, you are too obliging. Is there nobody you would not rather? I am not helpless. Sir, you are most kind. Upon my word, Jane on one arm, and me on the other. Stop, let us stand a little back. Mrs. Elton is going. Dear Mrs. Elton, how elegant she looks. Beautiful lace. Now we all follow in her train. Quite the queen of the evening. Well, here we are at the passage. 2 steps, Jane. Take care of the 2 steps. Oh no, there is but 1. Well, I was persuaded there were 2. How very odd. I was convinced there were 2, and there is but 1. I never saw anything equal to the comfort and style. Candles everywhere. I was telling you of your grandmamma, Jane. There was a little disappointment. The baked apples and biscuits, excellent in their way, you know. But there was a delicate fricassee of sweetbread and some asparagus brought in at first. And good Mr. Woodhouse, not thinking the asparagus quite boiled enough, sent it all out again. Now there is nothing grandmamma loves better than sweetbread and asparagus, so she was rather disappointed. But we agreed we would not speak of it to anybody, for fear of its getting round to dear Miss Woodhouse, who would be so very much concerned. Well, this is brilliant. I am all amazement. Could not have supposed it anything. Such elegance and profusion. I have seen nothing like it since. Well, where shall we sit? Where shall we sit? Anywhere, so that Jane is not in a draught. Where I sit is of no consequence. Oh, do you recommend this side? Well, I am sure, Mr. Churchill, only it seems too good. But just as you please. What you direct in this house cannot be wrong. Dear Jane, how shall we ever recollect half the dishes for grandmamma? Soup, too? Bless me! I should not be helped so soon, but it smells most excellent, and I cannot help beginning. Half hours with the best authors. End of section 39. Read by Marissa D. 6, Clearwater, Florida, February 10th, 2024.
Section 40 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Section 4, Reasoning by Single Syllogism, Part 1. The following description of the nature of the syllogism is taken from Dr. Watts. If the mere perception and comparison of 2 ideas would always show us whether they agree or disagree, then all rational propositions would be matters of intelligence or first principles, and there would be no use of reasoning or drawing any consequences. It is the narrowness of the human mind which introduces the necessity of reasoning. When we are unable to judge of the truth or falsehood of a proposition in an immediate manner, by the mere contemplation of its subject and predicate, we are then constrained to use a medium and to compare each of them with some third idea, that by seeing how far they agree or disagree with it, we may be able to judge how far they agree or disagree among themselves. As if there are two lines, A and B, and I know not whether they are equal or no, I take a third line, C, or an inch, and apply it to each of them. If it agree with them both, then I infer that A and B are equal. But if it agree with one and not with the other, then I conclude A and B are unequal. If it agree with neither of them, there can be no comparison. So, if the question be whether God must be worshipped, we seek a third idea. Suppose the idea of a creator and say, our creator must be worshipped. God is our creator, therefore God must be worshipped. The comparison of this third idea with the two distinct parts of the questions usually requires two propositions, which are called the premises. The third proposition, which is drawn from them, is the conclusion. Thus it appears what is the strict and just notion of a syllogism. It is a sentence or argument made up of three propositions, so disposed as that the last is necessarily inferred from those which go before, as in the instances which have been just mentioned. The three terms are named the major, the minor, and the middle. The predicate of the conclusion is called the major term, because it is generally of a larger extension than the minor term, or the subject. The major and minor terms are called the extremes. The middle term is the third idea, invented and disposed in two propositions, in such a manner as to show the connection between the major and minor term in the conclusion, for which reason the middle term itself is sometimes called the argument. That proposition which contains the predicate of the conclusion, connected with the middle term, is usually called the major proposition, whereas the minor proposition connects the middle term with the subject of the conclusion, and is sometimes called the assumption. This exact distinction of the several parts of a syllogism and of the major and minor terms connected with the middle term in the major and minor propositions does chiefly belong to simple or categorical syllogisms, though all syllogisms whatsoever have some analogical to it. Single syllogisms are made up of three propositions. Compound syllogisms contain more than three propositions and may be formed into two or more syllogisms. Single syllogisms, for distinction's sake, may be divided into simple, complex, and conjunctive. 1. Simple syllogism. Those are properly called simple or categorical syllogisms, which are made up of three plain, single, or categorical propositions, wherein the middle term is evidently and regularly joined with one part of the question in the major proposition, and with the other in the minor, whence there flows a plain, single conclusion, as, every human virtue is to be sought with diligence. Prudence is a human virtue, therefore prudence is to be sought with diligence. 2. Complex syllogism. Those are properly called complex syllogisms, in which the middle term is not connected with the whole subject or the whole predicate in two distinct propositions, but is intermingled and compared with them by parts, or in a more confused manner in different forms of speech, as, the sun is a senseless being. The Persians worshipped the sun, therefore the Persians worshipped a senseless being. Here, the predicate of the conclusion is, worshipped a senseless being, part of which is joined with the middle term, sun in the major proposition and the other part in the minor. Though this sort of argument is confessed to be entangled or confused and irregular, if examined by the rules of simple syllogisms, yet there is a great variety of arguments used in books of learning, and in common life, whose consequence is strong and evident, and which must be ranked under this head, as, pious men are the only favourites of heaven. True Christians are favourites of heaven. Therefore, true Christians are pious men. Or thus, hypocrites are not pious men. Therefore, hypocrites are not favourites of heaven. None but physicians came to the consultation. the nurse is no physician, therefore the nurse came not to the consultation. The fogs vanish as the sun rises, but the fogs have not yet begun to vanish, therefore the sun is not yet risen. It is necessary that a general understand the art of war, but Keyes does not understand the art of war, therefore it is necessary Keyes should not be a general. A total eclipse of the sun would cause darkness at noon. It is possible that the moon at that time may totally eclipse the sun. Therefore, it is possible that the moon may cause darkness at noon. Now, the force of all these arguments is so evident and conclusive that though the form of the syllogism be never so irregular, yet we are sure the inferences are just and true, for the premises, according to the reason of things, do really contain the conclusion that is deduced from them, which is a never-failing test of a true syllogism. 3. Conjunctive syllogism. Those are called conjunctive syllogisms, wherein one of the premises, namely the major, has distinct parts, which are joined by a conjunction, or some such particle of speech. Most times the major or minor, or both, are explicitly compound propositions, and generally the major proposition is made up of two distinct parts or propositions in such a manner as that by the assertion of one in the minor, the other is either asserted or denied in the conclusion, or by the denial of one in the minor, the other is either asserted or denied in the conclusion. It is hardly possible, indeed, to fit any short definition to include all the kinds of them, but the chief amongst them are the conditional syllogism, the disjunctive, the relative, and the connexive. 1. The conditional or hypothetical syllogism is that whose major or minor or both are conditional propositions, as, if there be a God, the world is governed by providence, but there is a God, therefore the world is governed by providence. These syllogisms admit two sorts of true argumentation where the major is conditional. First, when the antecedent is asserted in the minor, that the consequent may be asserted in the conclusion. Such is the preceding example. This is called arguing from the position of the antecedent to the position of the consequent. Secondly, when the consequent is contradicted in the minor proposition, that the antecedent may be contradicted in the conclusion, as, if atheists are in the right, then the world exists without a cause, but the world does not exist without a cause, therefore atheists are not in the right. This is called arguing from the removing of the consequent to the removing of the antecedent. 2. A disjunctive syllogism is when the major proposition is disjunctive, as, the earth moves in a circle or an ellipsis, but it does not move in a circle, therefore it moves in an ellipsis. A disjunctive syllogism may have many members or parts, thus, it is either spring, summer, autumn, or winter, but it is not spring, autumn, or winter, therefore it is summer. 3. A relative syllogism requires the major proposition to be relative, as, where Christ is, there shall his servants be. But Christ is in heaven, therefore his servants shall be there also. As is the captain, so are his soldiers. But the captain is a coward, therefore his soldiers are so too. Arguments that relate to the doctrine of proportion must be referred to this head, as 2 are to 4, so are 3 to 6, but 2 makes the half of 4, therefore 3 makes the half of 6. 4. A connexive syllogism requires that 2 or more ideas be so connected, either in the complex subject or predicate of the major, that if one of them be affirmed or denied in the minor, common sense will naturally show us what will be the consequence. Meekness and humility always go together. Moses was a man of meekness, therefore Moses was also humble. Or we may form this minor: Pharaoh was no humble man, therefore he was not meek. No man can serve God and mammon. The covetous man serves mammon, therefore he cannot serve God. Or the minor may run thus: the true Christian serves God, therefore he does not serve mammon. Watt's logic. Academic or scholastic disputation, which was carried on by syllogism, is thus described in Dr. Watts's Improvement of the Mind. The common methods in which disputes are managed in the schools of learning are these, viz. 1. The tutor appoints a question in some of the sciences to be debated amongst his students. One of them undertakes to affirm or to deny the question, and to defend his assertion or negation, and to answer all objections against it. He is called the respondent, and the rest of the students in the same class, or who pursue the same science, are the opponents, who are appointed to dispute or raise objections against the proposition thus affirmed or denied. 2. Each of the students successively in their turn becomes the respondent or the defender of that proposition, while the rest oppose it also successively in their turns. 3. It is the business of the respondent to write a thesis in Latin, or short discourse on the question proposed, and he either affirms or denies the question according to the opinion of the tutor, which is supposed to be the truth, and he reads it at the beginning of the dispute. 4. In his discourse, which is written with as great accuracy as the youth is capable of, he explains the terms of the question, frees them from all ambiguity, fixes their sense, declares the true intent and meaning of the question itself, separates it from other questions with which it may have been complicated, and distinguishes it from other questions which may happen to be akin to it, and then pronounces in the negative or affirmative concerning it. 5. When this is done, then in the second part of his discourse he gives his own strongest arguments to confirm the proposition he has laid down, i.e., to vindicate his own side of the question, but he does not usually proceed to represent the objections against it, and to solve or answer them, for it is the business of the other students to raise objections in disputing. 6. When the respondent has read over his thesis in the school, the junior student makes an objection and draws it up in the regular form of a syllogism. The respondent repeats the objection and either denies the major or minor proposition directly, or he distinguishes upon some word or phrase in the major or minor and shows in what sense the proposition may be true, but that sense does not affect the question, and then declares that in the sense in which it affects the present question, the proposition is not true, and, consequently, he denies it. 7. Then the opponent proceeds by another syllogism to vindicate the proposition that is denied. Again, the respondent answers by denying or distinguishing. Thus the disputation goes on in a series or succession of syllogisms and answers, till the objector is silenced and has no more to say. When he can go no further, the next student begins to propose his objection, and then the third and the fourth, even to the senior, who is the last opponent. 9. During this time, the tutor sits in the chair as president or moderator to see that the rules of disputation and decency be observed on both sides, and to admonish each disputant of any irregularity in their conduct. His work is also to illustrate and explain the answer or distinction of the respondent where it is obscure, to strengthen it where it is weak, and to correct it where it is false. And when the respondent is pinched with a strong objection and is at a loss for an answer, the moderator assists him and suggests some answer to the objection of the opponent in defense of the question, according to his own opinion or sentiment. The advantages and disadvantages of this method of disputation are thus pointed out. It must be confessed that there are some advantages to be attained by academical disputation. It gives vigour and briskness to the mind thus exercised, and relieves the languor of private study and meditation. It sharpens the wit and all the inventive powers. It makes the thoughts active and sends them on all sides to find arguments and answers both for opposition and defence. It gives opportunity of viewing the subject of discourse on all sides, and of learning what inconveniences, difficulties, and objections attend particular opinions. It furnishes the soul with various occasions of starting such thoughts as otherwise would never have come into the mind. It makes a student more expert in attacking and refuting an error, as well as in vindicating a truth. It instructs the scholar in the various methods of warding off the form of objections, and of discovering and repelling the subtle tricks of sophisters. It procures also a freedom and readiness of speech, and raises the modest and diffident genius to a due degree of courage. But there are some very grievous inconveniences that may sometimes overbalance all these advantages. For many young students, by a constant habit of disputing, grow impudent and audacious, proud and disdainful, talkative and impertinent, and render themselves intolerable by an obstinate humour of maintaining whatever they have asserted, as well as by a spirit of contradiction, opposing almost everything that they hear. The disputation itself often awakens the passions of ambition, emulation, and anger. It carries away the mind from that calm and sedate temper which is so necessary to contemplate the truth. It is evident also that by frequent exercises of this sort, wherein opinions true and false are argued, supported, and refuted on both sides, the mind of man is led by insensible degrees to an uncertain and fluctuating temper, and falls into danger of a sceptical humour, which never comes to an establishment in any doctrines. Many persons by this means become much more ready to oppose whatsoever is offered in searching out truth. They hardly wait till they have read or heard the sentiment of any person, before their heads are busily employed in seeking out arguments against it. They grow naturally sharp in finding out difficulties, and by indulging this humour, they converse with the dark and doubtful parts of a subject so long, till they almost render themselves incapable of receiving the full evidence of a proposition and acknowledging the light of truth. It has some tendency to make a youth a carping critic rather than a judicious man. We presume that disputes of this kind were carried on at Oxford in the time of Mr. John Wesley. 8 months after his election to a fellowship, he was appointed Greek lecturer and moderator of the classes. At that time, disputations were held 6 times a week at Lincoln College, and however the students may have profited by them, they were of singular use to the moderator. He could not avoid, he says, acquiring hereby some degree of expertness in arguing, and especially in discerning and pointing out well-covered and plausible fallacies. I have since found abundant reason to praise God for giving me this honest art. By this, when men have hedged me in by what they call demonstrations, I have been many times able to dash them in pieces, and in spite of all its covers, to touch the very point where the fallacy lay, and it flew open in a moment. Southey's Life of Wesley. Lord Bacon observed in his Novum Organum, published in the year 1605, that the logic now in use is not conducible to the finding out of true science, but tends to the establishment and confirmation of errors which are founded in vulgar notions, rather than to a serious inquiry after truth. A syllogism, he states, is not used among the principles of sciences, and in medial axioms it is employed in vain, for it falls much short of nature's subtlety. It consists of propositions, propositions of words, words interpret notions. Therefore, if notions, the basis of things, be confused and rashly abstracted from things, nothing will be firm that is built upon them. Therefore, our only assurance is in a right induction. The Port Royal Logic was published at Paris by the Jansenists in the year 1662. The authors seem to have had no very high opinion of the Aristotelian forms of logic, They refer to certain matters difficult enough, but of little use, such as the conversion of propositions and the demonstration of the rules of figure. And they express a doubt of the usefulness of the syllogism, saying that the greater part of the errors of men arise much more from their reasoning on false principles than from their reasoning wrongly on their principles. Mr. Hallam observes in his Literature of Europe that after the publication of the Port Royal Logic, it became more and more acknowledged that the rules of syllogism go a very little way in rendering the mind able to follow a course of inquiry without error, much less in assisting it to discover truth, and that even their vaunted prerogative of securing us from fallacy is nearly ineffectual in exercise. Locke's essay on the human understanding was published in the year 1688. He condemns strongly the syllogistical form of reasoning. It is useless inasmuch as you must understand your argument before you can form the syllogism, and then it comes too late to settle the matter. It is of no assistance to reasoning, as it is more difficult to understand the rules of syllogism than it is to understand the argument. The mass of mankind know nothing of it, and yet they reason well, and did so long before syllogisms were invented. God did not make men two-legged creatures and leave it to Aristotle to make them reasonable beings. Dr. Watts, throughout his work, has strongly enforced the doctrine that an acquaintance with the things themselves is the only way of reasoning correctly about them, and he exhorts his readers not to rely upon the mere forms of scholastic logic. He thus speaks of formal definitions. After all, it must be confessed that many logicians and philosophers in former ages have made too great a bustle about the exactness of their definition of things, and entered into long, fruitless controversies and very ridiculous debates in the several sciences about adjusting the logical formalities of every definition, whereas that sort of wrangling is now grown very justly contemptible, since it is agreed that true learning and the knowledge of things depends much more upon a large acquaintance with their various properties, causes, effects, subject, object, ends and designs, than it does upon the formal and scholastic niceties of genus and difference. Watt's logic. In the section on the opposition and conversion of propositions, he observes, "The logicians of the schools have written many large trifles concerning the opposition and conversion of propositions. It will be sufficient here to give a few brief hints of these things, that the learner may not be utterly ignorant of them." Ibid. The following are his remarks on the moods and figures of simple syllogisms. Simple syllogisms are adorned and surrounded in the common books of logic with a variety of inventions about moods and figures, wherein, by the artificial contexture of the letters A, E, I, and O, men have endeavoured to transform logic, or the art of reasoning, into a sort of mechanism, and to teach boys to syllogize, or frame arguments and refute them, without any real inward knowledge of the question. This is almost in the same manner as schoolboys have been taught, perhaps in their trifling years, to compose Latin verses, that is, by certain tables and squares, with a variety of letters in them, wherein, by counting every 6th, 7th, or 8th letter, certain Latin words should be framed in the form of hexameters or pentameters, and this may be done by those who know nothing of Latin or of verses. I confess some of these logical subtleties have much more use than those versifying tables, and there is much ingenuity discovered in determining the precise number of syllogisms that may be formed in every figure, and giving the reasons of them. Yet the light of nature, a good judgment, and due consideration of things tend more to true reasoning than all the trappings of moods and figures. Ibid. End of section 40. Section 41 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning by Single Syllogism, Part 2. Dr. Campbell published his Rhetoric in the year 1776. He strongly condemns the syllogistic mode of reasoning as unnatural and prolix. Its rules are cumbersome to the memory and unnecessary in practice. This method of arguing has not the least affinity to moral reasoning. In matters that we know by experience, it can be of little or no utility, and it has produced two evils: a desire of disputing on every subject, however incontrovertible, and a philosophical pride which will not permit us to believe anything, even a self-evident principle, without a previous reason or argument. From the time of the publication of Dr. Watts' Logic, the scholastic forms of reasoning appear to have fallen into disuse. Dr. Whately, the present Archbishop of Dublin, was the means of reviving attention to the subject in the University of Oxford. He was at that time the principal of St. Albans Hall. His publication on the subject first appeared in the Encyclopaedia Metropolitana and was afterwards published separately. Not only were the scholastic forms resumed, but new definitions of logic were brought forward, and they who had stated in their works any theory inconsistent with these definitions were charged with being ignorant of the nature of the science. Dr. Watts is repeatedly censured for calling logic the art of using our reason well, and we are told that logic is the art of employing language properly for the purpose of reasoning, and is entirely conversant about language. According to Dr. Whately, the principle of the syllogism is the principle of all reasoning. The art of reasoning is the art of syllogizing. It is not the province of logic to prove the truth of the proposition employed in the syllogism, but merely to see that the conclusion follows naturally from those propositions, supposing them to be true. And this point is to be ascertained not by the exercise of the judgment, but by the application of certain rules which scholastic logicians have drawn up for this purpose. To perceive the force of a syllogistic argument, it is not necessary to be acquainted with the subject, nor even in some cases to understand the meaning of the words. Sir William Hamilton, a professor of logic and metaphysics in the University of Edinburgh, has proposed what he deems an improvement in the syllogistic mode of reasoning by the adoption of what he calls the quantification of the predicate. By this phrase he means nothing more than that the word all, or some, should be attached to the predicate of the propositions that enter into the syllogism. Thus, instead of saying all men are mortal, he would say all men are some mortal, to denote that other beings are mortal besides men. A book has been published on this subject by Mr. Thomas Spencer Baines, under the sanction and approval of Sir William Hamilton, entitled An Essay on the New Analytic of Logical Forms. It is difficult to perceive what great practical advantage would be gained by this suggestion, even were it universally adopted. The arguments in favour of its adoption rest mainly on the defects of the present system. Mr. Baines states that logic has remained imperfect and deformed in the hands of all previous logicians, and that in regard to the common doctrine of syllogistic figure, mood, and reduction, the whole doctrine is cumbrous and unsatisfactory, inconsistent and destructive of the science itself. Mr. Baines, from the extent of his logical reading, should be a very competent witness on this subject. He has shown, we think, that the rules of scholastic logic contain some great inconsistencies. It is remarkable how ready scholastic logicians are to censure their own system, as explained by other writers. Archbishop Whately accuses I know not how many preceding authors of being totally ignorant of the nature of logic, and Mr. Baines considers the whole science to have been imperfect from the days of Aristotle to Sir William Hamilton, and he rejoices to know that one has at length arisen, able to recognize and complete the plan of the mighty builder Aristotle, to lay the top stone on that fabric, the foundations of which were laid more than 2,000 years ago by the master hand of the Stagirite. We will not deny that the censures on the scholastic logicians are some deserved, but we think the eulogium on Sir William Hamilton's discovery is in a high degree some excessive. Mr. Mill steers a middle course with regard to the syllogism. He says, Archbishop Whately has contended that syllogizing or reasoning from generals to particulars is not, agreeably to the vulgar idea, a peculiar mode of reasoning, but the philosophical analysis of the mode in which all men reason and must do so, if they reason at all. With the deference due to so high an authority, I cannot help thinking that the vulgar notion is in this case the more correct. In the syllogism, all men are mortal, the Duke of Wellington is a man, therefore the Duke of Wellington is mortal. Mr. Mill thinks that we do not infer the mortality of the Duke of Wellington from the general proposition, all men are mortal, but from our experience of John, Thomas, etc., who once were in being, but are now dead. He contends that all inference is from particulars to particulars, and that general propositions are merely registers of such inferences. Dr. Whewell thinks that this doctrine of Mr. Mill, that the force of the syllogism consists in an inductive assertion with an interpretation added to it, solves very happily the difficulties which baffle the other theories of this subject. This question is rather beyond the limits we have assigned to our own inquiries, but it appears to us that if the individual conclusion is not a deduction from the general principle, the argument is no longer a syllogism. It may, nevertheless, be a good mode of reasoning, but surely it is not a syllogism in the sense in which Archbishop Whately and other logical writers use the term. At the same time, it appears to put the syllogism in the same place that we have assigned to it in the present work. It is received as one of the forms of reasoning, in some cases a very useful form, but not necessarily connected more than any other form with the reasoning process. And whether Mr. Mill gets his conclusion from the general proposition or from certain facts of which the general proposition is a correct register, does not appear to be of much practical importance. After a consideration of all the above writers, and of others whom we have consulted on the subject, we have arrived at the conclusion that the syllogism is only one of the forms of reasoning, a useful form certainly in some cases, but still only a form, and by no means necessarily connected with any of the principles of reasoning. It has been said that all other modes of reasoning may be turned into syllogisms. It would be difficult to prove this, but it is not worthwhile to ask for proof. Let it be admitted that all other forms of reasoning may be turned into syllogisms, and that all syllogisms may be turned into other forms of reasoning. This convertibility shows that syllogism is only one of the forms in which all reasons may be expressed. Another argument to prove that it is only a form is that the mass of mankind reason well, and yet know nothing about it. None of the writers of the Old Testament knew anything about syllogism, nor have we any proof that it was known to the writers of the New. We are not aware that it has ever been known to the Chinese or to any other people unacquainted with Greek. We are sure that the mass of the population in our own country are wholly unacquainted with it. Seeing, then, that syllogism is one of the forms of reasoning, it may be well to inquire for what kinds of reasoning it is best adapted. It does not appear to be well adapted for arguments founded on induction or on analogy or on mere probability. The conclusion of a syllogism should be a certainty and a certain deduction from the premises. Let us take Mr. Mill's example. All men are mortal. The Duke of Wellington is a man. Therefore, the Duke of Wellington is mortal. Here you will observe it is essential to the validity of this argument that the first proposition should be universally true. Had it been said, all men, except one, are mortal, the Duke of Wellington is a man, we could not have inferred that the Duke of Wellington is mortal, for that excepted one might, for aught we know, be the Duke of Wellington. It would appear from this example that the syllogism is not adapted for probable arguments, however high the degree of probability may be. Hence, as in the moral sciences and in the ordinary affairs of life we cannot always have more than a high degree of probability, it seems to follow that in these sciences and in these affairs we cannot always employ the syllogism. The chief principle of reasoning for which the syllogism appears to be adapted is that of genus and species, and here chiefly when the relation of genus and species is founded in nature. When we try to form this relation mentally by simply changing the mode of expression, we may weaken our reasoning. We have shown this at page 70. In similar cases, we can rarely form a major proposition capable of being proved to be universally true. We place ourselves by syllogism under the necessity of proving a universal when the argument requires us to prove only a particular, and we attempt to prove by reasoning a proposition that cannot be proved but by observation and experience. Although an argument legitimately founded on any other relation than genus and species, such as the relation of subject and attribute, cause and effect, can seldom be so well expressed by syllogism, yet, when an argument is legitimately founded on the relation of genus and species, and that a natural, not an artificial relation, the syllogism will sometimes afford the means of expressing the argument with superior clearness. Perhaps this is the case in the example we have noticed. Were we to say, as the Duke of Wellington is a man, he must be mortal, or, as all men are mortal, the Duke of Wellington must be mortal, for he is only a man, or any similar mode of expression, we should not, perchance, express our meaning with as much clearness as in the above syllogism. While we are thus ready to admit that the syllogism is sometimes a useful form of reasoning, we do not admit that an argument derives greater strength from being put into this form. In fact, no argument obtains increased strength by being expressed in one form more than in another. The advantage gained is in point of clearness or in adaptation to the party to whom the argument may be addressed. The same form is not suitable for all occasions. The form which gives clearness and adaptation in one case may in another case be attended with obscurity and unsuitableness. The case in which syllogism may be used with advantage is, as we have said, in natural relations of genus and species. In many other cases, we think it unsuitable, and in some, probably injurious. Footnote. With reference to the system of scholastic logic, Mr. Bailey observes, such an artificial system is needless, because the natural method is ready of application and sufficient of itself. It does not substitute compendious processes for long ones, nor such as are easy for such as are difficult, nor those which are more certain for those which are less to be relied upon. And it has not the slightest pretensions to the power of conducting us to results which we could not reach without its assistance, while on the other hand, the study of it requires a great expenditure of time and labour, and is attended from its very nature with intellectual evils of no inconsiderable moment. End of footnote. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rusty Pistols. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning by Compound Syllogism, Part 1. Section 5. Reasoning by Compound Syllogism. Quote, we properly call those compound syllogisms which are made of two or more single syllogisms and may be resolved into them. The chief kinds are these: epicherma, dilemma, prosyllogismus, and sorites. Quote, first, epicherma is a syllogism which contains the proof of the major or minor, or both, before it draws a conclusion. Quote, this is often used in writing, in public speeches, and in common conversation, that so each part of the discourse may be confirmed and put out of doubt, as it moves on toward the conclusion which was chiefly designed. Take this instance. Quote, sickness may be good for us, but it weans us from the pleasure of life and makes us think of dying. Quote, but we are uneasy under sickness, which appears by our impatience, complaints, groanings, etc. Quote, therefore we are uneasy sometimes under that which is good for us. Quote, Another instance you may see in Cicero's oration in defense of Milo, which had slain Claudius.
His major proposition is that it is lawful for one man to kill another who lies in wait to kill him.
With reference to the system of scholastic logic, Mr. Bailey observes,
Quote, such an artificial system is needless
because the natural method is ready of application and sufficient of itself. It does not substitute compendious processes for long ones, nor such as are easy for such as are difficult, nor those which are more certain for those which are less to be relied upon. And it has not the slightest pretensions to the power of conducting us to results which we could not reach without its assistance, while on the other hand the study of it requires a great expenditure of time and labor, and is attended from its very nature with intellectual evils of no inconsiderable moment. Page 146, which he proves from the custom of nations, from natural equity, examples, etc. His minor is that Claudius laid wait for Milo, which he proves by his arms, guards, etc., and then infers the conclusion that it was lawful for Milo to kill Claudius. Quote, second, a dilemma is an argument which divides the whole into its parts or members by a disjunctive proposition, and then infers something concerning each part which is finally inferred concerning the whole. Quote, instances of this are frequent, as in this life we must either obey our vicious inclinations or resist them. To obey them will bring sin and sorrow. To resist them is laborious and painful. Therefore, we cannot be perfectly free from sorrow or pain in this life. Quote, a dilemma becomes faulty or ineffectual three ways. First, when the members of the division are not well opposed or not fully enumerated, for then the major is false. Secondly, when what is asserted concerning each part is not just, for then the minor is not true. Thirdly, when it may be retorted with equal force upon him who utters it. Quote, there was a famous ancient instance of this case wherein a dilemma was retorted. Euthylus promised Protagoras a reward when he had taught him the art of pleading, and it was to be paid the first day that he gained any cause in the court. After a considerable time, Protagoras goes to law with Euthylus for the reward and uses this dilemma. Either the cause will go on my side or on yours. If the cause goes on my side, you must pay me according to the sentence of the judge. If the cause goes on your side, you must pay me according to your bargain. Therefore, whether the cause goes for me or against me, you must pay me the reward. But Euthylus retorted this dilemma, thus either I shall gain the cause or lose it. If I gain the cause, then nothing will be due to you, according to the sentence of the judge. But if I lose the cause, nothing will be due to you, according to my bargain. Therefore, whether I lose or gain the cause, I will not pay you, for nothing will be due to you. This sort of argument may be composed of three or more members and may be called a trilemma. Quote, third, a prosyllogism is when two or more syllogisms are so connected together that the conclusion of the former is the major or the minor of the following. Example, quote, blood cannot think, but the soul of man thinks. Therefore the soul of man is not blood, but the soul of a brute is his blood, according to the scripture. Therefore the soul of man is different from the soul of a brute. Quote, fourth, a sorites is when several middle terms are chosen to connect one another successively in several propositions till the last proposition connects its predicate with the first subject. Quote, thus all men of revenge have their souls often uneasy. Uneasy souls are a plague to themselves. Now to be one's own plague is folly in the extreme. Therefore all men of revenge are extreme fools. The Apostle, Romans 8:29, gives us an instance of this sort of argument. If it were reduced to exact form, whom he foreknew, those he predestinated. Whom he predestinated, he called. Whom he called, he justified. Whom he justified, he glorified. Therefore, whom he foreknew, he glorified. Quote, to these syllogisms, it may not be improper to add induction, which is, when from several particular propositions we infer one general, as the doctrine of the Socinians cannot be proved from the Gospels. It cannot be proved from the Acts of the Apostles. It cannot be proved from epistles, nor the book of Revelation. Therefore, it cannot be proved from the New Testament. Watts' logic. We shall here give an example of each of these compound syllogisms. First, the epicherma. Happiness is the result of certain habits. Man has the power of acquiring those habits. Therefore, man has the power of making himself happy. The first and second of these propositions require to be separately proved. Here is a proof. 1. Happiness is the result of certain habits. Quote, we find ourselves making a part of an existing universe which neither ignorance nor wisdom, doubting nor confidence can alter. If we know the order of which we are the subjects and conform to it, we are happy. Quote, the natural laws of this system are universal, invariable, unbending. That physical and mortal tendencies are the same all over the world, and we have every reason to believe over all other worlds. Wherever moral reasons keep in harmony with these laws, there is no instance in which happiness is not the result
Men never enjoy health, vigor, and felicity in disobedience to them. The whole infinite contrivance of everything above, around, and within us appears directed to certain benevolent issues, and all the laws of nature are in perfect harmony with the whole constitution of men. Quote, in all positions, man finds himself called upon by the clear indication of the organic laws to take that free and cheerful exercise which is calculated to develop vigorous muscular and nervous and mental action. The peasant digs and the hunter chases for subsistence, and each finds at the same time health and cheerfulness. The penalty of the violation of this organic law by the indulgence of indolence is debility, enfeebled action, both bodily and mental, dyspepsia with all its painful train, and finally death. On the other hand, the penalty of overexertion, debauchery, intemperance, and excess of every species comes in other forms of disease and suffering. These laws, though not so obviously and palpably so, are as invariable and inevitable as those of attraction or magnetism. Quote, if then, by any process of instruction, discipline, and mental force, we can influence our circumstances, banish grief, create cheerfulness, we can in the same degree reduce rules for the pursuit of happiness to a system, and make the system a matter of science. Can we not do this? Art of being happy. 2. Man has the power of acquiring these habits. Quote, the elements upon which we should operate are circumstances, habits, and modes of thinking and acting. The impulse of all our actions, from birth to death, the spring of all our movements, is a conviction that, by the blessing and help of the Most High, we can alter and improve our condition. We have a consciousness stronger than our reason, that we can control our circumstances. We can change our regimen and habits, and by patience and perseverance, even our temperament. Everyone can cite innumerable and most melancholy instances of those who have done it for evil. The habit of indulging in opium, tobacco, ardent spirits, or any of the pernicious narcotics soon reduces the physical and mental constitution to that temperament in which those stimulants are felt to be necessary. Corresponding changes produced in the mind and disposition. The frequent and regular use of medicine, though it may have been wholly unnecessary at first, finally becomes an inveterate habit. No phenomena of physiology is more striking than the facility with which the human constitution immediately commences a conformity to whatever change of circumstances, as of climate, habit, or ailment, we can impose upon it. It is a most impressive proof that the Creator has formed man capable of becoming the creature of all climates and conditions. Quote, if we may change our temperament both of body and mind for evil, as innumerable examples prove that we may, why not also for good? Our habits certainly are very much under our control, and our modes of thinking, however little the process may have been explained, are in some way shaped by our voluntary discipline. We have powers of self-command, as everyone who has made the effort to exercise them must be conscious. We have inexhaustible moral force for self-direction, if we will only recognize and exert it. We owe most of our disgust and disappointments, our corroding passions and unreasonable desires, our fretfulness, gloom, and self-torment, neither to nature nor fate, but to ourselves, and our reckless indifference to those rules that ought to guide our pursuit of happiness. Let a higher education and truer wisdom detach us from our passions, dispel the mists of opinion, and silence the authority of example. Let us commence the pursuit of happiness on the right course, and seek it where alone it is to be found. Equanimity and moderation will shed their mind radiance upon our enjoyments, and in our reverses we shall summon resignation and force of character. And according to the sublime ancient maxim, we shall in some useful degree become masters of events and of ourselves. Ibid. And the conclusion follows that man has the power of making himself happy. End of section 42. Section 43 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rusty Pistols. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning by Compound Syllogism. Part 2. Second, the dilemma. The following are examples of the dilemma. And there were 4 leprous men at the entering in of the gate, and they said one to another, why sit we here until we die? We say, we will enter into the city, then the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit still here, we die also. Now therefore come and let us fall unto the host of the Assyrians. If they save us alive, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall but die. 2 Kings 7:3-4. See also Luke 20:3-7, John 18:23. I will always place restrictive laws in this dilemma. Either you agree that you do produce scarcity or you do not agree to it. If you agree to it, you confess as a consequence that you inflict upon the people all the harm you can. If you do not agree to it, then you deny having restricted supply and raised prices, and consequently, you deny having favored the producer. You are either hurtful or inefficient. You cannot be useful. Bastiat's popular fallacies regarding general interests. Mr. Burke uses the dilemma in arguing against public debts. If, says he, governments provide for these debts by public impositions, they perish by becoming odious to the people. If they do not provide for them, they will be undone by the efforts of the most dangerous of all parties. I mean an extensive discontented moneyed interest injured and not destroyed. The objections to the law which prohibits the payment of wages and goods having been made in some form, either the law will be generally observed or it will not. If it be generally observed, it will frequently prevent the workmen from procuring employment, since manufacturers may be able to pay wages in goods when they are totally incapable of furnishing money. If it be not generally observed, which is the most probable case, it will be the means of giving an advantage to those who are dishonest and loose in principle over the strictly upright and conscientious manufacturers without any benefit to the workmen. Colonel Torrance employs the dilemma in arguing against the construction of canals or other public works by the government. If canals could be profitably opened, it would not only be superfluous and absurd, but positively pernicious for government to undertake them. For in this case, private interests would accomplish the object far more economically. If they could not be opened with a profit, it would be pernicious to force capital into an unproductive channel. In either case, therefore, nothing but mischief can result from the interference of government. In the same form of reasoning, Monsieur Say argues against sumptuary laws. Sumptuary laws are superfluous and unjust, the indulgence prescribed in either within the means of the individual or not. In the former case, it is an act of oppression to prohibit a gratification involving no injury to others. In the latter case, it is at all events negatory to do so, for there is no legal interference where pecuniary circumstances alone are an effectual bar. The Reverend Mr. Seymour, in his Mornings with the Jesuits, attacks the doctrine of priestly absolution by way of dilemma. At the time of confession, the penitent is sincere, or he is not. If he is sincere in his repentance, then God has already forgiven him, and absolution by the priest is useless. If he is not sincere, the absolution by the priest is of no value according to the doctrine of the Catholic Church. Therefore, whether the penitent is sincere or not, the priestly absolution is useless. The following is the language of Lord Beaumont, a Catholic nobleman, with respect to the recent appointment to English bishoprics by the Pope. The Pope, by his ill-advised measures, has placed the Roman Catholics in the country in a position where they must either break with Rome or violate their allegiance to the constitution of these realms. They must either consider the papal bull as null and void, or assert the right of a foreign prince to create, by his sovereign authority, English titles and to erect English bishoprics. To send a bishop to Beverley for the spiritual direction of the Roman Catholic clergy in Yorkshire, and to create a see of Beverley are two very different things. The one is allowed by the tolerant laws of the country. The other requires territorial dominion and sovereign power within the country. If you deny that this country is a fief of Rome and that the pontiff has any dominion over it, you deny his power to create a territorial see, and you condemned the late bull as sound and fury, signifying nothing. If, on the contrary, you admit his power to raise Westminster into an archbishopric and Beverley into a bishopric, you make over to the Pope a power which, according to the Constitution, rests solely with the Queen and her Parliament, and thereby infringe the prerogative of the one and interfere with the authority of the other. It is impossible to act up to the spirit of the British Constitution and at the same time to acknowledge the jurisdiction of the Pope in local matters. Such is the dilemma in which the lately published bull places the English Roman Catholic. Synods. Synods will either be mere party affairs, in which case they will produce a schism in each diocese, or they will not be party affairs, in which case they will bring the presiding bishop into collision with his clergy. If freedom of speech is really bona fide allowed, the clergy will soon be found to be at variance on many essential points with their bishop. If it is not allowed, the clergy are degraded by attending synods. Morning Herald. Knowledge. Let us then, while engaged in the honorable pursuit of wealth, engage at the same time with at least equal eagerness in the pursuit of knowledge. If Providence should smile on our exertions to obtain wealth, our intellectual attainments will enable us to enjoy that wealth with elegance and taste, to employ that wealth so as to promote the happiness of others, to move with honor in the higher class of society to which our wealth will introduce us.
and to discharge faithfully any public duties which our country's boys may call us to perform. But if, on the other hand, the winds of heaven should scatter our ships, the fire devour our storehouses, or the sons of wickedness rob us of fruits of our industry, still amid the wreck of our fortunes, our intellectual and moral worth will secure the respect of those around us, and we shall possess within ourselves a source of happiness more pure, more serene, more constant than all the wealth and all the luxuries of India can supply. Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. For the merchandise it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. Lectures on Ancient Commerce. Third, trilemma. It has been remarked as a characteristic of the late Sir Robert Peel that in introducing his measures to the House of Commons, he often used the trilemma. 3 courses are before us: to go backward, to stand still, to go forward. We cannot go backward, we cannot stand still, we must then go forward. Go and say unto David, Thus saith the Lord, I offer thee 3 things. Choose thee one of them, that I may do it unto thee. So Gad came to David and told him, and said unto him, Shall 7 years of famine come unto thee in thy land? Or wilt thou flee 3 months before thine enemies, while they pursue thee? Or that there be 3 days' pestilence in thy land? Now advise, and see what answer I shall return to him that sent me. And David said unto Gad, I am in a great strait. Let us fall now into the hand of the Lord, for his mercies are great, and let me not fall into the hand of men. So the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel from the morning even to the time appointed, and there died of the people from Dan even to Beersheba 70,000 men. 2 Sam 24:12-15. Sometimes the subject is divided into 3 parts, with the view of disapproving 2 of these parts in order to affirm the third. Thus workmen must have fair wages, not too high or too low, and each of these employers is forced to pay each of his workmen as high wages as the work which the workman does, and the prices which goods sell for will allow, for if he paid less, his workmen would leave him to get better wages elsewhere. And if he paid more, he would lose instead of gaining by employing them. And if he were to pay every workman alike, whatever were the quantity or goodness of the work done by him, it is certain that in most cases he would be paying either too much or too little, too much to the bad workmen and too little to the good ones. Besides this, when workmen are not paid according to their merit, there are scarcely any good ones, because when they see that there are no gainers by working well and working hard, they all become idle or careless. Easy lessons on money matters. Mr. Gilfillan thus describes the scripture idea of the universe. There are 3 methods of contemplating the universe. These are the material, the shadowy, and the mediatorial. The materialists look upon it as the only reality. It is a vast, solid fact, forever burning and rolling around, below and above him. The idealist, on the contrary, regards it as a shadowy, a mode of mind, an infinite projection of his own thought. The man who stands between the 2 extremes looks on nature as a great but not ultimate or everlasting scheme of mediation or compromise between pure and absolute spirit and the incarnate soul of man. To the materialist there is an altar, the lighted heaven high, but no God. To the idealist there is a God but no altar. He who holds the theory of mediation has the Great Spirit as his God, and the universe as the altar on which he presents the gift of his worship or poetic praise. Gilfillan's Bards of the Bible. The following trilemma has been employed in defense of the writings of the Old Testament. If the books of the Old Testament be forgeries, they must have been invented by either the Gentiles, the Christians, or the Jews. They could not have been invented by the Gentiles because they were all ignorant of the history and sacred rites of the Hebrews. They could not have been invented by the Christians, as no Christians existed previous to the introduction of Christianity. They could not have been invented by the Jews because they contained difficult laws and rules and relate all their idolatrous crimes and punishments, which would not have been inserted if the writings had been forged by Jews. Therefore, these writings could not have been forged at all. Fourth, the pro-syllogism. Happiness is the result of certain habits. Man has the power of acquiring those habits. Therefore, man has the power of making himself happy. Man has the power of making himself happy. Every wise man uses this power. Therefore, every wise man is a happy man. Fifth, Sorites. Now, if Christ be preached that he rose from the dead, how say some among you that there is no resurrection of the dead? But if there be no resurrection of the dead, then is Christ not risen? And if Christ be not risen, then is our preaching vain, and your faith is also vain. Yeah, and we are found false witnesses of God, because we have testified of God that he raised up Christ, whom he raised not up,
if so be that the dead rise not. For if the dead rise not, then is not Christ raised? 1 Corinthians 15:12-16. This argument may be placed in the form of a sorites. Thus, if Christ rose from the dead, it must have been through a divine power. If Christ was raised from the dead by divine power, it proved that he was a prophet sent of God. If he was a prophet sent of God, then all his predictions will be accomplished. If all his predictions will be accomplished, then his prediction that the dead shall be raised will be accomplished. Therefore, if Christ rose from the dead will be raised. Other scriptural examples may be seen in Romans 8:29-30 and 10:13-15. The following is a train of reasoning followed by those who adopt the principle of the Act of 1844 with references to the administration of the currency. A favorable state of the exchange will cause an importation of gold. This importation of gold will cause a corresponding issue of banknotes. This issue of banknotes will cause a general advance in the prices of commodities. This general advance of prices will check exportation and encourage importation. This decrease of exports and increase of imports will turn the exchanges against us. The exchange being turned against us will cause a demand for the exportation of gold. This demand for the exportation of gold will cause the notes to be taken to the Bank of England and payment demanded in gold. The notes in circulation will thus be diminished and the currency will again be placed in a sound state. The sorites, it will be seen, embraces a number of arguments connected together. If it is therefore called a chain of reasoning, it resembles a chain in this, that if one link be broken, the whole argument is destroyed. In the example we have just given, the third link is denied by Mr. Tuke, who contends that an increase in the amount of the circulation has no effect on the prices of commodities, where the doctrine demonstrated the chain would be broken and the whole reasoning annihilated. Footnote. A chain may be composed of both strong and weak links, but its strength as a chain can never be greater than that of the weakest link in it. Bailey, page 58. The sorites is the form of reasoning employed in mathematical deductions. If you pay attention, I'll give you an illustration of this and explain it so clearly that you will be able to understand all the operations, even though you may not have learned algebra. I take the question from one of my old school books. When first the marriage knot was tied, betwixt my wife and me, my age did hers as far exceed, as 3 times 3 does 3. But when 10 years and half 10 years, we man and wife had been, her age came up as near to mine, as 8 is to 16. Now tell me, I pray, what were our ages on the wedding day? I will presume at starting that you know the sign. Plus denotes plus or more. The sign minus denotes minus or less. Multiplication denotes multiplication, and equals to denotes equality. Now then we will begin the figures 1, 2, etc. At your left hand express the number of operations. 1. Let the age of the wife on the wedding day be represented by the letter X. 2. Then as the husband's age to the wife's is as 3 times 3 to 3, his age must be 3 times X, say 3X. 3. 10 years and half 10 years are equal to 15 years. 4. At the end of 15 years, the wife's age will be X plus 15, that is, X added to 15. 5. And the husband's age will be 3x plus 15, that is 3 times x added to 15. 6. By the question, the wife's and the husband's ages should at this period be in the proportion of 8 to 16. As 8 is to 16, so is x plus 15 to 3x plus 15. Expressed, 8 is to 16 as x plus 15 is to 3x plus 15. 7. Now you know by the rule of 3 that if the two extremes, that is the first and the fourth terms, be multiplied together, the product will be the same as the product of the multiplication of the two means, that is the second and third terms. Now 3x plus 15 multiplied by 8 give 24x plus 120, and x plus 15 multiplied by 16 give 16x plus 240. 8. As these two products are equal to each other, we thus form our equation. 24x plus 120 equals 16x plus 240. You will read the equation thus: 24x plus 120 equals 16x plus 240. 9. Our next operation will be to transpose the 16x to the other side of the equation. In doing this, we must of course change the sign, as it is now plus,
we must make it minus. Our equation will then stand thus: 24x minus 16x plus 120 equals 240. That is, 24x minus 16x plus 120 equals 240. 10. Now we will deduct the 16x from the 24x. The equation will stand thus: 8x plus 120 equals 240. 11. We will now transpose the 120 to the other side of the equation, changing its sign, of course, thus 8x equals 240 minus 120. That is, 8x equals 240 minus 120. 12. We will now deduct the 120 from the 240, and the equation will stand thus: 8x equals 120. 13. We will now divide both sides of the equation by 8, and we shall have 1x equals 15. 14. Now then we have discovered the value of x, that is, we have found that the age of the wife on the wedding day was 15 years. And as the husband's age was as 3 times 3 to 3, his age must have been 45. Then after 10 years and half 10 years, that is 15 years, the wife's age would be 30 and the husband's 60, which is as 8 is to 16. You see what a beautiful process of reasoning we have gone through, and with what certainty we have arrived at the result. This is called mathematical reasoning. It is the kind of reasoning employed in algebra, geometry, astronomy, navigation, and the other mathematical sciences. I will close the section by another problem. Quote, while I was coursing on the forest grounds, up starts a hare before my 2 greyhounds. The dogs, being light of foot, did fairly run. Unto her 15 draws, just 21. The distance that she started up before was fourscore 15 draws just, and no more. I pray you, scholar, unto me declare, how far they ran before they caught the hare. 1. For the distance they ran, put x. 2. Then the distance the hare ran will be x, 95 rods. 3. Then a 21 is to 15, so is x to x minus 95. 21 is to 15 as x is to x minus 95. 4. Then multiply the two extremes together and the two means together, and we have an equation. Thus, 21x minus 1995 equals 15x. 5. 21x equals 15x plus 1995. 6. 21x minus 15x equals 1995. 7. 6x equals 1995. 8. X equals to 332.5 rods. Distance run by the dogs, 332.5 rods. Do 95 less run by the hare, 237.5 do. As 21 is to 15, so is 332.5, 237.5. End of section 42.
Section 44 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Series of Reasonings, Part 1. We have shown that a chain of reasoning consists of a number of reasons so connected with each other that the failure of one reason would destroy the whole argument. A series of reasoning denotes a number of reasons, all bearing to prove the same sentiment, but so far unconnected with each other that the failure of one reason does not weaken the force of the others. It is impossible to lay down rules whereby a number of reasons may be so arranged as to produce the best effect in establishing the point for which they are adduced. Indeed, people who are sufficiently skilled in logic to be able to maintain their sentiments in a set discourse must have acquired that systematic habit of mind which will suggest the best rules for the arrangement of their thoughts. For the sake of the young, we will transcribe a few rules, which have chiefly a reference to the writing of themes, published by an author who has had great experience in tuition. In treating of method in reasoning, it is common to divide it into two kinds, analysis and synthesis. All, however, that seems necessary to be said in this treatise concerning these distinctions is that in the mode of reasoning called synthesis, the proposition is the conclusion sought, but in the reasoning called analysis, the conclusion cannot be previously proposed, for till the arguments on which it depends are unfolded, it is presumed to be unknown. In reasoning synthetically, the arguer knows beforehand what is to be established, and he may, at his option, propose it first and add his arguments afterwards, or he may neglect to state the intended proposition till he has brought forward what he has to advance in support of it. In reasoning analytically, the arguer lays down nothing to be proved, nor has he any foreknown conclusion in view, but he goes on, unfolding one argument after another till he reaches a conclusion. Analysis, therefore, is the way by which we attain truth. Synthesis, that by which we communicate it. We pursue the method of analysis when, not having formed our judgment on a subject, we think to ourselves in order to form one. We pursue the method of synthesis when our judgment is formed and we undertake to convince others. It is scarcely necessary to add that in writing themes, the principle on which we proceed is synthesis. Before anything more particular is advanced on the method of writing themes, it must be mentioned that the manner in which a theme is given out determines what latitude is allowed to the writer in treating it. When a theme is given out thus, on education, on a knowledge of the world, the theme may be called unlimited, for the writer is left to lay down any propositions to be proved which he may think fit, provided they bear a due relation to the subject. But a particular proposition being laid down to be proved necessarily limits the theme, as for instance when a theme is given out thus: man is the creature of education. A proper knowledge of the world is favorable to virtue. This kind of theme is called a thesis, a Greek word signifying position or proposition, in the plural theses. An unlimited theme generally contains many theses, for whenever the writer goes into a new branch of his subject, he must lay down or have in view some new proposition, that is, a thesis. In a limited theme, there is but one main proposition, to which every other ought to be subservient. This main proposition is called, by distinction, the thesis, and the theme which is written in support of it takes the same name. Suppose the theme given out to be friendship. Teachers recommend the pupil to consider it under the following heads: the definition, the cause, the state in ancient and in modern times, the advantages, the disadvantages. Proper answers to the following questions will form such a theme as is here required. 1. What is friendship? 2. What is the cause of friendship? 3. What was anciently thought of friendship, and what examples are on record? 4. What is friendship often found to be in these days? 5. What are the benefits of true friendship? 6. What are the evils of false friendship? When, instead of an unlimited title, a thesis is given out to be proved, teachers recommend the following heads as helps to find the arguments: the proposition, the reason, the confirmation, the simile, the testimony, the example, the conclusion. Under the first head, the writer restates his thesis in such a shape that the arguments he designs to use will easily connect with it. Under the second, he brings forth the strongest direct internal argument he can find in proof of it, that is, from the nature of the thing, from enumeration, from the cause, the effect, the adjuncts, the antecedents, or the consequence. Under the third, he tries to strengthen his proof by showing the absurdity of the contrary proposition, or by advancing some fresh argument of whatever kind that is not taken from the same source as the preceding, and does not anticipate those that are to follow. Under the fourth, he uses an argument from similitude. These are internal arguments. Under the next two heads, he brings forward testimonies or authorities from authors of repute and facts from history. And lastly, he forms his conclusion not merely in the words of the proposition with which he set out, though in strictness the conclusion would be nothing more, but with some practical inference or inferences appended to it. Practical Logic, or Hints to Theme Writers, by B.H. Smart. We shall now present the reader with some examples of propositions being proved by a series of reasonings. First, the industrial exhibition. from an address delivered by the Earl of Carlisle at the meeting of Westminster. The object of the undertaking was too generally known to call for explanation, and too generally approved of throughout the country to stand in need of defense. He was not a member of the Royal Commission to which the office had been entrusted of superintending the management and execution of the project, and he was therefore not called upon to enlighten them with reference to the specific details. He could only make the most general remarks, and submit the most general grounds which, as he conceived, this undertaking put forward for their support. The first ground was one of a very general character, because it rested on the constitution of our common nature. He liked the occasional recurrence of celebrations, pomps, festivities, commemorations, call them by whatever name you please. They seemed to him in accordance with the feelings and instincts implanted in the human breast. He did not call to mind any country or era which had dispensed with them. In the primitive East, both in ancient and in our own times, they were, for the most part, associated with ceremonies of worship, with uncouth and too often horrid rites. In more enlightened and civilized Greece, they consisted of public games and displays of physical strength, ennobled, it was true, by the susceptibility of her people to all the forms of taste and beauty, and recorded in immortal song. Among the sterner Romans, they generally accompanied the long train of martial triumphs up the steep ascent of the Capitol, or the more degrading spectacles which summoned the men, and, alas, the women of Rome, to witness the dying throes of the gladiator, or the bloody struggles of captives and wild beasts. In our own age and country, they naturally wore a softer aspect, but still, in his judgment, had been too much confined to the easier and wealthier classes, or connected with the pursuits of frivolity and dissipation. It seemed, therefore, but natural and becoming at the period of the world at which we were arrived, that industry, that skill, that enterprise should in their turn have their own ovation, their own triumph, their own high holiday, where the workmen and workwomen of the world might enjoy a day's pause from their engrossing toils for the purpose of seeing what their fellow workmen and workwomen were doing and could do all the world over, that they might see not barbaric rites but useful inventions, not exhibitions of physical prowess in the prize ring or the foot race, but results which interested the mind and elevated the soul, not suppliant provinces and chained captives, but the pursuits of peace and of civilization, not crowded saloons and heated theaters, but an arena where all ranks might mingle, where all might learn, and all might profit by what they saw. This was one of the grounds which the undertaking put forward for support. It might be a reckoned one, perhaps, rather of a sentimental and fanciful character. He would proceed to one somewhat more practical. The exhibition, carried into effect on the scale proposed, would give people in all pursuits and professions, in all classes and callings, the opportunity of examining and ascertaining methods by which the work which formed the daily business of their lives might be expedited, facilitated, assisted, and improved. There might be the textures which best suited the climate in which we lived. There might be the tools and implements calculated to lighten or shorten labor. There might be the discoveries in mechanics which should mold to the purpose of man the unvarying attributes of matter, space, and time, discoveries of which we, perhaps, had long been in the unconscious need, but which had long been beneficially adopted in other countries. He could not but look forward with pleasure and hope to the evidences which our countrymen would afford of the distinguished progress they had made in the pursuits of civilized life, and especially in those which interested most permanently the well-being and comfort of the millions. And though he could not forget, on this occasion, as he could not forget on any occasion, his long connection with a district which had attained a marked eminence in all these departments of production, the West Riding of Yorkshire, the region of our cutlery, of our hardware, of our great woolen and worsted manufacturers, yet he must say that he not only anticipated advantage to the country from our victories on this occasion, but also from our defeats. It was only when we could compare and put side by side what we could not do and what we were, not with what we could do and with what we were, that we could attain the true measure of our superiority and of our deficiencies. Nations, equally with individuals, should say, after Brutus, I should be glad to learn of better men. Second, the industrial exhibition and the London shopkeepers. In what way can the exhibition have injured trade? Let us place the matter steadily before us for consideration, and ask ourselves by what conceivable means the vast addition that has been made to the floating population of London can possibly take money out of the pockets of our tradesmen. Here are the railway termini and steamboat quays daily pouring upon the town their thousands of visitors to the Crystal Palace. How can the presence of these almost innumerable multitudes be said to injure trade? Granted that considerable bodies of the laboring population come and go in the same day, even these have given a considerable stimulus to the receipts of the railways and of the ordinary conveyances which ply about our streets. Thousands no doubt come and go, but thousands remain for 24, for 48 hours, for a week. About 50,000 persons daily visit the Crystal Palace. We presume that these sojourners are affected by the ordinary wants of humanity. They must eat something, they must drink something, they must sleep somewhere. It is certain that the great bulk of the number will soon have returned to their homes, yet they will be replaced by others, who will be replaced by others in their turn. Now, is it natural to suppose that the ladies of the different parties, old or young, will be indisposed to carry back from town such articles of finery as may be best calculated for the enslavement of the countryside? We will not confine the observations to ladies alone, for we have yet to learn that men who come up from the provinces to make holiday, with a reasonable amount of ready money in their pockets, do not usually succumb to temptation before the brilliant shop fronts of the metropolis. A watch must be purchased for one fair cousin, a dress for another, and so on. Each lays in a stock of presents for absent friends, according to his means and degree. The selfish fellows buy for themselves. We are surely not exaggerating matters, for we find, on turning to the traffic returns of the railways for the past week, as compared with the corresponding week of last year, that the London and North Western has taken £66,561, as against £51,492. Now, all due abatement made for other causes which might have stimulated traffic, is there not here enough to show the nature of the addition that must have been made to the floating population of the metropolis during the past week? The past week is merely a repetition of other weeks that have preceded it, and a sample of others that are to follow. We have not dwelt upon the influx of foreigners that has actually taken place, although a considerable increase in the usual number of our continental visitors must, of necessity, exercise a very important influence upon trade. Granting that the expenditure of each of them individually may be slight, yet, taken collectively, that expenditure must represent a vast amount of consumption, and consequently of profit to the London tradesman. Common sense, then, would tell us a priori that a great concourse of people within the limits of a particular town must exercise a very beneficial influence upon trade. When we come to try the case by other tests, how does it stand? Were the streets of London ever more crowded than during the present exhibition year? Are they not swarming with carriages and throngs of well-dressed people? Is there not more than the usual difficulty in getting served in any shop which has attained a celebrity in any particular department of trade? Has the season, as it is called, been a bad one for those tradesmen who minister to the luxurious tastes of the fashionable world? If you passed at night through any of the quarters of the town in which fashion holds her seat, you might see mansion after mansion lighted up, and find to your sore discomfort that the usual strings of carriages stopped the way. A bare reference to the columns of the public journals in which such matters are usually recorded would be sufficient to show that never, as far as entertainments go, has a gayer season been known. Of all the ill-timed and illogical cries that ever were raised, This one of inquiry to the trade of London in consequence of the Great Exhibition is the most fatuous and the most untrue. We should be curious to have, in a succinct form, a detailed account of the miseries of some London shopkeeper who could establish any connection between his losses and the Crystal Palace in Hyde Park. Still more should we feel obliged to anyone who could favor us with any approximation to the per contra. Times, August 11th, 1851. Third, the permanency of modern civilization. A youthful student, returning from a journey which he had undertaken for the purpose of viewing some newly discovered Roman coins, became fatigued, and reclining beneath the spreading branches of an oak, he sank into a profound meditation. His thoughts were directed by the subject of his recent investigations. "Yes," he exclaimed, "it must be so. The civilization of the moderns, like that of the ancients, will decline. It is the law of nature. The flower at my feet will wither by tomorrow's noon. This forest will in a few revolving months be bereft of its foliage. The sun is now on its decline, and will shortly fall below the horizon. The surface of the earth, now clothed with beauty, will soon be stripped of all its charms by the ruffian hand of winter. Science is no doubt subject to similar revolutions. Where are the glories of Egypt and Constantinople? Where now is the learning of Persia and Arabia? And what are the modern characters of Athens and of Rome? Ah, Rome, how art thou fallen! We seek thy honors beneath the clod. The monuments of thy greatness are buried in the earth. How many of thy arts are lost, never to be restored? Neither eminent science, nor extensive domination, nor military prowess could prevent thy fall. And what a long and dreary night succeeded thy meridian splendor. The lapse of ages, impelling wave after wave, has hitherto overwhelmed all human greatness. Modern science will no doubt be subject to a similar doom, and sink into the abyss of oblivion. Yes, in a few years all the discoveries in art will be forgotten. All our labors in science will be unknown. Our exertions in literature will be buried in darkness. The world will again be immersed in barbarism, and exhibit no more traces of its present civilization than is to be found of the loveliness of summer after the devastations of a winter's storm. An aged philosopher who had overheard this soliloquy now approached. "My son," he exclaimed, "despair not of the permanency of modern science. The waves of time have indeed washed away the frail fabrics of ancient institutions. The leaves of ancient lore have, it is true, withered away, and even the tree was plucked up by its roots by the hand of the barbarian. But does that justify the supposition that modern science will share a similar fate? Listen now to me, and perceive how different are the cases from each other. Knowledge was never general among the ancients. A few favored individuals were admitted to the temple of science and were initiated into the knowledge of what were then her mysteries, but the mass of the people were excluded and remained untaught. The necessary time and expense were an eternal bar to their attainment of knowledge. With us, education will soon be universal. Knowledge, like the light of heaven, is now poured all over the land. Had the mass of the people been educated, when the barbarians overthrew the Roman Empire, the conquered would soon have civilized the conquerors, and science would have been preserved. The Tartars conquered the Chinese, the Romans conquered the Greeks, but these events did not destroy, but extended the triumphs of civilization. The ancients were unacquainted with the art of printing. The student, in ancient times, attended the lectures of his master, and from his oral instructions obtained a knowledge of the science he wished to learn. The arts of ancient times were enclosed in manuscripts, and placed in the libraries of the schools. Hence, when these libraries were destroyed, all knowledge was destroyed. Then science was placed in large reservoirs, and those who had leisure and means might resort thither and drink. But the art of printing has supplied aqueducts and conveyances, by which the streams of knowledge are conducted to every private habitation. The art of war, too, has undergone an alteration, which is friendly to civilization. In ancient times, poor nations conquered the wealthy, and the barbarous those which were civilized. The invention of gunpowder, by rendering wars less frequent and less destructive, has been productive of advantage to mankind. Our fortified places cannot now be taken by barbarians. War is now expensive and systematic, and in the conflict all the advantages are on the side of the wealthy and the civilized. Civilization found the genius of war in a savage state. She taught him and disciplined him, and now, in return, the genius of war protects and extends the empire of civilization. But were we less able to repel the attacks of barbarians, from whence are those barbarians to arrive? Where are now the forests, from which, as from a hive, they are to issue forth and devastate civilized Europe? Is it from an empire of the Tsar? Is it not the most thinly populated country of Europe? And even had it been more populous or more powerful, has it manifested any desire to exterminate the arts? But suppose, in defiance of all probability, that a horde of savages may again issue from the regions of the north. Suppose them to be successful, and to effect what Napoleon, with all his gigantic powers and his immense resources, could never effect, the subjugation of Europe. Have we not another advantage over the ancients? Have we not an immense navigation? Have we not numerous ships? Could we not take our arts and our sciences and carry them to distant nations to which barbarians could not follow us? No, the lamp of science could not be extinguished. It will be rekindled in a distant hemisphere, and its piercing rays would illuminate the seats of its former glory. The author. Fourth, the advantages of music. Music exists not only in the lower, but also in the higher grades of creation. We laugh and cry and speak music. Everybody is more or less of a musician, though he knows it not. A laugh is produced by repeating in quick succession two sounds which differ from each other by a single whole tone. A cry arising from pain, grief, or bereavement is the utterance of two sounds differing from each other half a tone. A yawn runs down a whole octave before it ceases. A cough may be expressed by musical intervals. A question cannot be asked without that change of tone which musicians call a fifth, a sixth, or an eighth. This is the music of nature. There is not a man who speaks 5 minutes without gliding through the whole gamut. Only in speaking, the tones, from not being protracted, slide imperceptibly into each other. In short, every sound of the human lip is loaded with music. Music was part of the preparatory Pythagorean discipline. Aristides says, "Music is calculated to compose the mind and fit it for instruction." Picus Mirandola, "Music produces like effects on the mind as medicine on the body." Plato, "Music to the mind is as air to the body." Homer, "Achilles was taught music in order to moderate his passions." Aulus Gellius, "Sciatica is cured by music." Milton, "If wise men are not such, music has a great power and disposition to make them gentle." Chrysostom, "God has joined music with worship, that we might with cheerfulness and readiness of mind express his praise in sacred hymns." Bishop Horn, "The heart may be weaned from everything base and mean, and elevated to everything excellent and praiseworthy by sacred music." Martin Luther was deeply affected by music. One day, 2 of Luther's friends, on visiting him, found him in deep despondency and prostrate on the floor. They struck up one of the solemn and beautiful tunes which the reformer loved. His melancholy fled. He rose and joined his friends, adding, "The devil hates good music." Music has a wonderfully soothing influence. Purer than painting, more ethereal than poetry, and the least sensuous of any, it exercises the greatest power over the human mind. Are you, young men, worn out with the toils of the day, and anxious to drown the lingering echoes of the roar of the wheels and machinery of mammon? Learn to sing, or play on the violin, sacred anthems, airs, and tunes. Amusement or relaxation you must have. Try this, It will exert on you all the power and none of the poison of opium. Singing keeps off pulmonary disease. Disease of the lungs often arises from failing fully to inflate them. Now, moderate exercise of the voice is just as necessary to the health of the whole chest as exercise of the whole body to its healthy development. Music has also an inspiring power. If you feel dull, sleepy, and exhausted, a lively tune on the violin will rouse your nerves and restore them to harmony. Don't have recourse to wine or alcohol. These will aggravate, not cure. Try music. It is essentially teetotal and yet inspiriting. Adam and Eve, as sketched by Milton, delighted in song. They sang many a beautiful duet, and knew not what discord was till sin entered and death by sin. The music of the spheres is intimated by David when he states, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." The children of Israel, on their escape from the reach of Pharaoh, sang, "I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously." And Miriam the prophetess and all the women went out after her with timbrels. David was a great musical reformer. At the close of his reign, 4,000 Levites praised the Lord. When the ark was brought into Solomon's temple, it came to pass that the trumpeters and singers were as one in praising and thanking the Lord. And when they lifted up their voice with trumpets and cymbals and instruments of music, saying, "For he is good, his mercy endureth forever." And when all the children of Israel saw it, they bowed themselves, with their faces to the ground, upon the pavement, and worshipped and praised the Lord, saying, "For he is good, for his mercy endureth forever." It has been urged that the study of music leads to dissipation, that musical men are not of the most temperate or domestic habits. If it be so, it is deeply to be deplored, but surely there is no essential connection between music and wine. Apollo and Bacchus are not Siamese twins. Wine glasses and quavers and semibreves are not sisters, nor even second cousins. In the natural world, music and temperance are plainly sisters. The blackbird, thrush, canary, and nightingale, all exquisitely musical, drink nothing but water, and smoke nothing but fresh air. A grove or wood in spring echoes with feathered musicians, each a teetotaler, temperate without a pledge, and ever singing and never dry. Lecture on Music by the Reverend Dr. Cumming. End of section 44. Section 45 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Series of Reasonings, Part 2. Fifth, Congregational Chanting. We go back to the ancient Jewish church. That church, we know, was formed, presided over, and guided in all things by God. I don't myself see that the Jews could know anything at all about our kind of psalmody. Their psalmody must have been a species of chanting, because from the very nature of Hebrew poetry, it could not have been anything else. The poetry and sacred psalms of the ancient church were not in common meter, long meter, and short meter, such as you have. Not verses with exact number of feet and syllables that can be sung to a tune. The poetry of the Bible is rather in thought, though it is also in expression. There is an idea, and then there is an echo of the idea, and so the poetry goes on, idea contrasting or repeating or illustrating idea, and thus we have parallel lines. These lines, however, are not of the same length. Hence the very construction of the song prevented its being sung to a tune like our psalm tune, and so the praise of the ancient church must of necessity have been of the nature of our chanting. And not only so, but you will see from the very structure of many of the psalms that they were responsive. One class of the singers sang one sentence, and another class responded to it. We have a representation of what I mean in the vision of Isaiah. where the seraphim are represented as answering one another, and you have another specimen of it in that very ancient song of Miriam's, which was sung when the Israelites had passed through the Red Sea, though that is rather choral than antiphonal. Many of the psalms, however, are obviously constructed to be used antiphonally. We can hardly conceive, in reference to the 136th psalm, that in worship the manner was to take up each clause alternately. The 118th psalm is a very remarkable psalm. If you look attentively into that, you will see that the different clauses are constructed to be sung by different persons. So of the 24th. A question is asked by one party of singers, and an answer is given by another party. That is, these psalms were composed for chanting antiphonally. To me there is something exceedingly solemn, something very touching in looking back to the Last Supper. Our Lord had performed the last act with his disciples as Jews in the Jewish church, and along with that had established the ordinance of the Christian dispensation. And it was after he had done this, after he had added the Christian to the Jewish, that he sang a hymn with his disciples according to the mode in use in the Jewish church. Chanting psalms was the course of the service of praise at that time, and after our Lord had united with his disciples in one of these songs, he went forth to that great agony which was to be the subject of the song of the new dispensation. Why, the very first, the greatest, and sublimest act of praise in the Christian church, in which the master and head of that church joined, would be something in the nature of a chant, the sacred song which belonged to that peculiar service. Well, then, you know the same thing must have taken place in the first assemblies of Christians. They did not change the Jewish language or the form of Jewish poetry. There was the introduction of no new metrical literature. The old songs continued, but a new sense was attached to the words. The songs of the ancient church were sung with the glorious associations of the new dispensation. I cannot see myself that there was room or opportunity for anything but this kind of praise in the apostolic church. I am very much disposed to think that when the disciples carried out the injunction which had been given them, to teach one another in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, not only was chanting the kind of singing employed, but that they answered one another in their songs. And when Paul and Silas sang praises to God while in the prison, it is not improbable that they did this antiphonally. Here it may be remarked that there are no reasons for thinking that Christian praise was originally official, that the singers were kept separate from the congregation and took the singing, as it were, out of their mouth. All the people had a right, and were required to take part in this service. It was from this circumstance that the people got into the habit of singing without proper feeling and decorum that official singing was introduced. It was not introduced with the design of preventing the people singing, but for the purpose of reformation, to bring the church, properly so called, back again to a more reverent and simple mode of performing this part of worship. Lecture on Congregational Chanting by the Reverend T. Binney. 6th, Social Responsibility. It is not consistent with the teaching of our intellectual faculties, nor with the impulses of our moral feelings, that a being of immaculate holiness and inflexible justice, and possessed, moreover, of omniscience and omnipotence, should permit, in even a single instance, that virtue should go unrewarded, and vice should remain unpunished. If the Creator of the world were not a righteous being, he would not have implanted a love of righteousness in the minds of his creatures, and if he be a righteous being, it is reasonable to expect that his righteousness should appear in all the operations of his moral government. And as we find this is not universally the case, we are driven to the conclusion that the present state is not a state of final retribution, that the enjoyments and the afflictions of the present life are intended chiefly as instruments of moral discipline, and that there is a future state of existence, in which the final distribution of rewards and punishments will take place. Thus reason concurs with revelation in teaching us that it is appointed unto men once to die, and after that the judgment. The inequalities of the present world will thus be rectified in the next, and every man will be rewarded according to his works. But however satisfactory the solution of the difficulty may be with regard to individuals, it does not apply to the case of public companies. Their existence commences and terminates in the present world, and they must be rewarded or punished in the present world, or they will not be punished or rewarded at all. In the latter case, they are exempted from the moral government of God. With them, virtue has no reward and vice no punishment. In reply to any exhortations to perform their moral and religious duties, they may exclaim, "What is the Almighty that we should serve him, and what profit should we have if we pray unto him? We know not the Lord, neither will we obey his voice." As, however, we cannot suppose that God has exempted public companies from his moral government, we must infer that they are punished or rewarded in the present state. This conclusion rests upon the same evidence as the argument we have just stated. In the former case, the argument stands thus: the righteous governor of the world must reward the good and punish the wicked. But this is not done in the present world. Therefore, there must be a future world in which this retribution will take place. Our present argument stands thus: the righteous governor of the world must reward the good and punish the wicked, whether those actions are performed by public bodies or private individuals. But the public companies who now perform good or evil actions will not exist in a future world. Therefore, public companies must be rewarded or punished in the present world. The only way of resisting this argument is either to maintain that public companies are not moral agents, and therefore not responsible for their good or evil actions, or that they will exist in a future world. The former part of the alternative we think we have sufficiently refuted. The latter is too wild to need refutation. Gilbart's Practical Treatise on Banking. 7th, experience the test of truth. From a sermon preached at St. Margaret's Church, Lothbury, by the Reverend Henry Melville, B.D. Philip findeth Nathanael, and saith unto him, We have found him, of whom Moses and the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. And Nathanael said unto him, Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip saith unto him, Come and see. John chapter 1, verses 45 and 46. But now let us turn to the remaining topic presented by our text, the treatment which a prejudiced man should receive from a believer. It is very observable that Philip declined all controversy with Nathanael, though a fairer opening could hardly have been offered. Nathanael's question might almost be said to have challenged controversy, or if not controversy, some measure of expostulation. But Philip attended no correction of the mistake into which Nathanael had fallen. He undertook no argument to prove to him the unreasonableness of his question. His only anxiety was to bring Nathanael into personal communication with Jesus. This was the method which had succeeded with himself, and he felt as though it could not possibly fail with another. And there was great wisdom in this, for it does not often happen that men are convinced by an argument. There is something in the intellectual warfare, whatever the subject which comes under discussion, which seems generally to strengthen the combatants in their respective opinions. It may, therefore, be better in many cases to try the come and see which Philip tried, and with which he succeeded. I will not endeavor by abstract arguments to convince Nathanael that good can come out of Nazareth, when I have that good to show him if he will only accompany me and look. If, for example, I can persuade a man to read the Bible, it may be immeasurably better than if I draw him into debate on the evidences of the Bible. He says to me, Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? This Bible of yours is confessedly the work of illiterate men. Would you persuade me that I may be instructed from its pages? And such a question tempts us to go straight away into controversy, to the varied and multiple proofs of inspiration from the heaven above and from the earth beneath, from the past, the present, and the future. All crave to be urged, and occasions will arise in which it is indispensable to urge them, but they are perhaps less numerous than those in which it were wiser to waive them, and bend all the effort to the persuading a man to come and see for himself. We like leaving the Bible to defend its own character and make good its own pretensions. We have every confidence in the self-evidencing power of Scripture, in the power which there is in the contents of the Bible of acting as the credentials of the Bible. We have every faith in the fine saying that there is no evidence of the truth of Christianity like that which a man knocks out for himself with the simple apparatus of a Bible and a conscience. The thorough suitableness of the gospel, its exact adaptation to our wants and our circumstances, in this lies a mighty argument that the gospel is from God. You admit the argument in regard to creation. You admit that the precise adaptation of the world in which we dwell to the beings who inhabit it is a vast proof that a supreme intelligence prepared the dwelling place for the creatures, and the creatures for the dwelling place. You think that the existence of such a series of adjustments and contrivances seems to prove the one made on purpose for the other, and shows such evidence of design as should leave no doubt on the authorship of creation. Now we claim the very same admission in reference to redemption. If the exact adaptation of the world to our natural circumstances be received in evidence that God made the world, the just as exact adaptation of the gospel to our spiritual circumstances should be received in evidence that God planned the gospel. I, and as even a poor man, who has never been schooled in the lessons of natural theology, might feel the smile of a deity in the sunshine which gladdened him, and hear the voice of a deity in the melodies which soothed him, and trace the hand of a deity in the supplies which sustained him, so might he convince himself of the divinity of doctrines which dispersed all his anxieties, met all his wishes, and satisfied all his wants, though he never heard of the demonstrations of the schools, and was never trained to the defense of Christianity. And therefore, come and see may be the best thing to say to the modern Nathaniel, who is inclined towards deism, towards the rejection, that is, of the Scriptures as a revelation from God. We ask him to read the Bible, for, unfair as it is, the Bible may be rejected where it has never been read, and many a skeptic, and many a young man who thinks it shows independence of mind to boast his infidelity, if he be only close pressed, will be hardly able to tell you what those things are which he affects to disbelieve. Let there be only an endeavor to lay aside prejudice, and to read Scripture with the same candor as is given to an ordinary book, and we can almost dare to answer that men will rise from the perusal disposed to confess that it is indeed the Word of God. At least we can believe that if no effect were wrought through Philip's method, come and see, neither would have been through the more combative method, come and debate. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The application of the art of reasoning to the ordinary affairs of life. In the application of logic to the ordinary affairs of life, we have first to discover general principles, and then to apply these general principles to particular circumstances. In the affairs of life, you will have to rely mainly on your own judgment. And what are you reading logic for, but to enable you to form sound opinions for yourself? The following are some of the points that will require your consideration. Do not, however, confine your attention to the few illustrations I may quote, but consider each topic as the representative of a class of questions and opinions on which, in the ordinary course of events, you may be called upon to exercise your powers of reasoning. Take, for example, the subject of dress, and view it in all its relations. Consider its attributes, parts, species, causes, and effects. Call to mind the examples, comparisons, proverbs, and laws or other written documents with which it may be connected, and discuss the various opinions that may be entertained respecting it. This topic is one of frequent occurrence. With regard to the statue about to be erected in the city to Sir Robert Peel, discussion took place as to the comparative merits of the Roman and the English dress, and whether the European or the Oriental costume is the more suitable for ladies is a question that now excites great interest throughout the United States of America. So under the head, The Logic of Food, you may consider the principle of the temperance and vegetarian societies, and under Logic to Children, you may class the various questions that have a reference to education. Endeavor so to discipline your mind as to be able readily to put together under one general head those topics and questions that have a reference to the same class. You will then easily add, from your own experience, observation, or reading, other illustrations as suitable as those now before you. 1. The Logic of Dress. Quote, "The numerous advantages with the importance resulting from an elegant personal appearance are too generally known and appreciated throughout civilized Europe to require much comment here. It is only to be lamented that the enormous charges usually incident to a desirable appearance preclude many of limited incomes from enjoying it, while it brings down distress upon others. For I think it will almost invariably be found that the first embarrassment young men, more especially our city youth with small salaries, bring upon themselves, is through endeavoring to support a fashionable exterior in the usually expensive method. Hence, in time, results inability to pay, with the certain after consequences of arrest, and with sorrow I pen it, too frequently entire ruin." Unquote. From The Whole Art of Dress. The book from which I have taken the above extract has separate chapters upon coats, waistcoats and pantaloons, stocks and neckcloths, shirts, pocket-handkerchiefs, stockings, socks and gloves, hats and caps, boots and shoes, and the adaptation of dress to tall and short men, and to fair and dark complexions. He shows that on all these points much logic may be expended both in regard to taste and economy. Quote, "Fair and dark complexions. The appearance of the countenance is very greatly subjected to be relieved or depressed by the influence of colours. To be aware immediately of this fact, you have only to perceive how wretched white neckcloths make some people appear, those for instance of a sallow skin, while on the opposite a black velvet or satin stock throws, by its comparative depth of hue, the former into shade. All this is either more or less regulated by other colours. On dark people a dark coat looks best, black for the neck most assuredly. Then, as too much black would look gloomy, they should be relieved by a white or buff waistcoat." End quote. The Whole Art of Dress. In Mr. Hall's book of the Feet, we have an example of the truths of science being applied to the promotion of personal comfort. The anatomy of the foot proves the injury of tight shoes. Quote, "There is nothing more beautiful than the structure of the human foot," says Sir Charles Bell, nor perhaps any demonstration which would lead a well-educated person to desire to know more of anatomy than that of the foot. The foot has in its structure all the fine appliances you see in a building. In the first place, there is an arch in whatever way you regard the foot. Looking down upon it, we perceive several bones coming round the astrologos, and forming an entire circle of surfaces in the contact. If we look at the profile of the foot, an arch is still manifest, of which the posterior part is formed by the heel and the anterior by the ball of the great toe, and in the front we find in that direction a transverse arch, so that instead of standing, as might be imagined, on a solid bone, we stand upon an arch composed of a series of bones, which are united by the most curious provision for the elasticity of the foot. Hence, if we jump from a height directly upon the heel, a severe shock is felt. Not so if we alight upon the ball of the great toe, for there an elasticity is formed in the whole foot, and the weight of the body is thrown upon this arch, and the shock avoided. For upwards of 20 years as a bootmaker I have made the feet my study, and during that period many thousand pairs of feet have received my attention. I have observed with minute care the cast from the antique as well as the modern instances, and I am obliged to admit that much of the pain I have witnessed, much of the distortion of the toes, the corns on the top of the feet, the bunion on the side, the callosities beneath, and the growing in of the nails between, are attributable to the shoemaker. The feet, with proper treatment, might be as free from disease and pain as the hands. Their structure and adaptation to the wants and comfort of man, as we have seen, is almost perfect. End quote. Hall's Book of the Feet. 2. The logic of marriage. To wed or not to wed? That is the question. Quote, man is earthenware, coarse, rude, rough, and unseemly. Woman is porcelain, a creature highly finished and delicate. Man was made for knocking about, he's tough and strong, but woman to be taken care of and handled gently. What a sweet thing is innocence, Sam, how beautiful to contemplate, how lovely to associate with. As a philosopher, I admire purity in the abstract, but as a man and a Christian, I love it when personified. Purity in a child, of such is heaven. Purity in woman, of such also is the realms of bliss. But purity in man, oh Sam, I am most afeard sometimes. There ain't much of it anywhere nowadays. I snore. But matrimony, Sam, is a state ordained by God, not only to carry out his great purposes that is above our comprehension, but also for our happiness. Yes, it is a natural state, and a considerable of a pleasant one, too, when well considered and rightly entered upon. Don't put it off too long, Sam. Don't wait till the heart ossifies. Yes, my son, said he, get married and marry soon. It's time you were a-thinking on it now, in earnest. Well, I feel most plaguily skeered, minister, says I, to try, for if once you get into the wrong box and the door's locked on you, there's no escape as I see, and besides, women are so everlasting full of tricks and so cunning in hiding them aforehand, that it's no easy matter to tell whether the bait has a hook in it or not. And if you go a-playing round it and a-nibbling at it, why a sudden jerk given by a skilful hand may whip it into your gills afore you know where you be, and your flint is fixed as sure as there are snakes in Virginny. I must go now, but I'll give you a word of advice at parting, my dear boy. Don't marry too poor a gal, for they are apt to think there's no end to their husband's puss, nor too rich a gal, for they're apt to remind you of it unpleasant sometimes, nor too giddy a gal, for they neglect their families, nor too demure a one, for they are most apt to give you the dodge, race off and leave you, nor one of a different sect, for it breeds discord, nor a weak-minded one, for children take all their talents from their mothers, nor a— Oh, Lord, says I, minister, how you scare a body. Where under the sun do you find a none such like what you describe? There ain't actually no such critters among women. I'll tell you, my son, says he, for I'd like afore I die to see you well mated, I would indeed. I'll tell you, though you talk to me sometimes as if I didn't know nothing of women. You think nobody can't know 'em but them as romp all their days with 'em as you do. But them, let me tell you, know the least, for they are only acquainted with the least deserving. I'll gin you a gauge to know 'em by that is almost invariable, universal, infallible. The character and conduct of the mother is a sure and certain guarantee for that of the darter. End quote. Sam Slick. 3. The logic of age. Ought the husband to be older than the wife? Quote, we say disproportion of age, for allowing their years to be equal as they usually are, the lady is virtually many years in advance. A woman all the world over is as old at 20 as a man is at 28. That is to say, she has as much world knowledge, as much tact, as much finesse, as much judgment of character, as much self-possession, as much cunning, we were going to say, but that is rather a harsh term to apply to a lady. Now, this disproportion of ages gives rise to many serious evils, so many that we hardly know which to begin with. The young women must despise, or at least undervalue, the young men with whom they associate, as inferior to themselves in manner, tact, and conversational power. Hence they form a low opinion of men as men, and are tempted to value them only for their external advantage, personal beauty, skill in dancing, above all, wealth. Here is a fearful incentive to mercenary marriages, but we prefer to confine ourselves to its effects on married life. The bride and bridegroom are the same age, say 23 or 4, unless indeed she happens to be a year older than he. In a mere external and physical point of view, the first consequence is that she is an old woman, while he is in the prime of life. For though both sexes among us are too apt to break themselves down and grow old before their time, this premature decay is more general and more speedy with our females. The inconveniences, mistakes, mortifications, and jealousies that constantly arise from such discrepancy are too evident to require more than being hinted at. But this is nothing to the moral phase of the question, the effect which a virtual disparity of ages has had in establishing a gynocracy. That a gynocracy does exist, no one conversant with fashionable life will be hardy enough to deny. In 9 cases out of 10, the lady rules the roast. That cardinal duty of a wife, respect for her husband, is utterly ignored by her. He is regarded as little more than an upper servant. Now, the main cause of this is undoubtedly the original equality, which is virtual disproportion, of ages. As the bride, we repeat it, is substantially 10 years older in all world knowledge than the bridegroom, she soon gets the upper hand of him. If he is a man of some character, the fight may last 2 or 3 years. Occasionally he's driven by his domestic troubles into evil courses, in which cases he usually goes to work with the national rapidity and earnestness, so as to kill himself off in 12 months and leave his widow more triumphant than disconsolate. End quote. New York Literary World. 4. The logic of diet. Quote, "You hate cold mutton? The more shame for you, Mr. Caudle. I'm sure you've the stomach of a lord, you have. No, sir, I didn't choose to hash the mutton. It's very easy for you to say hash it, but I know what a joint loses in hashing. The day's dinner the less, if it's a bit. Yes, I dare say, other people may have puddings with cold mutton, no doubt of it, and other people become bankrupts. But if ever you get into the Gazette, it shan't be my fault. Where do you think pudding's to come from every day? You show a nice example to your children, you do, complaining and turning your nose up at a sweet piece of cold mutton, because there's no pudding. You go a nice way to make 'em extravagant, teach 'em nice lessons to begin the world with. Do you know what puddings cost, or do you think they fly in at the window? Apples aren't so dear, aren't they? I know what apples are, Mr. Caudle, without your telling me. But I suppose you want something more than apples for dumplings. I suppose sugar costs something, doesn't it? And that's how it is. That's how one expense brings on another, and that's how people go to ruin." End quote. Mrs. Caudle's Curtain Lectures. Quote, "To be easy all night, let your supper be light, or else you complain of a stomach in pain." End quote. 5. Logic to children. Quote, "When the parent is sufficiently enlightened to rear his child himself, instead of plying him with rudimental books, dictionaries, and restraint, let him impart the first instructions by familiar conversation. Ideas advanced in this way are accommodated to the comprehension of the pupil by good mutual feeling rendered attractive, and brought directly within the embrace of his mind. This instruction leads him to observe and accustoms him to compare, reflect, and discriminate, offers the sciences under interesting associations, and inspires a natural thirst for instruction. Of all results which education can produce, this is the most useful. A youth of 15 trained in this way will come into possession of more truths, mixed with fewer errors, than much older persons reared in the common way. He will be distinguished by the early maturity of his reason, and by his eagerness to cultivate the sciences, which, instead of producing fatigue or disgust, will every day give birth to new ideas and new pleasures. I am nevertheless little surprised that the scrupulous advocates of the existing routine should insist that such a method tends to form superficial thinkers. I can only say to these profound panegyrists of the present order of instruction that the method which I recommend was that of the Greeks. Their philosophers taught while walking in the shade of the portico or of trees, and were ignorant of the art of rendering study tiresome, and not disposed to throw over it the benefits of constraint. Modern instructors ought, therefore, to find that they were shallow reasoners, and that their poets and artists could have produced only crude and unfinished efforts." End quote. Art of Being Happy. Quote, "It is of great importance that you know what you cannot do, as well as what you can do. For this reason, with all the temptations and dangers attending a public education, I am satisfied it is much to be preferred to a private one. The wisest period in the whole of a man's existence is when he has just entered college. And why? simply because the youth has not yet had the opportunity of measuring his attainments and capacity with that of his fellows. It is not merely that you sharpen the intellect and add a keenness to the mind by contact with other minds, but you strengthen it by the contact, and you learn to be modest in regard to your own powers. You will see many with intellects of a high order, and with attainments far beyond anything which you have dared call your own. There must be some radical defect in that man's nature who can be associated in study for years with those who are severe students, and at the end of the period feel that he is a very wise or a very great man." Todd's Student's Manual. 6. Logic to Servants. "I feel almost ashamed to urge upon the master and mistress the propriety of using kind language to their domestics. So much a matter of course it ought to be that in addressing those who are rendering a service to us we should be kind. Yet to scold servants is the usual process by which an attempt is made to make them better. Nay, sometimes, although the servant is not to blame for the mistake which excites the master's displeasure, he is nevertheless scolded, and is made the object upon whom the ill temper of the master vents itself, as if to bear that were part of the consideration for which he receives wages. The effect is to wound unnecessarily the feelings of a sensitive man, and to still further brutalize one who is indifferent. It is so easy to add, if you please, to a request, to speak in a gentle tone of voice, to be thankful when what you have asked for has been done. Moreover, the service is then performed with so much alacrity and cheerfulness. Unkind language expressed in a harsh voice is listened to, certainly, and obeyed, but it is obeyed through fear or some other equally low motive, and if a stronger motive comes there will be no obedience. A reason also might generally accompany the request. When it does, the necessity for its performance is more strongly impressed upon the servant. His employment is no longer so purely mechanical, and he increases, therefore, in intelligence." On the responsibilities of employers. "The female servants of the middle and upper classes of society are generally daughters of working men. Many of the faults which we so often hear their superiors complain of may be traced to the deficiencies of their early education. The utter neglect in which their childhood is passed, and their consequent ignorance, unfit them for understanding very clearly the nature of moral obligation, or for appreciating the importance of relative duties, while the habits to which they are accustomed in childhood are seldom of a kind to render them active in the discharge of their daily labour. Much of that dishonest, grudging, and awkward performance of duty, those rude manners and slovenly habits which frequently occasion so much annoyance in respectable families, spring altogether from ignorance. Self-interest, even when they are not influenced by higher motives, ought to induce the upper classes of society to devise means for securing a more liberal education for the daughters of the poor, the more so when it is considered that they frequently entrust their own little ones to the care of domestics. A very little attention to the situation and duties of female servants must convince everyone capable of reflection that moral principle and intellectual cultivation of a very high order must be necessary to their usefulness, respectability, and happiness." Female Education by a Labourer's Daughter. 7. The Logic of Domestic Consultation. "But all I want to ask you is this. Do you intend to go to the seaside this summer?" "Yes, you'll go to Gravesend." "Then you'll go alone, that's all I know. Gravesend, you might as well empty a salt cellar in the New River and call that the seaside." "What? It's handy for business. There you are again. I can never speak of taking a little enjoyment, but you fling business in my teeth. I'm sure you'll never let business stand in the way of your own pleasure, Mr. Caudle, not you. It would be all the better for your family if you did." "What do you say? How much will it cost?" "There you are, Mr. Caudle, with your meanness again. When you want to go yourself to Blackwall or to Greenwich, you never ask, how much will it cost? What? You never go to Blackwall? Ha! I don't know that, and if you don't, that's nothing at all to do with it. Yes, you can give a guinea a plate for white bait for yourself. No, sir, I'm not a foolish woman, and I know very well what I'm talking about, nobody better. A guinea for white bait for yourself when you grudge a pint of shrimps for your poor family, eh? You don't grudge 'em anything? Well, it's very well for you to lie there and say so. What will it cost? It's no matter what it'll cost, for we won't go at all now. No, we'll stay at home. We shall all be ill in the winter, every one of us, all but you, and nothing ever makes you ill. I've no doubt we shall all be laid up, and there'll be a doctor's bill as long as a railroad, but never mind that. It's better, much better, to pay for nasty physic than for fresh air and wholesome salt water. What'll I do at Bargate? Why, isn't there bathing and picking up shells, and aren't there the packets with the donkeys and the last new novel, whatever it is, to read? For the only place where I really relish a book is at the seaside. No, it isn't that I like salt with my reading, Mr. Cuddle. I suppose you call that a joke. You might keep your jokes for the daytime, I think. But as I was saying, only you will always interrupt me. The ocean always seems to me to open the mind. I see nothing to laugh at, but you always laugh when I say anything. Sometimes at the seaside, especially when the tide's down, I feel so happy, quite as if I could cry. When shall I get the things ready? For next Sunday. What will it cost? Oh, there, don't talk of it. No, we won't go. I shall send for the painters tomorrow. What? I can go and take the children, and you'll stay? No, sir. You go with me, or I don't stir. I'm not going to be turned loose like a hen with her chickens and nobody to protect me. So we'll go on Monday, eh? End quote. Mrs. Cottle's Curtain Lectures. 8. The Logic of Social Intercourse. Quote, what is it, then, that constitutes a gentleman in your mind? Not his station, for he may disgrace it. Not his power, for he may misuse it. Not his graces and endowments, for you may despise them. It is in the nakedness of truth, because he possesses qualities which ennoble him and shed a lustre over his actions, in their utter separation from those of the common herd by whom he is surrounded. Because you see in that man a depth of feeling and right principle which you look in vain for in the ordinary run of the men you meet. When, then, you hear anyone giving himself airs and despising his part in the world, you will say immediately that he cannot have the true feeling of a gentleman, because instead of looking into his own mind as the seat and source of honour, he descends to the external trappings and decorations of his office, and only regards himself with complacency as he glitters in the eyes of others. Again, should you unfortunately find yourself embroiled in any dispute or quarrel, which may occur to the most peaceable, and perceive on reflection that you have been betrayed by the heat of the moment into any intemperance, or that there is any one point in which you are not completely satisfied with yourself, do not fancy it derogatory to your manhood to acknowledge your error and to make a just reparation. You may at first have an idea that it is inconsistent with true courage to make this concession, and that you should bear the brunt of the offence with a total disregard of personal consequences. But as you mix more with the world, you will find that in very many cases a much higher degree of courage is necessary to the avowal of a fault than to sustaining it. We should wish you to be firm as a rock in repelling an aggression or an insult, but still we would strongly impress upon you that it is in every case far more consistent with high courage and gentlemanly feelings to own a wrong than to defend it, and to allay than to confirm an injury. When therefore you enter into society, whatever may be the state of your mind, put such a restraint on the expression of it that you shall appear pleased and cheerful. Consider that people meet together for instruction and enjoyment, and to rub out the cares and cobwebs of the day. You wish to join them to promote these good objects, and if you are so dispirited and careworn that you cannot promote them, a just and correct tone of feeling would induce you to remain at home. There are 2 or 3 minor subjects that occur to me which may be dismissed at once in a few words. On no account swear or use cant terms. Never be inquisitive. Never interrupt a speaker. Always take off your hat to a woman. Scrupulously acknowledge the salute of a poor man. Eat slowly and quietly and without any show of eagerness. This last is a serious solecism in good breeding. Indeed, it is impossible for you to be too careful in your own person of the niceties of the table, and too vigilant of offending against its recognized proprieties. I will not attempt to give any description of them, as it would lead me into a long detail of things which might seem trifling, and occasionally perhaps ridiculous. but you may receive it as an undoubted truth that they bear great weight with them in the world, and that a disgust against a man is seldom more readily taken than in a dereliction of these little points, either through ignorance or wilful rudeness. End quote. The English Gentleman. There are many other topics on which you will have to exercise your reasoning powers. Among others, let me request you not to forget to inquire into the reasons for insuring one's life, and the reasons for making a will. You should also exercise your reasoning powers in the choice of your amusements. As, however, on this subject you will also consult your inclination, I will conclude with merely a quotation in favor of the game of chess. Quote, "There are two important lessons to be learned at chess. The first is the value of acquired knowledge. A person who has studied the game of chess and knows it will beat with ease and certainty one of much more talent for the game who understands its general principles only. The second is encouragement never to give up a losing game, but still to struggle on for success, playing only with increased caution and thought as the difficulties muster around you. In life, as at chess, no one can anticipate the remote consequences of every position, and the skillful management of disastrous circumstances may be the road to prosperity." End quote. Mayo's Philosophy of Living. End of section 46, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2025.